Cincinnati over New England.
Yeah.
You've burned Cincinnati, but
that's a tough division, and there's going to be a lot of weeks you wouldn't want to bet them anyway.
Correct.
So take the free. Nothing's free, but
yeah, and you got New England because first of all, I mean,
they're terrible.
They're going to be bad, and you could simply save a New England opponent for later in the year, but you could still use that New England opponent because you're only burning Cincinnati.
That's part of the reason not to do Bills Cardinals, because the Bills will play the Patriots twice, and those are two games that you may want to have later on.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's the right call. Bengals Patriots. Let's get to Heather with the news.
There's a new restaurant coming to Detroit that you might get excited about. Fixin' Soul Kitchen opens today. So it's going to open on Randolph Street between Gratiot and Grand River. And at 11 a.m., there's going to be this short program, a ribbon cutting ceremony, and then the restaurant's going to be open for business. Later in the evening, there's going to be a red carpet VIP event that will take place from 5:30 to 7. And when it comes to the menu, obviously this is soul food. The owner, Kevin Jansen, who was also a former NBA player, says that the items are going to be accessible and affordable, and they're going to include some made-from-scratch family Jansen favorite recipes. But things look really good. We got deep-fried deviled eggs topped with candied bacon, fried green tomatoes, fried chicken with a secret sauce. You can get the chicken and waffle combo. You can get the shrimp and grits gumbo. There's collard greens on this. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Mac and cheese, black-eyed peas, potato salad, yams, lots of desserts. It looks very, very good. So something new to go check out.
Put me down for one of just about everything on that menu.
Sure.
It sounds amazing.
Yeah, it does. Sounds great. A woman died on Mackinac Island after she was involved in a bicycle and carriage crash on Wednesday. This is pretty crazy. It happened on Main Street on Wednesday afternoon. The woman, 77 years old from Huntington Woods, suffered really, obviously, serious injuries in the crash. She was transported to a hospital in Petoskey, where she ended up dying from her injuries. Police say they are still investigating the incident. I was just watching this video online. There's a woman, a Florida mom, who is now facing a child abuse charge after she got involved in a fight with her daughter. Well, it wasn't with her daughter. She was helping her daughter basically attack another teenager at a bus stop, right? So cops say that instead of breaking up the fight that she saw take place, she just jumped in and she put her daughter's opponent into a headlock so that her daughter could throw some more punches. I mean, the video is crazy because other people get involved. This guy, I don't know if he's a student. He had a backpack, so I'm guessing he was a student. Jumped in as well, tried to break up the fight, and then ended up getting in the fight himself. Somebody else intervenes eventually, but it's a crazy video. Obviously, she's facing some very serious charges. This, aggravated child abuse. It sounds like her daughter is also going to face a possible misdemeanor charge, and the other student involved was arrested on a felony aggravated battery charge.
Yeah, it's an awful video.
It really is.
And then for the mom to get in and assist.
It's disgusting. When I was watching, though,
I guess you could see where the daughter gets it.
Well, I guess so. Pretty crazy. Apparently, Detroiters are very passionate about their vocabulary. So Detroit was just ranked as one of the most foul-mouthed cities in the world. We apparently love to swear. The United States actually ranks number 1 as the country that swears the most. And then Detroit ranks as the number 4th most potty-mouthed city in the world. We've got Atlanta at number 3, Baton Rouge at number 2, and Baltimore at number 1. Now, on the opposite side of the spectrum, Ann Arbor is number 3 for least profane cities in the U.S.
Right, mastery of the English language.
Yes, guys. As if they weren't arrogant enough.
Yeah.
You don't need to inflate their ego.
Yeah. You might have seen this woman, at least seen her pictures online. I did watch a video by her, and it was quite fascinating. There's a 36-year-old Army vet who has just become the most tattooed woman ever after inking 99.98% of her body. Huh. It's pretty crazy. This woman got her first tattoo on her hip when she was 21 years old, and then from there spent the next 10 years basically covering every inch of her body. And she also has different body modifications. She's got these implants, like that split tongue. She's taking parts of her ears off. It's insane. It's great. She's got her eyes. The eyeball is tattooed black.
So did they say what the 0.1% is that's not touched?
No, because when I'm looking at everything else that she has, there's a lot of very private areas that are tattooed. Or yes. So I don't know where the little percentage of no tattoos actually is. I think we do have some sound of her, right? Let's hear it. Just go check out a picture and a video.
Yeah. She talks pretty well for having split tongue.
She talks great. You would never know.
Unless you looked at her, then it'd be pretty obvious.
Yeah, but you
Heather with the news.
Yeah. You would imagine it would be more difficult. Maybe it makes it easier. Who knows? To talk?
I don't
know.
Ever find out. I don't think that'll.
Yeah.
No, we'll never know.
Take her word for it. Heather with the news. This is the last Friday without the picks. Think about that.
I know. I mean, we've got college football tomorrow, week 0. We will no longer have, until the new year, a Saturday or weekend without either college football or NFL football. It just isn't going to exist.
We don't have to wait till next week. I can give you a week 0 pick next. How about that?
I'll take it.
A Cash the Ticket exclusive. Greg is shaking his head. What?
Sure, go.
Why
Sure.
not? We'll mix in a little bit of Lions, things to watch with the preseason. And, yes, a week 0 pick next. It's 97-1. Tomorrow, the final preseason game for the Detroit Lions.
Yep, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
We're going to share the first quarter together.
Look at that. Doug and Gator, I think, are
They
third
get enough
quarter.
the last couple of days, so why not spend a weekend together?
Sure. You'll be there for the first quarter. Valenti and Rico for the second quarter. Doug and Gator in the third quarter. Any chance they keep those helmets on and wear them
I don't know.
on?
Do we have confirmation that Gator was able to get it off?
We'll find out in about, 15 minutes or so. For those that missed it, those guys had the helmets on yesterday on air, and I thought it was hilarious. But yeah, what we're talking about is on Saturday, there's going to be this alternate broadcast. So you can listen on the radio. It'll still be there, and Dan and Lomas and TJ and the crew.
Yep.
If you want to watch the game with us, DetroitLions.com. They're only doing this for the preseason, at least for now. Maybe, who knows, maybe more down the line. But we're going to have the game on, and we're going to talk about it. It's kind of Manning Cast-esque with all the hosts from the station and some other guests, including Rodney Peete, Stephen Tulloch, Sam Richardson, Justin Rodgers, and Cynthia Freeland. DetroitLions.com. 2 ways to view it. Click Watch Live and just watch, or register, and then you can submit questions, respond to poll questions, be part of the chat, and we'll be checking that throughout the broadcast. So that's tomorrow starting at 1, DetroitLions.com. Tomorrow is also Week 0.
College football gets underway.
And there's really only, I think, one game that people are going to focus on,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
You'll get one ranked opponent. Florida State taking on Georgia Tech. At Georgia Tech.
no, in Dublin.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. It's at but Georgia Tech is the
Designated
home team. Yeah, sorry,
you get an ACC game right out of the box. They go to Dublin. That game's, what is that, noon kick?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And the number, and you can give me the updated one, John. We're in this big sports book. It's been moving. It was Georgia Tech getting 11.5 points. What's
Yep.
the latest?
They're getting 10 points now.
Cutting into it a little bit. I like Georgia Tech, obviously less at the round 10. If you could get 10 in the hook, or 11 would be great. Here's my thought. Florida State, new quarterback, DJ Uiagalelei,
Yep.
third team in 3 years. Continuity not there offensively. They lost Johnny Wilson and Keon Coleman, these big transformers of receivers. They lost their tight end, Bell. They couldn't run the ball last year. Florida State, I think, takes a step back this year. And I think in Week 1, international travel, actually Week 0, less time to prepare than everybody else. If there are some 3-and-outs.
It's not less time. They reported a week earlier, so they had the same amount of time.
Okay. My point is I think there's going to be some issues with continuity
Yeah.
Week 1 across college football, especially with a team that's as portal-reliant as Florida State's been. Georgia Tech, meanwhile, third year for the system. Most of the O and D line are back. If they can possess the ball, they can get off the field. If it can turn into one of those nail-biter kind of games, I like having double-digit points.
Sure, but one is not like the other. The athletes, even though they may be inexperienced, they may not be the same level as they don't have a Keon Coleman at receiver that we know about right now.
Right.
They are playing a superior athlete versus what Georgia Tech is going to be putting on the field. Even though Georgia Tech may have more continuity on both lines and 3 years of the system, I think Florida State speed kills, and it will kill Georgia Tech.
I see it as a game that gets bogged down. And I actually like the under, too, which I think 55.5 is what we gave out on Cash the Ticket. Should be released today. I see it as one of those games where Florida State's not firing on all cylinders out of the gate. Points are a premium in a spot like that, and especially if there's not very many points scored in the game. So under and Georgia Tech are the plays for me for Week 0. The other games, you got to be a real degenerate to be betting these games.
Montana State at New Mexico, SMU at Nevada, and Delaware State at mid 11:59, so they get it in the same day at Hawaii. And we don't even know if Delaware,
there yet?
Yeah, if they're even made it to the state of Hawaii
it's like
or not.
40-point spread.
But you brought one up last night, and so I did want to look at it this morning, and it's the Montana State, which is an FCS school. They're traveling to New Mexico, which is a D1 school, and last night, would you say the line yesterday was, -9 for Montana State?
Yeah, an FCS school favored over an FBS school by more than a touchdown.
Well, that line has moved.
What is it now?
It's almost 2 touchdowns. It's -13.5 for Montana State.
So, New Mexico, new coaching staff, Bronco Mendenhall, gutting the program.
Yeah.
All new guys. They do bring back a mobile quarterback, but the dude, Dampier, is going to be running for his life. Montana State is a top 5 team in the FCS. They bring back a ton of production. They run the ball. They're going to attack this 4-2-5 defense. That's telling that you're a 2-touchdown favorite as an FCS school.
It is. So, I mean.
The lean would be them, but the value's been bet out of it. I wanted 9 points. Now it's 13.5. Yes, sometimes you got to know when to stay away. If it's moving too far that way, you're not getting anything.
What's your best value tomorrow?
Georgia Tech more than 10 if you can find it.
Okay. Well, right now it's at 10.
I know.
So
hey,
I mean,
shop around.
Keep looking around.
You can wait. You don't have to bet it. I know everybody's jonesing with college football.
Are you going to watch, other than having to work?
I was going to say, it conflicts.
Well, it does. But, I mean, you can have multiple screens.
Yeah,
makes your job a little bit more interesting.
I can't be distracted. Hey, John, you take the first quarter. Big drive in the red zone for the Yellow Jackets. No, I'll.
So, but okay, later in the day then, if you're going to miss the headliner, which is Florida State and Georgia Tech, are any of those games, are you a degenerate enough to watch those games? Football degenerate or gambling degenerate? Pick your poison.
I was going to say, I think the combo of both. I will probably dip in to the second game, the Montana State-New Mexico game.
Just out of morbid curiosity?
Out of curiosity.
I
don't currently have a play on it, so it'd just be out of football, jonesing for football. And by that point, we'll be done with Lions and Steelers. By the way, what do you want to see in that game? Because, we'll talk about it. It'll be on in front of us. What do you want to see?
I want to see, obviously, Hendon Hooker. That's going to be the one. I want to see him start. I want to see him come out and operate with, a scripted drive. And you're going to get off scripted sometimes. It's not always going to follow it, but I want to see. That's one of the things that the Lions have done over the last couple of years with Ben Jansen as offense coordinator is they have come out and been very productive on that first drive. How does Hendon Hooker operate when on script? And then once you get into that second, third, fourth drive, I hope he plays maybe even into the third quarter. I just want to see how he handles himself at that quarterback position. I think he should be QB2. I think he is QB2. I just want confirmation. I don't know how much Sione Vaki plays. That one's just more, I think I have fun watching him on the field. So I want to just, something fun to watch. The other one on the other side of the ball, I've talked about Levi Onwuzurike ad nauseum. We haven't had a chance to see him. We're not going to see him tomorrow. Broderick Martin. I have been pleasantly surprised at his progress. Now, do I think he's going to be an impact player? No, but he might be called upon early if DJ Reader is unavailable for the first week or the first 4 weeks. Broderick Martin is going to be a guy that is going to get some time.
With Hendon Hooker, while Dan Campbell says Nate Sudfeld has the edge, this is Hendon Hooker's job to go out and win.
Edge out of respect, I think. The veteran, going to give him the edge going into this game, but it's got to be Hendon Hooker's job to win or lose.
I mean, I think before the preseason started, he was the most intriguing Lion just because he didn't play a year ago, and it's the quarterback position, and you want to see him get his feet under him. That's going to be the key for me is seeing him continue to look more composed, more poise. I know he can take off and run, and he will show off some of that, but no turnovers, progressions, second, third read, downfield throws. These are all the things that would show that he's taken a step.
Yeah, show command of the offense. Be comfortable. Be able to, get to your second, third, fourth read, which we saw him do. And when things break down, use your legs, extend the play, get the ball downfield, or extend the play. And we saw it last week against Kansas City. Get in the end zone.
Do you think wide receiver 3 or 4, whatever we're counting Khalif Raymond as, do you think that guy's on the roster? Is that still up for grabs?
So Khalif Raymond is going to be wide receiver, quote unquote, 3. But I would be very surprised if Isaiah Williams isn't a part of whether it's 4 or 5. And in terms of, is there a guy that it will be one of 5 when they take the field week 1 that's not on the roster? I do believe that's true.
Someone will get cut.
Yeah, that is going to be an upgrade.
And will be an upgrade because they haven't been shy about it. They have been openly begging someone to win the job. And I think Isaiah Williams has played well in these preseason games, but I think his skill set is a little redundant to Khalif Raymond, right? Returner, more of that slot guy. St. Brown is a guy who they like moving out of the slot too.
Yeah, but if
they don't have a bigger receiver, so they do need to have a 5th receiver or 4th receiver that's a bigger guy, and that guy's not on the team right now.
Well, and I think if they are looking for a bigger receiver that is released or cut or they trade for on another roster, the one that would be most in jeopardy would be the big receiver that they're not 100% sold on. That's DPJ.
What do you guys want to see? 248-539-9797. We're going to be watching it live together tomorrow. Doug and Gator coming up next. I want to know what they would do if they were me. If you had broke even on the trip, do you just let sleeping dogs lie?
Yeah,
go home. You go back for one more crack at the table.
You've had some enjoyment. You had some fun, but you could go back with as much as you came with. I think that's boring.
It's kind of boring.
Yeah, I think you should just let it all go.
Will Doug and Gator enable me? Will they be the responsible voices I may need in my life?
I think we could probably pick which one will be responsible and which one will say, go for it.
And are they still wearing those helmets? We'll find out next.
Yes.
It's 97.1.
All right, you guys, I know that some of you guys are finding yourself wearing a hat more and more often, or you're turning off your camera on those Zoom calls. Well, it's time to deal with your hair loss, and it's time to talk to the guy who wrote the book on it. Literally, that's Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He's Michigan's #1 hair restoration specialist. And Dr. B, he's going to restore your hair and your confidence just like he's done for thousands of guys over the years. You can go online and read all kinds of reviews from his patients who recommend Dr. B. They talk about how much younger and more confident they feel after the procedure, and they just couldn't be happier with the results, many saying it's the best decision and investment that they've ever made. Michigan Hair Restoration has so many more options than just hair transplants as well. There's lots of natural remedies, and these therapies keep getting better and better results for his patients. Dr. B has treatment plans that fit almost every budget. And right now, they've got a special that you don't want to miss. Call and book your consult and speak to Maria. Make sure you mention 97.1 and you're going to get this complimentary natural hair remedy treatment valued at $1,000 at your consultation. Download Dr. B's Ultimate Guide to Hair Loss and Restoration today at MichiganHairRestoration.com. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
You're kind of judging me.
I am? Why? How?
I said I just checked in for the flight.
Yeah, it seems like last minute.
They're not going to give the seat away. What difference does it make if you check in like a couple hours before or 24?
I'm not really judging you. It's just not how I would do it. As soon as I got the notification that, 24 hours you could check in, I go ahead and check in so I know I'm all set.
I normally do, but I don't know if you're aware of this. We've kind of been on like a bit of a tight schedule since we arrived. I hadn't checked until just now.
Yeah, but what were you doing 24 hours ago?
We were probably on the plane.
We were on the plane.
Yeah.
You can check in at the same time.
I guess I should.
They got Wi-Fi now. Were you on Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I could have done it.
Yeah.
Greg, are you judging me too?
No.
Okay.
If anything, I check in at the airport.
Yeah, I'm with Greg too.
You don't. Wait, whoa. You don't go to the counter, do you?
Not
No.
the counter, the kiosk.
Why don't you do it on your phone?
Why don't you just do it on your phone? We got an app. You don't even have to bother with that.
You don't have to wait in line.
You know, John, I don't know about you, but I'm kind of old-fashioned.
Oh.
No. Yeah. So Mr. Old-fashioned.
So I do. I will have to say this. I'm not waiting. We'll see you at the gate. This is one where you could do it on your phone, and then you could
Peace
just
out,
walk
Greg.
right to security
It's all you.
and walk right through.
I usually
Well,
wait
Heather,
last minute. I don't usually use the kiosk like Greg, but like I check in as I'm like waiting in line through security. Like I don't jump on it as soon as I get an email or a text or whatever you're getting. I just wait till I get there.
Wow. I would never wait till I got to the airport.
How early do you get to the – like we're all on the same schedule today.
Yeah.
You have no choice. We're all going to shuttle over there after we,
Yeah.
How early would you normally arrive to the airport?
I would normally get there, on average, an hour and a half. If I'm checking bags, probably 2 hours before the flight. If I am not checking bags, an hour and a half before the flight, because you never know how long the security line is going to be. And Detroit has been pretty good.
Actually, yeah, it's been smooth.
Yeah. And so, but there is nothing I hate more than the anxiety of being late. And if you miss a flight, you are 100% screwed.
So when you say your time, like 90 minutes, 2 hours, is that from when the plane leaves or when the plane boards?
When the plane leaves.
Okay.
So if we're flying out, and I don't remember what time our flight
I think
is.
it's like 9 something.
If it's 9:30, I would prefer to be there at 8 o'clock. And I believe we will be. 'Cause
Yeah,
we're
we'll
supposed
be
to leave
fine.
here, right after the show.
Yeah,
so.
we're not going to have an issue today.
No.
I had more than enough time, but I did have a little panic flying out.
I was on the flight. I kept looking around. I'm like, as I'm walking on, I see Greg.
Because
So I'm
John
like,
gets
check.
to board early.
I see Greg, and I'm like, okay, check, Greg's here. I'm looking around. I'm like, I don't see cookies. I wonder what's going on. I almost text you, but then I thought, nah, I'm just gonna see what happens.
So as the new guy, it would have been a terrible look if I missed the flight out to
That would
Vegas.
have been epic.
And that's all I could think about because I, too, like to get there with more than an hour
Yeah.
to be fine, to be safe. I'd rather, if I got to get some food, I know airport's more expensive. I'll pay it just to be there and,
Sure.
and be fine. But I don't know what I was thinking yesterday because I stopped to get food on the way, and then I realized we kind of have a weird sleep situation. I'm going to buy, like, those sleep gummies. I didn't pack any. So then I stopped at, like, a CVS. Actually, it was a CVS inside a Target.
Is that just melatonin?
Yeah, they're a little, like, without plugging the brand, yeah, just like a little melatonin to help
Okay.
put you to sleep. After about a half hour, you can go to sleep. So I made 2 stops. Then I went and missed an exit on my way to the airport.
Oh,
Don't compare me to Stoney. Don't.
Almost.
And I could
If you
feel,
had missed it, that would have been, yes.
But
you
this
would
is
have
how-
been Stony Light.
like working with you, I heard in my head you comparing me to Stoney as I missed the exit on the way to the airport. It only added 5-6 minutes, but I'm doing the math backwards in my head going, I'm going to be inside an hour. What if security's too long?
Right.
What if then I get to the
The
parking
panic.
garage,
This is
and
the
I
panic
hate
don't
when
like.
people do this. They drive so slow in the parking garage. Newsflash, buddy. You're not getting a spot on the ground floor. We got to go up a few levels.
Yeah.
Just move.
But people
This
are
all goes
walking.
into
and they-
why you get there early.
You're supposed to drive slow in a parking garage.
Yeah, but on the first, I'm not saying do 45,
Right,
but
yeah,
like
you don't
more
want to
than
pick off a
more
kid
than
that's trying to make it to Disney World.
Maybe have a purpose.
I mean, on purpose,
Skater.
but be cautious at the same time. I mean,
Yeah,
people
yeah,
are
of
going to be
course.
coming through.
Yeah, and there's people that are walking all over
and
the place.
yes.
Yeah, but it
luckily
does amp
security
up
was-
when
It
you're
does.
running a
When
little bit
you're late.
behind. You're like, come on.
Yeah, and then I know how this will go if I miss it. So we had no issues. We'll have no issues today. Gator, can you confirm that you were able to get that helmet off yesterday?
Yes, with some help. That helmet was so tight on my. It like squeezed my jaw together that I started talking a little funny. I had a little like almost like a lisp, and This did not fit well. It did not fit. Doug, did yours fit you well?
Yeah, it was fine.
Yeah, mine did not fit me well. I have a bigger
Doug is
noggin, I
very
guess.
familiar with helmets, though.
This is true.
Yeah,
No, this
well,
is true.
Not
Yeah,
exactly
face mask
that type.
is a newbie.
Yeah, the face mask was a little unfamiliar, but yeah.
What are the chances you guys will wear those helmets for the broadcast tomorrow?
Slim to none.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't take them home with us.
Oh, okay.
I would love if we could.
And last question for you guys. I want to know if you'll the advice you would give me. I set aside money to bet while we're out in Vegas. Started in a hole, ended up on the positive. John's advice was to bet what you had extra. So worst case scenario, you break even. I lost it at the roulette table. I am even. It's boring. Should I just go home with what I started with, or should I play last minute and risk it to go up a winner?
How much time you got before you have to leave for the airport?
30, 40 minutes.
Oh, that's a half an hour at least.
Yeah, risk it for the biscuit.
Hey,
do you guys
man,
think?
you're in Vegas. What are you doing?
Right.
You didn't go to
Doug?
Vegas. I mean, well, you're there to work, but while you're there, I
I don't wanna
mean,
break even.
you didn't come to walk around.
I'd walk away, but that's just me.
I do it.
We knew that.
I do it.
Yep.
We nailed it. You guys came through. I knew exactly who would be a little more cautious, like I said. But then I got to thinking, I'm like, now I could just – this is almost like a Stoney moment where I could just kind of egg you on a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, and it's usually – Stoney says he's not going to say something. I could egg him on, and he'll say pretty much anything on the radio.
I mean,
for
what-
you, I think this is kind of your environment where – I mean, you're the cash the ticket guy. I think I can egg you on to bet just about anything in here.
What's
Five
the
hands
what's
blackjack.
What's your game? Is it blackjack?
Blackjack.
Go play
Yeah.
some blackjack, man.
Okay.
It's a mistake.
down.
Live a little.
It's a mistake. Walk away.
Yeah, you knew you were going to gamble when you went there. You brought cash with you. Hey, if I lost X amount, I'm good with it. So
I'm good.
Have
So let's
fun.
lose it. Let's
No,
go.
let's win it. Let's parlay. Let's get
That's
it
right.
going.
Consider the
Go
fact
home
that
a
you didn't
rich
lose
man.
anything as a win. Feel good about yourself. You didn't lose anything.
Feel better about yourself. You're not going to have any regrets. Let's go.
You beat Vegas. They didn't take your money.
Vegas didn't beat you. You didn't beat Vegas. You only beat Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
You walk
If you
home
go
a winner.
away –
If you walk away,
Doug's point is well, I think, well stated. If you walk away from Vegas with as much money as you came from with, you beat Vegas.
You were hardly there. You didn't even sleep when you were there, did you? Come on.
yeah.
Live a
Like
little.
4 hours.
Have some fun, man. Don't you want to say
Kid.
double down? Boom. Come on. Split them.
I am going to
Let's
play.
go.
I am going to play.
Yeah,
I do
there's
need to
that
get up and
spirit,
do it.
Jimmy.
I'll report back later with the text to you
just
guys
send me
and
a
let you know
text.
how it
Yeah,
goes.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I tried. Miss
Good luck,
Miss
Costa.
I tried, but go ahead.
Come on. Kitty needs a new catio attachment. I don't know. Something like that.
What do you guys got coming up before we get out of here?
Lions, huge weekend. We'll preview it.
He's itching. He wants to gamble.
Let's get out of here. All right, Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Hi, Scott.
Hi, Doug.
Today is a Friday.
It is indeed.
Time for a Friday.
It is.
And it's a football Friday. How about that?
Well, it kind of is.
Yeah, I mean, look, I look at this as sort of the teaser weekend with week 0, but also an important final preseason game for the Detroit Lions. So it's football. It's a light football weekend, but it's a football weekend. And I'm looking forward to leaning into it. We'll be a part of that broadcast, the Lions alternate broadcast tomorrow through DetroitLions.com. Gator and I in the third quarter, watching the game with you and commenting. It's a Manicast. It's a local Manicast. Look forward to doing that. So that'll be tomorrow afternoon. I'll be honest. I have no idea where I'm going to be. I'll explain later. Hopefully there are no issues, but I'm not sure where I'm going to be. I actually could be here, believe it or not, but probably not. How was your Thursday?
It was all right. Yeah. I mean, not happy the Tigers lost, but so be it.
Yeah.
And last night, not a whole lot. Not a whole lot going on. I can't even think what I was watching. I didn't watch football.
Not Little League World Series?
No.
Do you watch any of that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't. You know what it is? Honestly, it's not I have no issues. The kids playing ball. I don't like the shots of the coaches and the managers because half of them think like they're ready for the show, and the other half are like feel like they're really good guys. So it's the bad half that I can't stand.
Yeah.
You know, the guys. And then it also was. We didn't even get into this yesterday, but like the coach who was upset with Aaron Judge when the story came out, the Tigers playing against the Yankees from Williamsport on Sunday, and the coach of Staten Island apparently was very upset with Aaron Judge and singled him out and said he really didn't interact enough with the kids. You know, he's a hero to these kids. He didn't even turn around when he was in the batter's box and all the kids are shouting his name. He wouldn't even turn around and acknowledge him. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, now maybe Aaron Judge is just the worst person ever, right? And he doesn't want to deal with kids and you think, oh, what a jerk. But you know what? If I'm the coach, I'm going to teach my kids that, hey, you know what that is? That's discipline. He's locked in, kids. He's so locked into what he's doing, he's not paying attention to us. He's working at his craft. This is why he's the best player in baseball. And treat it that way. Don't go to the media crying about it. Well, that's just weak,
There
man.
was nobody who was in more demand than Aaron Judge. Okay?
Right.
I watched a lot of that Saturday morning when the Yankees and Tigers landed, was Sunday morning, in Williamsport, and nobody drew a bigger crowd. Nobody was in more demand than Aaron Judge. So did he have to spread himself thin? Did he perhaps skip some people that really wanted to have interactions with him? Yeah, but it is completely, I mean, it's showing no empathy for the challenge of being the most popular player there that day. And it's too bad that the coach felt that way. It's even worse that he went public with it.
Why go public with it, dude?
I don't know.
How about be happy that the kids got to interact with the other players? It was really cool to see Jazz Chisholm in the stands with the kids. It was great that you got to interact with. How about the Tigers? And I mean, I get it. You're from Staten Island. You're from New York, but
well,
come on.
It's interesting sometimes the things that triggers people. Like that is an absolute privilege and awesome opportunity for those kids, and not getting exactly what they wanted triggered the coach. I've been surprised in my lifetime to be around when people get triggered, and I feel terrible when it happens. But I'm also like, when we have like station remotes, and somebody doesn't win the prize or doesn't get a T-shirt or something like that?
It's rough.
I'm been amazed at how triggered they get, and I'm like, okay, we only had 200 T-shirts, or the winner was drawn before you got it. I'm sorry, but you said, sorry.
We did, and we did.
And we gave away all the T-shirts, and I got that we ran out before you got here, or something like that. I'm always amazed about how.
But I don't even like Aaron Judge, And
you're defending him.
And I'm defending the guy. I just wish that the coach had never gone public with it. Just keep that to yourself. And like I said, you could have used it as a teaching moment for your kids and said, "This is what we mean. We want you to be focused. We want you to be locked in." This guy isn't listening to any outside noise. He's focused. He's
Got a
able
job to do,
quiet
and he's
everything
doing
down.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Even though they lost to the Detroit Tigers. Woo!
Yes, they did. Tigers spoiled the party. They did that Sunday, and that was our World Series.
And then they win 1 out of 3 against the Cubs.
Yeah. But they're 4 games under with 4 games against the White Sox.
What are you saying, Doug?
Well, do some math, Gator.
Okay.
If they win all 4,
Then they'd be back to 500.
is it possible they win all 4?
It's possible. I mean, they do have 2 starting pitchers going this weekend.
So you got to count on undecided did not come through yesterday. Undecided. Middle innings undecided was a problem.
No, well, Kent Maeda and Joey Wentz are a problem.
Yep. Well, that was middle innings.
Yeah, those were those are probably the 2 worst pitchers on the staff.
Yes. Well, that's what happens when you have undecided going. So, Lions in action tomorrow, 1 o'clock. Burning questions. It's a huge day for a group of players. It's a big day for a couple others. And it could be a big day for some guys that perhaps are on the bubble somewhat surprisingly. We'll get to that today at 10:20. Carson Anderson on a Friday, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket, 248-539-9797. Lions in action tomorrow against Pittsburgh. You know, this game is available on the NFL Network, but it's also, we've got the local broadcast with Ross and Tate on the call, and we'll be doing the alternate broadcast. But the national storyline with this game is the fact that Pittsburgh doesn't know who their starting quarterback is yet either. Well, I shouldn't say either. They don't know who their starting quarterback is. Russell Wilson hasn't been named the starter yet. Justin Fields is there. So this game, like if the NFL Network is a national broadcast, that's probably all they're going to be talking about. But who really cares? Not our problem. We've got our starting quarterback. But Gator?
Doug?
It's a huge day for some Lions.
It is.
Let's start with the wide receivers. Huge day for Isaiah Williams, Donovan Peoples-Jones, Caden Davis, and Darius Fountain. It's one of those weird deals where, and I mean, I can conclude Tom Kennedy in this group. I'm not sure that Tom Kennedy is going to break through and make the team out of camp again. He seems like he's a practice squad guy. He's an emergency break glass. When you need him, he'll be there. But who makes this team? Do they keep 5 wide receivers? Donovan Peoples-Jones is a bigger wide receiver as Isaiah Williams. And not only do these guys have to win out the battle amongst each other, they're going to have to win out the battle amongst guys who become available on Tuesday. Right? I mean, there are 31 other teams that also are going to be cutting people. So if you're Donovan Peoples-Jones, Isaiah Williams, for any of those guys, you're like, not only do I have to beat these guys, I have to beat all the guys that are going to be released on Tuesday. And at least I know the system. I'm here. But if they evaluate somebody somewhere else better than me, and there's a list of candidates we're going to go through later that could get cut, then it could be a very short-lived time on the roster.
It could be. I feel like when Dan Campbell said that he was desperate to see somebody come up and just claim the prize of that extra receiver, I feel like he meant it for a group of people and not this guy. I don't think he meant that for Isaiah Williams. I think he was looking specifically for one of the bigger body types, and they're all 6'2". It's not like they're huge, right?
Right.
But one of those guys at 6'2", 200 plus. I think that's what it was meant for. I think that was meant for Caden Davis, who's 6'1", I guess, but Darius Fountain at 6'2". I think it was meant for Donovan Peoples-Jones at 6'2". One of those guys, unfortunately, Traquan Smith also at 6'2", he broke his hand. So it's for those guys. And somebody step up, because none of you has when it comes to the preseason game. We've seen maybe in practice these guys have looked good. We haven't seen it, but because we're only at 2 practices. But all the reports were Darius Fountain was really good. The DPJ had, for a very short time, a short stretch, had a really good short stretch of practices. But when it comes to the games, nobody has stepped up. Isaiah Williams has stepped up, and it looks like, okay, yeah, I didn't mean you, but good.
Yeah, it's awesome that he has stepped up.
So I hope he makes the team because he deserves it. You go by merit, he deserves it. So the other receiver spot, now you're looking specific for a body type, I think. I really do. Because I think Isaiah Williams has done everything to show that you shouldn't let him go. And I don't know if you can sneak him on the practice squad. But these other guys step up, but I really think that it's coming from outside the roster. I think they're going to pick up somebody from another team. They'll find another player.
I think it's quite possible.
Or even trade.
Dave Burkett projected his 53-man roster, a Lions insider, Freep, and he's got Amon-Ra, St. Brown, obviously, Jamison Williams, and Khalif Raymond making the team. Duh. I'm not dying, Dave. I'm just saying we all know that. I'm not.
Wow.
But he also has.
That's fired.
Yeah. He also has Donovan Peoples-Jones and Isaiah Williams making it. Now, the good news is if they love Caden Davis and Darius Fountain, those guys might be able to get snuck through into the practice squad, right?
Davis, I would imagine, yeah. Darius Fountain, I mean, I think both can be snuck on there, but I think there's different rules that apply. I mean, Fountain's a 4-year player, so
yeah, I think you can keep veterans now. I went and read the. It's just changed. It's just changed, and you can keep a veteran player. So feels like it's a huge day for all those receivers. Is it a huge day for Brandon Joseph? Is Brandon Joseph going to make this roster, or does Brandon Joseph need to perform one more time to kind of be a guy that solidifies a spot.
Well, it feels like Brandon Joseph, the battle is between Brandon Joseph and C.J. Moore, right? And C.J. Moore has the upper hand in that he's a special teams guy. He's been very good on special teams. But as an overall defender, I don't think there's any question Brandon Joseph has been the better overall defender. So when it comes down to it, I mean, to me, I'd go Brandon Joseph. Not just because he's my guy, but trying to be as objective as I can.
Right.
This is a guy who's played well when the time comes when you're going against an offense and you need somebody on the back end of the defense. And I think he really has played well, and he deserves to be on this team.
So here's the thing about it. Just like everything else, we have been privy to some of the information, but not all of the information. Right. Remember yesterday when we were out of camp, we saw Hendon Hooker put the ball on the ground again. And what we were watching, he did it 2 other times in that practice on Wednesday. And he's got a ton of promise. I'm really excited about the future of Hendon Hooker. But when otherwise somebody that we accept as a really good coach, Dan Campbell, says something that we don't understand, like Nate Sudfeld has the leg up right now, in spite of what we've all seen on Sundays, and that is Sudfeld has struggled in the preseason games and Hendon Hooker's looked better. But, I mean, what do they always say about quarterback play? You have to take care of the football. And again, the blame might not have been on Hendon Hooker when he ran into the fullback in practice and fumbled it. It might not be on Hendon Hooker on the missed exchange with Zonovan Knight in the preseason game against Kansas City. But if you're building a case for why Dan Campbell would say it, not building a case for Sudfeld, but trying to understand why Dan Campbell would say something that many people out there and us, I mean, we were like, the case would be built around taking care of the football. Brandon Joseph had a interception and a forced fumble in 2 preseason games. Part of the information that we are seeing screams Brandon Joseph should make this team. It feels like he would do himself a lot of good by having a good game. But in practice, if he keeps getting burnt deep and missing assignments, then that could be part of the evaluation as well.
Yeah, sure, it could be. It doesn't sound like that's it. It just sounds like it's special teams versus, just having a guy who's a potential quality backup safety. Mm-hmm. And does Brandon Joseph does he have more potential? Does he have potential to be a starting safety someday? And I just, how I feel about the attrition with injuries in the secondary. I don't think you can have enough guys back there. So if when it comes to it, I want the guy that can play. Not that C.J. Moore can't, but it sounds like and it looks like Brandon Joseph is more adept at playing safety than C.J. Moore is. I'd rather have the guy that can play that than the guy that's going to be, your contributor on special teams. And he's a big contributor on special teams.
Well, the 53-man projected roster from Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Press. I made one change from my I'm quoting now.
You want to do a Dave Burkett voice? Let it go. Maybe not.
Could you do a Dave Burkett voice?
Not really.
Yeah, I mean he's measured.
Yeah.
And says smart things.
Yeah.
So
that's neither one of us.
Yeah, that's a great point. Here's what Dave wrote. I made one change from the pre-training camp roster prediction, giving Brandon Joseph the 4th safety spot over C.J. Moore. Moore still has special teams value, but Joseph is a more capable defensive player, and the Lions have a solid core of coverage guys in Vaki, Reeves-Maybin, and Dorsey. So, meaning kick coverage guys. So, if it's a huge day for Brandon Joseph, it would do him some good. I guess it would do C.J. Moore some good. Those guys go out and have good games. All right, is it a huge day for James Mitchell and Shane Zylstra, the 2 tight ends?
I think it is. I don't think they keep both of them. So one guy's got to step up over the other or show himself more. This is a tough one because I could see there's both guys have qualities you like. Mm-hmm. Zylstra might be a more polished receiver, and yet, I don't know, I just like James Mitchell.
Yeah.
I feel like James Mitchell gives them more. There's more after the catch. I think he's more of a weapon. He's not as tall, I don't think, as Zylstra is, but as I look at it, Zylstra, well, they're 6'4", and they're both 6'4", and they're both, well, Mitchell's a little bit bigger. So who's going to give you more in the running game? Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's a wash or not in the passing game. Zylstra might have the upper hand there, but to me, I just like James Mitchell better.
Well, I always like James Mitchell. I've cited this stat a lot, but I know everybody doesn't listen to every second of every show. his Virginia Tech, his last 2 seasons at Virginia Tech, his numbers, and it was over 2 seasons, looked like Brock Bowers, the tight end out of Georgia. In terms of number of catches, it was twice as many games. But the part that I think is comparable was the yards per catch. James Mitchell was a big play wide receiver. But a big part of that third tight end is you have to be able to block. You have to be, because your third tight end comes in a lot in goal-to-goal situations. Yeah. They don't come in and where being a 18 yards per catch guy matters as much. I feel like if Zylstra's a better blocker, and that's an if he's a better blocker, Mitchell might be the better guy to have on the roster if one of your top tight ends, one of your top 2 tight ends gets hurt, and he's going to play more in, when the ball's at the middle of the field.
I mean, plus Shane Zylstra played under Hayden Fox over at Minnesota State. So
Gator, that was a TV show.
But he went to Minnesota State.
Yeah, but that was a TV show.
That wasn't
a real thing, no.
Huh.
No.
So he didn't.
No, that wasn't a documentary. It was a comedy.
He didn't play for Dauber?
He did not play for Dauber.
Or Luther Van Dam?
All right. A couple other guys. Huge day for. We'll get to that coming up. Also, we got an update on Costa.
Oh, already? Huh?
We got an update on Costa. We'll get to that update. He'd played the tables a little bit, finished the morning show. I told him to walk away. Gator said, no, go to the tables. He told us at the end of the morning show he was going to the tables.
Because he was basically a little bit, was he even or was he slightly ahead?
He was even. And so he listened to you and decided to go to the tables. We'll tell you what happened today at 10:38 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Lions in action tomorrow. Got a college football question I want to get to, Michigan and Michigan State related. We'll do that today at 11:02. Also got an update on Costa coming up. Tried to get him to walk away from the tables. Gator said go for it. We'll tell you what happened when he went for it. In the meantime, we talked about a huge day for the receivers: Isaiah Williams, Donovan Peoples-Jones, Caden Davis, Darius Fountain. Huge day potentially for Brandon Joseph, the safety, and C.J. Moore. Huge day for James Mitchell and Shane Ziltra, the tight ends. Is it a huge day for Mitchell Agude, for Matthew Betts, for the Owuku kid? I mean, how big a day is it for those guys that are battling for backup edge rusher spots?
Well, that seems like it's a pretty big day for them. You're talking about that last edge rusher on the roster, and or not just edge rusher, but defensive lineman. Even with Kaminsky out, you still have to account for whatever you want, 9 or 10 guys. I don't know if you go higher than that or not, but I still feel like Houston is safe. Do they have room to add another? Do they have room for Uku or Agude? The fact that we saw Agude lead that team out onto the field for, was it the second half or was it for the first? For the second half of the scrimmage?
I'm trying to figure out if that's something or nothing.
I mean, that's sticking with me. And I think that's a guy that they've liked. It feels like all offseason long. Back to mini camp time, we were hearing about Agude that, hey, this guy's showing up a little bit. Mm-hmm. And he's played well enough in training camp and in preseason. So I don't know if I'm looking at the numbers, can you add Agude? If you can, I would. But that means some other roster spot has to be trimmed. So yeah, I think Houston makes it. I think Agude makes it.
So according to Dave Burkett, Free Press, Houston makes it and Agude makes it. And they don't have a spot for Matthew Betts and Igwuku. So, I mean, look,
But those are two guys that might make it to a practice squad.
Might make it to a practice squad.
And I will tell you right now that if Betts doesn't land in the Lions practice squad, he'll be on somebody else's roster. It's quite possible. So if the Lions are trying to hope to get him through, I'm not sure they're going to be able to, because he's flashed. I don't know if he's been great, but he has flashed. And he had the one sack that he had last week was he just made a quick inside move, and the right tackle had no chance.
The right tackle was Kansas City's International Player Project guy, and so
he's Canadian. No, he played in the Canadian League.
Yeah, you're talking about a guy that each team has an international player that is. I don't want to say a gimmick, but it's cool that the game's trying to expand and they're allowing people to have these roster spots taken up by Europeans. But
it's more than one to play. He has flashed in some other plays, and because he was so productive in the Canadian League last year with 18 sacks, I mean that's hard to ignore too. I don't think he makes the Lions roster, but I think he makes somebody else's roster.
So, I mean, that could be again. Go back to, could it be a big day for these guys? It really feels like it could be a big day for those guys. All right, so or huge day, as we've put it. Big day. It feels like it's a big day for Sudfeld and Hendon Hooker. I'm going to guess right here, right now, that Nate Sudfeld isn't here long term, but while Hendon Hooker gets up to speed, Sudfeld's probably your backup. But Hendon Hooker could get up to speed really fast. I don't know if it's been official that he's going to start. Dan Campbell said he was going to likely get the start earlier this week. And so, that's a possibility there, is that Hendon Hooker takes first team reps, plays with guys higher up, plays with a better group of skill position players than he's played with, and just absolutely kills it. And maybe they just go with those two quarterbacks. Given the ball security issues, I kind of get the sense they're going to keep Sudfeld no matter what happens on Saturday, but that could change at any time. Like if Hendon Hooker's practicing well and is tightening things up and taking better care of the football, I could see Sudfeld not being here long term. But I mean, it sounds to me like if they feel like if they got to win a game, have to win a game and they have to go to a backup quarterback. I wouldn't be surprised if they went with Sudfeld and he got the bulk of the snaps, but they had a package of plays in there for Hendon Hooker.
Right. I was going to say something similar to that. Yeah, I think there's no question there's a skill set that Hendon Hooker possesses that the other two quarterbacks don't. That being said, I think week 1, if you had to go to a backup, it would probably be Nate. If it's week 5, it might be a different story.
Yep.
It's just a question of, is he doing all the little things you need to do to clean up on? Like you said earlier, that we saw Hendon Hooker, the ball hit the ground when he was out there on Wednesday, and apparently did it a couple more times that we weren't that we didn't notice. So that you got to clean that up, and you'll have opportunities to get plenty of reps running the scout team. You'll get some reps, just trying to see who the backup is. I mean, I think because they're so close that if you were to give, let's say, 10 snaps in a practice to the backup quarterback, that they might be split evenly or something like that between those two, rather than just go all 10 go to number 2 and then nothing goes to 3.
All right, we'll continue. Other guys that it's a big day for, maybe some surprise players that it could be a big day for. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes there's a surprise cut. So these could be some guys that need to perform, either because somebody behind them is performing or they just kind of got to solidify that last spot. Let's get the update on Costa. Okay, so we just had Jim of the morning show, people missed it, had on one shoulder he had probably the proverbial angel, and on the other shoulder he had the proverbial devil. They were in Vegas for the morning show today. He'd gone to the tables, and after some play, not a ton of play, he was even. He was trying to decide what to do. I say when you're at the tables at Vegas and the end result is you walk away with the same amount of money you started with, that's a win for you. You have avoided them taking your money. Hopefully it was fun. Gator doesn't subscribe to that theory at all.
Well, I feel like you have to battle more than 6 hours, because they just got there last night and they're just leaving now. So for me, I'd agree with that if you've been in Vegas for 3 or 4 days and you're even after 3 or 4 days, I'd kind of feel that way, right? Yep. But if I just got there, I feel like have I even gambled yet? Wait a minute, I got some time.
So Costa gives us an update. Text. Got up slightly. Didn't walk away. Lost it all. A tale as old as time. Then he adds this detail. Split aces at the end and lost both. Tragic.
Splitting aces can be very aggravating because it's a golden rule. You have to split aces. And you only get the one card on the ace. And it's tough. It's tough because you got to live with it.
So splitting aces, explain that for those of us that don't play a lot.
So when you're getting dealt, the 2 cards you're dealt, everything's face up in blackjack for the players, you get dealt 2 aces. So you have the option when you get dealt 2 of the same card, whether it's 2s, 3s, 5s, kings, aces, whatever, you can split them. But generally the rule is you don't split face cards unless they're aces. You would split the aces. But when you get aces, you can only get 1 card. You split them, so now you have 2 hands. So now you only get 1 card on each hand because they're aces. If they were any other card, you can get as many cards as you feel like doing before you bust. Right?
Yeah.
So with that, you're very limited. So you can get it. You're hoping to get face cards and then get 21 on both hands. And that's what you're doing. You're playing the odds for it. But you can just as easily get a 3.
Right.
And end up with 14, and you can't improve the hand. I want to hit. No, you can't take a hit. And it's also somewhat dependent on what card the dealer has facing up. If the dealer has a face card facing up, I don't know if I want to split the aces as much. I mean, it's the book says you should, and yet I get nervous when I see a face card. So it kind of depends what the face card or what the card was that was up for the dealer.
Just real quick, who wrote the book? Did the casinos write the book?
That guy. A guy.
Him.
Yeah, it's Copernicus. It's all math. Was he a math guy?
I don't know. So he lost.
It's math guy. It's all odds. Yeah.
He lost it all.
Well, you lose everything, or you just lose what he was up.
He said he lost it all.
Well,
He took amount of money, he put it in his pocket and said, I'm going to gamble with this amount.
Okay.
I'm going to make it last. And after playing tonight or earlier this morning, he came away even.
Then he was up a little bit.
Then he was up a little bit, and then he lost it all.
Ah, it's okay.
Well, that's the update on Costa. Talk a little Michigan and Michigan State. Got a question about next week. We will get to it at 11:05. Carson Anderson, open lines, 97.1 the ticket. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union, my new credit union. I joined because UMCU team members work really hard to ensure exceptional member experiences. I had a great meeting with them, and that doesn't happen just by accident. It starts with great leadership at the top, and they have some exciting new news to share with you. UMCU is teaming up with Will Jansen, national champion, cornerback All-American at Michigan, strong candidate to be the Big Ten MVP, defensive MVP. And you can be an MVP by opening up an MVP checking account from UMCU. MVP checking from the University of Michigan Credit Union gives you a chance to intercept your debt by becoming a member and opening up an MVP checking account. You can set up direct deposit, transfer your existing loans from another financial institution, and bam, just like that, you will get 2% off your current interest rate. This is huge because 2%, well, that can add up real quick. Intercept your debt and become a member today. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. University of Michigan Credit Union, proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. If you want to get in on a variety of topics. Of course, Tigers lose yesterday, but Torque hit a bomb. That was good to see.
It was great to see.
Way to go, Spencer Torkelson.
I mean, he's got, a couple doubles, a triple, and a home run as far as the extra base hits are concerned since he's been back, and it's just a week.
I've noticed that a good portion of the Tiger feedback we get, all the stuff that's happening now that is getting positive reviews, is met with a lot of great. Now that it's too late, it is frustrating.
Well, it depends how you look at it. Like, do you think that some of these players that are here now that are starting to contribute now, would they have been contributing all season long, or did they need to be in the minor leagues first?
I think that now, the great that it's, now that it's too late, it's different this time around because them playing well now or better now is being done by a completely different cast of players. And when you talk about everyday players. So that's something else that I think is good to see.
Yeah, I'm fine with the way this season has gone. I know there's that Matt Chapman crowd that really wanted Matt Chapman, and would he have made a difference? And he would have made a difference. Would he have made a difference enough to be a playoff caliber team? I don't think so. I think this team's hopes really got torpedoed early with the Kerry Carpenter injury, and then you had other injuries that mounted to key players like Riley Green and Casey Mize, and I look at Casey Mize being key because he was pitching better and he was reliable to pitch every 5 days. This wasn't undecided. So the great crowd, now they're doing it. They're doing it with two starters in the rotation. I mean, this is a miracle that it's happened this way.
That even this is happening.
Yeah. So I'm okay with how this season is here. It's an important. I'm not even sure if the off season is what I would say is important. It's important that the players continue at the trajectory that they're showing. Yeah. That's what's important. It's important that Jace Young proves that, this stint that he's getting with the last 6 weeks of the season shows that he's an everyday Major League ball player, and he needs to be out there on the roster to start next season. It's important to get some other guys back to show that, there wasn't just a fluke. Wenzel Perez he can play, and that can be a guy in your team. I mean, now that you've seen these guys are healthy for the rest. Hopefully, the last 6 weeks of the season, you don't see a setback with Kerry Carpenter or Riley Green, or that Torkelson takes off here and shows, we can't give up on him. Can't give up on this guy. There's reason that he's got something there, man. He does have power, but is it just a tweak to it? Like, I was listening to the game yesterday on the radio, and Bobby Scales was talking about it, that he made a tweak to his swing where he's able to load up better to get the swing started earlier, I guess, so he's not late on the fastball. Now, if it's something that's simple and it's paying dividends, great. But maybe it's more than that. I don't know. But he's got 5 more weeks here to prove that he belongs on the Tigers and not under the bust label.
Well, he's got to be getting some confidence back, too, which is nice. But 248-539-9797. All right. We asked, hey, huge game for these guys, for the Lions tomorrow. Big game for these guys. We mentioned a bunch of players. This could be a surprisingly big game for them. I'm going to run through a couple of names here, and you tell me if you think it's possible. It's a surprisingly big game for, start with running back Craig Reynolds. Is Sione Vaki making it so Craig Reynolds is expendable?
I'm not sure. I mean, this is again, Craig Reynolds looks like it's, and he's coming off a little bit of an injury in practice.
Yep, and I've been really comfortable with him as RB3.
Yeah, I like him a lot, and he's got some special teams as well. But Sione Vaki that's a roster guy that absolutely belongs on the roster, but I think he's also a guy that provides the flexibility enough that a guy like Craig Reynolds can stay on the roster.
Yeah.
Because you can plug him in a number of different places, even on defense, perhaps. So I love Vaki's versatility, and Craig Reynolds he does the little things that you need for. I mean, that's a role player. Hey, we need a tough yard. He's got the tough yard. Hey, we need you to block on this play and be unselfish. Yep, that's what I'm all about. Whatever you need me to do, and he does it well. And a guy like that, you want to reward guys like that.
I mean, they might
but they could get to a roster crunch.
And it could be like, hey, we're going to keep Agude and we're going to keep Wuku. And, okay, where do we shave off and get another roster spot? That might be a position where they decide they can get away with Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, and Sione Vaki. But, look, I like Craig Reynolds, but we know Vaki's not going anywhere, and we know the first two aren't going anywhere. The only one that can possibly get cut in this dynamic is Craig Reynolds. Could it be a surprisingly big day for James Pascal? And the only reason I ask this is he was on the field in the fourth quarter of that game against Kansas City. Did they have him out there because he had something to prove?
Not sure why he was there. It was a little strange to see. You don't know. I don't know. I don't know if anybody ever asked Dan Campbell of what was the reason to have Pascal in that late. Was it just situational? Hey, let's put him in a situation he needs to get his feet wet, or was he?
Nobody's writing about this,
right?
So I suspect he's fine.
Yeah.
But I just found that, okay, what does this data point mean that the guy's on the field in the fourth quarter?
Was there an injury? Hey, we need somebody to go in.
Yep.
Oh, Pascal's going. Okay.
Yep.
Well, Josh wants a rep, so Josh is getting a rep.
Yep. And then there's James Houston, who, again, never in a million years did I think going into last year that we'd be having this conversation, or maybe we shouldn't have this conversation. For the record, Burkett's got both Pascal and Houston making the roster. The roster spots are very valuable. Feels like Houston's been battling injuries and sort of stopped making much of an impact, it feels is like. That's the case. Now, again, practice might tell them something completely different. And they might find all this talk to be foolish and completely nonsensical. But just wondering, is this a thing?
Yeah, I really hope that Houston has a spot, because we've seen the pass rushing ability that it's there.
Yep.
And maybe it's just a one-trick pony, but that's a nice pony to have.
It's a nice trick. Is it a pony or is it a trick?
Oh, it's a one-trick pony.
Yeah. It's a good trick. So 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback coming in. Marlon writes in, keeping three quarterbacks is a joke if Nate Sudfeld is one. The Lions cannot win a game with him. Now Hendon Hooker can win you a game and can also lose you a game. Only way to keep three quarterbacks is if you got someone better than both. Well, we'll get into that a little bit later on. If somebody else comes around that's better than both. I mean, keeping three quarterbacks is a joke if Nate Sudfeld is one. Hendon Hooker can win you a game, but he can also lose you a game. You cannot win a game with Nate Sudfeld. I would imagine that they see that completely differently. And I can't make this more clear. I'm not building a case for Sudfeld. I'm building a case for why Dan Campbell said what he said.
What is it that Burkett said about the Sudfeld thing? Because there was something in there about practice squad.
Sudfeld is more capable than Hooker of keeping the Lions afloat if Goff suffers a short-term injury. But Sudfeld strikes me as a backup without a robust market that if he's released, the Lions could pay him on practice squad to trump an offer from another team.
So is it because he's a veteran that he has a choice of which practice squad he wants to go to? Like I can't imagine that another team is going to pick him up and say, we want him on our active roster. So then it goes to whatever team wants to put him on a practice squad.
Yeah.
Couldn't the Lions just do that, and you can activate a third quarterback for games or the third quarterback is always available to you and during game day?
I think you can.
So why not carry two quarterbacks on the roster and let Nate go? I mean, they're obviously not cutting Hendon Hooker.
Yeah.
Even if Sudfeld has the upper hand, because nobody else is going to get him. No one else is going to take him away.
That's a good point.
And it frees up a roster spot for somebody else, whether it's Uku or, Craig Reynolds.
It's a good point by you, Scott.
Well, I'm here for you, Brad.
In case he's listening.
Yeah.
Again. 248-539-9797.
Well, we did flatter him the other day, and he acknowledged the flattering.
Next text from an unnamed texter. Can anyone explain why you're supposed to hit on 16 when in theory there are only 20 cards that can help you and 32 that end your hand? Can you explain that?
There's math involved. I don't want to try to figure out the math. I just know that depending on what the card is for the dealer, you don't always hit on 16. Dealers have to hit on 16.
Gator, I'm at a blackjack. If I'm at a blackjack table with you and you don't split aces, I'm giving you a look so filthy you're going to need a shower.
I always do it. I just don't like to do it sometimes. That's all. I always do it.
This is why I don't play.
Well, this is also why I love to play just one-on-one with a dealer. If you can find an empty table, I love it.
Do you?
Yeah. What I don't love is when the dealer is ultra fast with the one-on-one. Sometimes you get Speedy Gonzalez up there and you're like,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
I just play 10 hands in 10 seconds and I just lost 9 out of 10 hands. What happened there?
But dude, that's going to give me a dirty look if I don't do what the book says. As someone who doesn't know the book, that's why I don't even try.
But you're a math guy. I figured you'd be an absolute by-the-book kind of player.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Because I'm a math guy, I don't play.
Fair enough.
All right, college football, something early next week. I'm very much looking forward to Michigan and Michigan State game week. We will get to that coming up today at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Okay. Something out there that I've paid attention to all summer, almost pulled the trigger. I just can't get over. I have a debate in my own head every time I see one of these, charming or creepy. And I want to get your 2 cents on it, all right? And we will get to that today at 11:20.
All right.
Charming or creepy?
That's a great question.
Yeah, it's
one I struggle with every day, Doug.
Whether or not.
Am I being charming or creepy?
I'm not talking about you.
I wasn't saying you were. I was putting myself. I'm just, is that a juxtaposition?
You're trying to be
just,
one, but scared you might be.
Yeah, right. I was really, that wasn't charming. Oh, no, it was creepy. Fair enough. Okay.
Noted.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, here's some information to use for future reference. All right, so next week, game week, Michigan and Michigan State. Something that we might get here, Gator, is one of my favorite things, depth charts.
You do love a depth chart.
I do love a depth chart.
I, too, enjoy a depth chart.
I get excited when I get to see the first depth chart, or any depth chart.
I just don't know if we can trust the depth chart.
Oh, you can't.
The only charts you can trust, and I'm not even sure they're really depth chart, are when you get, for like hockey.
The line charts?
You get the line charts. I love the line charts in hockey. Because generally speaking, they stick to that. Unless the game isn't, then they might change them up at some point. But they're usually pretty true to that, whether it's the NHL or maybe more specifically in college.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God those are there. From a broadcasting standpoint, anyway.
So, are Michigan and Michigan State going to release depth charts? Spartans often do most game weeks, they do their big media day on Tuesday, correct? I think.
I believe so.
That's been the case in the past. But they play on Friday, so we're going to assume here that the Spartans are going to do something on Monday, regardless of whether or not that's going to be the norm.
New coach? Don't know.
New coach, don't know. That new coach last year, when he was at Oregon State did release a depth chart. Michigan under Jim Harbaugh did not release a depth chart. But let's go ahead and assume that they both do. What's the first position that your eyes are going to go to see who is where or who's on top? If there's no ors, and a lot of times there are ors. A lot of times these things are meant to be vague, but you're gonna look nonetheless.
I think I always go straight to the offensive line and just see. I like to look at the height and weight and class, and see if there's anything different. We go with a youth movement, and hey, we got a bunch of, second-year players that are getting a chance to play here.
Yeah,
that's kind of where I like to go.
Is there anyone in particular on this team that you want to see if they're going to start or who won the starting spot? Like, is there anything specific?
I guess that I don't know if it's anything specific. Again, it might be just the class to see like how many seniors are there. Are they transfer players? Right now I think there's a couple transfers that are slated to start at center and guard. But otherwise, I think they've got some on the right side. You might see some youth. Maybe just because you have to. Christian Phillips is a redshirt sophomore. Ashton Lepo is a redshirt sophomore. Gavin Brocious is a redshirt sophomore. And Stanton Ramil is a redshirt freshman. That's the depth that you can see right now, and that's just for right guard and right tackle. So some young players are going to get a chance to play a lot, and I'm excited about that because that's the foundation.
So if Michigan releases a depth chart, like you, probably the first things my eyes are going to go to is, did they name a starting quarterback? Is it Alex Orji or is it Davis Warren? And I told you I start getting Davis Warren vibes, and this is about the time of year where you kind of get the surprise, wait, what? Where in the past it's been, everybody thought it was going to be Drew Henson, but this Brady kid, everybody thought it was going to be Scott Dreisbach, but this Greasy, he don't forget about him, which everybody had already forgotten about him. It's happened in the past a few times where there was sort of this kind of group think that everybody thought it was going to be somebody and it turned out to be somebody else. And at this point, I'm starting to get the same vibes with Davis Warren, but they're just vibes. Then I'll go to the offensive line and go, okay, is it the way I suspect it's going to be, which is Miles Hinton at the left tackle spot, Josh Preeb, the transfer from Northwestern, at left guard, Greg Crippen or Raheem Anderson, who won the center spot. Gio Hottie is expected to be the right guard. And then who's at right tackle? Is it Gentry? Is it Percy? Is it Link? Who's going to win that spot? And so I'll be looking at that real quick. Then it's who's the third wide receiver? I think the belief is Tyler Morris, who had the big catch and run for a touchdown in the Rose Bowl. Tyler Morris and Samaj Morgan as two of the wide receivers. Is it Frederick Moore at the third wide receiver? Is it Amarion Walker, the twice transfer back at Michigan, who's just, I guess, a physical freak? Did he do enough to win the spot? Who's the third running back? Is it Benjamin Hall? Did Jordan Marshall, the true freshman, win the spot?
Deep.
Well, I am. And then did Jair Hill, Sugar Hill, win the corner opposite of Will Johnson? Is he the guy? And I hear a lot about Wesley Walker, the transfer from Tennessee. He's Tennessee, right? Yeah, he's the one from Tennessee. Is he going to be the guy at one of the safety spots? Did Quentin Johnson win that safety spot? So there's a lot to see here.
Was Wesley Walker the name of a Jets receiver in the late 70s, early 80s?
Is it Welker?
No, Wes Welker was the other guy, but Wesley Walker I thought was
I think this is his son.
A Pro Bowl player from the Jets back in the day.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is his son. So I'm not fully ready for the season. It feels like it's been a short summer.
Well, it's interesting.
It's crash course next week, people.
Look at Michigan. The quarterback thing is interesting because, I mean, just from me on the outside looking in, I could see him playing both quarterbacks. They bring different skill sets. And why not? You want to give reps to Orji for sure, and whether or not he's the starting guy. Maybe he ends up being the starting guy. But, I mean, he needs to be on the field. He's too much of an athlete not to see the field and make plays. And yet if Davis Warren is the guy who's maybe has the upper hand because of his acumen with the plays, then he's got to get time too.
All right, 248-539-9797. If you want to jump in on any of this, what are you going to be looking for when those depth charts come out? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, open lines. In the meantime, Gator, I want your take on this. Charming or creepy? We'll get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, we made it to the weekend. Twin Peaks is ready to host the party all weekend long. They've got new food items to brag about, starting with the new Queso Birria Tacos. 3 crispy flour tortillas filled with in-house smoked brisket, mozzarella, onions, cilantro, served with pickled red onions, grilled jalapeno, lime, and birria broth for dipping. They've also got rolled out 2 new flatbreads, the Backyard Brisket Barbecue and Chicken Tikka. And, just in time for football season, 2 new wing sauces. We love their awesome and gigantic breaded wings and tossed in the new chili crisp, and are always hand-cut and breaded to order boneless wings with the new tikka sauce. Pair all that up with the beer of the month, which is Miller Lite, at an awesome $5 for an ice-cold 22-ounce draft. Enjoy it all during Detroit's final preseason game Saturday at 1 p.m. If you're still looking for a spot to host your fantasy football party, let Twin Peaks host your party. Special perks to all league members, as well as extra special bonus for commissioners. They can't wait to invite you back in for football season. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com for details. Find out today why Twin Peaks blows the competition away. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Karsh. Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Over
right.
lines, 248-539-9797.
One of the other things I love looking at on a roster when it comes to depth charts and stuff like that, picking out just a name that seems cool. Michigan State's got a name, at least one, but there's one that stands out to me that is just, well, not actually, now I'm looking at that. There's two, but there's one that's just awesome.
All right.
Does Michigan have, I'm wondering if Michigan has a contender. Do you see a contender on Michigan's roster?
To be better than?
Quindarius Dunnigan, who looks like he's going to start on the defensive end.
Quindarius Dunnigan, huh?
Yes.
Does Michigan have a better name than Quindarius Dunnigan?
He's a transfer from Middle Tennessee.
Probably not. I don't know. Who, you got another one?
Yeah, this one's great, but I'm not sure on the pronunciation on the first name because of the way it's spelled, but I think it might be pronounced Legend Cavazos. Lejond. It's a transfer from North Carolina. Also, it used to be at Ohio State. Legend Cavazos.
These are cool names. I mean, now look, my favorites in terms of names.
Yeah, just name.
Jaden McBurrows. I like the name McBurrows. Marion Walker's a cool name. Dom Gadis. Deacon Tonelli. They do have Alex Orji for whatever it's worth. I see your Quindarius and I raise you an orgy.
What about Atticus Carradine?
Oh, man, you got some names over there.
There's some names, man.
You got some names over there.
Go green!
Yeah, we're hoping depth charts. Like Michigan didn't put out a depth chart last year. I don't know if Coach Moore is going to do the same thing that Harbaugh did. I hope he does, even if they're meaningless.
But they're fun for us.
They're fun for us. 100%.
I used to love it under D'Antonio when they came out each week, and I loved it.
Was it an Orr Fest?
Then it became an Orr Fest. So-and-so, or so-and-so, or so-and-so.
Yeah.
It became that way with some of the positions. But generally speaking, it was pretty set forth, and I just really enjoyed it.
There was a while there under Lloyd Carr that if you were a senior, you were always listed as a starter, but you were listed, if you weren't if you weren't obvious a starter, you were listed as an or, and the only reason you were listed as a starter is because you were a senior. That's the way I fully believe that Coach Carr did things. But we look forward to seeing if there are depth charts next week.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yep.
That really would be great.
It's somewhat helpful.
Well, it's
from
helpful
what I understand
for us
play-by-play
and our
guys.
Yeah, not just play-by-play guys, but talk show guys. It's it's good to know the pecking order. Do they change? And the other thing that's fun is, do they change week by week? Like, have you seen this guy's had a good week of practice? He got into the game on Saturday, played well, and he had a good week of practice last week. So look who gets elevated. Mm-hmm. That's a change. We got to change.
Or suddenly there's just an or mixed in. Ooh, there's an or.
Ooh, we got competition. Look what happened. Hello.
Are we too easy to entertain?
Yes.
Okay.
But we're men. We are easy. Yeah, but we're not hard to figure out.
But is it only us that sees a depth chart and stops what they're doing? Like, whatever it is,
you and I
got a depth chart. Are we the only people that when Michigan State or the Lions put out a depth chart, whatever it is I'm in the middle of, I stop and I look at it and examine it.
I think the majority of football fans will stop and do that.
Do you think so?
I think so.
Okay. All right. Well, that's easily entertained. All right, Gator. Look, we've had families traveled around this summer. Mm-hmm. Most recently up north. Spent 3 days bouncing around up north before we went to our place, Petoskey. And as we were looking at places to stay, I considered bed and breakfasts.
Okay. Yeah.
Charming.
Was it just you and the wife?
Yes.
Okay.
Charming or creepy?
I don't think that. I never even thought for a second that they'd be creepy.
I can't shake. I think a high percentage of bed and breakfasts.
I mean, creepy because it's like a sex fest?
No, creepy because it's like haunted.
Oh, that.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, what went on in this room last night? I don't know. Because of haunted?
I think they look creepy. I think a good number of bed and breakfasts look creepy. Is it just me?
Huh.
I feel like I'm living in somebody else's haunted house.
I have never looked at them that way.
No?
No, I thought that I get where you're going, okay? Because the vibe I feel to the bed and breakfast is that you renovate some 120-year-old cabin or cottage or whatever, and you restore it, and you have some newer amenities like, hey, the electricity is consistent, current. You might have a USB port somewhere,
Right?
but it still has that vibe of somewhere that was, stuck and lost in time. And there's lots of wood finishes, paneling perhaps.
All the bedding is flowered.
Yeah, there's
there's
embroidery.
Yeah.
There might be you got doilies to deal with. There everywhere. There's curtains, no shades, curtains. I understand what you're saying, but I never thought of it as being creepy. I stayed in a bed and breakfast for a wedding a couple of times for different weddings, and yeah, the floors creak because they're 110 years old. And all that. There is some of that.
Nobody's got a bed and breakfast with a Frank Lloyd Wright design, right? They're all
no one's got nothing's like mid-century modern.
They
Hell
all
no.
look like the house from Psycho.
Well, yeah, but updated. Yes, not like the house in Psycho. Come on, man. I mean,
Was it Norm?
Norman?
Yeah,
Yes,
and
Norman
his
Bates.
mother. Yeah,
Norma. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I think it's always charming. I don't think it's ever
okay. It's never
creepy.
okay. No, that's why I
me
asked.
though. But maybe there are people like you that find it to be extraordinarily creepy and haunted.
So,
Haunted.
But here's the thing: is I feel like it's nonsensical. I know it's nonsensical.
Yeah.
I know that there's a really good probability that the place is not haunted. I think there's a really good probability. But I can't. You know how you have that just like gut feeling that you can't shake? Every time I saw a bed and breakfast, I said, maybe we'll stay at this place. Maybe we'll stay at that place. In the Leelanau Peninsula, there's some bed and breakfast. And then I saw a list today of the most charming bed and breakfast in each state. Yep. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not down with it. And it's a nonsensical thing that I got.
Like you kind of feel like the ghost of Prudence is flying through the hallways. Because it has to be an old name like Prudence.
Prudence is a great example. If there was a ghost, it'd be Prudence, Blanche, whatever.
Gwendolyn.
Gwendolyn. Yeah. Gwendolyn. Abraham.
Yeah. Oh, tragic what happened to Abraham and Gwendolyn back in 1904.
Yes, in the same
tragic.
In the same property.
Very room in that corner. In that corner.
So look, I'm not asking. I'm just wondering if there is anybody else is kind of like me and just can't. Or do you think they're the most charming thing ever? Because I think there's probably a more logical case that bed and breakfasts are charming.
Well, yeah, and I feel like your feeling on it is completely 100% absolutely irrelevant when it comes to the decision-making process.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, I mean it's all about the wife.
Yep.
Right? Does she like this?
Well, she's never said, "Why don't we stay at a bed and breakfast?"
Does she oh, that sounds charming? Or does she feel the same way about it?
She's never said that. I should ask her.
Would she rather stay in a bed and breakfast that's charming and old and very cute and quaint, or does she wants the updated hotel
All right,
room?
tell you what we're going to do. Let's take 10 texts.
Whoa. Thought it was supposed to be sunny and warm today.
First 10 texts at 248-539-9797. Bed and breakfasts, are they more charming or are they more creepy? Feel free, sign your text. No problem with people calling me crazy on this one because I'm not convinced I'm not. Like, this is just my own, I see it and I can't shake the feeling that they're out there. I find them creepy. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your 10 texts, sign your text. Get them over quickly. Gator, coming up next hour. Cut day is next Tuesday, but it can also be referred to as shopping day, right? Interesting list of players that could be cut and how many of them would make sense in Detroit. We'll do it in the noon hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh. All right, here we go. Justin in Macomb says, creepy. Scott at work says, creepy AF. John in Dearborn says, they are creepy.
Oh, boy.
Jeff in a truck, definitely creepy, but that's what I like. Jay and Lambert, I think bed and breakfasts are charming. I stayed in one in Steamboat Springs, and it was beautiful. Whitmer, creepy. I see a ton of them. All old and sort of scary. Next text, unnamed texter. Creepy, 100% feels like victim traps. Dan says bed and breakfasts are charming. Who doesn't love a good sex fest?
See?
Sam, headed to the lake, says charmingly creepy. Joe in Pinckney says, I find bed and breakfast to be creepy because you're staying with the person who owns the house. I like more privacy than that, but not because they're haunted, LOL.
I might be convinced it's creepy. It's the staying at somebody's house part that's the you hear a knock at the door. Oh, got your juice and muffin. What? Oh, thanks.
We got this from a listener, Scott. I think it's worth reading. They're creepy. Seriously, I feel too much pressure to interact with the owners. So, oak banisters, huh? And old oil paintings of people whose eyes follow you around at a Shakespeare bust.
Yes, exactly. Shakespeare bust. Well, that cookie, it's a chocolate chip cookie recipe we've had in the family for 175 years. Hope you enjoy it. Mm-hmm. Most people seem to enjoy it. And Holly makes the most unusual lemonade.
You starting to come and see things my
No,
way?
I am starting to see it that way. I think the number one thing is that you're with the owners of the hotel. It's one thing if it's, okay, there's somebody at the front desk. Got it, right? Employees. But it's another thing when you're at somebody's house, and you act more careful. You're like, you wake up in the morning. Oh, good morning. Sounds like you guys had a great night. Oh, hello.
The vets really carry the sound.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen at the Hampton.
No, it does not happen at the Hampton. Hampton's a no judgment zone. Just a little FYI, you may want to turn on the fan in the bathroom.
Yeah. Hey, don't worry about that smell.
It goes away eventually.
God, there's a ton of text coming in on
The
this.
house does like to settle, so don't be. This floorboard's kind of creaky. Did you say creepy? No, I said creepy. Yes, I said creepy.
The house does like to settle.
The foundation on the east side needs a little work. But the missus found some foundation in a can, and we're going to get after it this afternoon.
Dave writes in, they can be creepy depending on the hosts. Matt in a truck. My 51% is that they are more charming, but there is absolutely a creep factor at play here.
Every time I hear the word host, I think of lice.
Because if somebody gets lice, they're considered the host.
Yes, or a parasite of some kind, I think host. No, why?
You don't want to ever be the host.
No. I was going to have to MC this event.
You don't say the H word.
No. What about Twinkies and King Dons and that stuff? Oh, I mean from host. No, they're good snack cakes.
John in Lake Orion says, they're definitely creepy, like Scooby-Doo haunted house creepy.
Zoinks. Scoob.
Terry Whitmore Lake, bed and breakfast, creepy when sharing a bathroom, especially after someone down the hall just dropped a bomb.
And there's always a little water that doesn't get wiped up, whether it stays on the countertop or it's on the hardwood floor. There's like a...
Look, we're immature, okay? We're immature.
There's like a rug that is perpetually wet. Like, why is this? What the hell, man? Don't mind the dog.
Right?
What? Don't mind the dog.
She likes most people.
Yeah.
No, I looked at we had some choices to make. And I kept, I'd look at it. Oh, this is nice. I think. And then I could never click on reserve. I was just like, I
don't think that that doesn't scream the romantic getaway for Mr. and Mrs. Doug Karsh.
Some people think
I'm saying for you.
Yeah, but the bed and breakfast, I mean, isn't that, we went off to the Hamptons and stayed at a bed and breakfast.
Yeah. It screams East Coast type thing, right?
Yeah. We're on the Cape.
We're in Vermont.
Where'd you stay? Charming bed and breakfast.
We were in this lovely bed and breakfast in Montpelier. And let me tell you, they had the most marvelous marmalade for the pancakes in the morning. And the pancakes were a little thinner than normal. Not quite Swedish pancakes or crepes, but just a little thinner than normal. And then they brought out the pure maple syrup that was tapped just a season before.
There you go.
Yeah,
So now you're on board, huh?
It's totally creepy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, look, they're not for everybody. They serve a purpose. They're obviously very popular because there's plenty to choose from. But when I was the thing about up north, is just about everywhere you go, you can always find a casino to stay in. There's
What?
there's a casino. I didn't know this. There was a casino on the Leelanau Peninsula. It's not a big casino, but it's a casino.
Well, and there's one
And
just
you kinda know
outside
what you're
Traverse
getting.
City, too.
Yeah, you kind of know what you're getting. Yeah, the
Turtle Creek, is
I think it is, yeah.
And then there's one in Petoskey, and there's one at the St. Ignace.
Right? They're all over the place. So.
I guess they kind of are.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I felt like I just had this irrational fear of bed and breakfast, but
Dead flies.
yeah. Dead flies.
I just picture like dead flies stuck in a windowsill with this old lace curtain.
Right?
Creepy. Now I'm totally on board. It is creepy, man. If your wife or girlfriend wants to make a reservation at a bed and breakfast, resist. You sure? And I got to change your game plan. Like, I was really thinking we'd stay at the Inn of Bay Harbor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, something nicer. That's really expensive.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's not creepy. I mean, it's not old or
it's really expensive.
Yeah, I know.
I feel like in the last couple of years it's gotten way more expensive. But
Anywhere that is viewing the water on the west side or north side of the state, it's
not cheap. Okay, so the other thing I want to bring up here, Gator, is tomorrow at noon there's a college football game with two college football brand names, Georgia Tech and Florida State.
You got some action?
Not yet.
Oh.
Not yet. If I bet it.
We don't bet.
No, but if we did.
I don't think we're not doing that today.
I don't think so. Not with the selection. I'm not going
like
deep
6
on New
now.
Mexico and Montana. Is it New Mexico State and Montana State?
Yeah.
Whatever.
It is. And it's FCS versus FBS.
Yeah. Just so that much has been made for some reason about the new communication systems where the coaches can talk to a player. There's a green dot now.
Oh, is
yeah,
it?
For some reason that's
Why do they have to do that?
But so there's that. Do you also know, people, that starting this year, starting tomorrow, college football will have a 2-minute warning.
I did not know that.
Yeah. I remember that, but I kind of forgot about it. And so yesterday or today, actually, pre-show, I was going over, all right, what do we got? We got college football. All right, college football, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, yeah. College football has a 2-minute warning. So I feel as though, Gator, college football in the last year has decided we're just going to mimic the NFL in every way.
We're going to pay the players.
We're going to pay the players. We're having a 2-minute warning. We got helmet communications. We're having a bigger playoff. Like, it is just in almost every single way. I wouldn't be surprised if college football by week 4 implements the same kickoff routine that the NFL does. Obviously not going to week 4, but do you fully expect the college game to have the NFL kickoff rule if it's a success by next year? There was a real line of delineation between college and pro football, and there
were a lot of changes.
There were a
lot of differences.
The lines are blurred, man. They're
totally.
really, really similar.
Overtime is different. The overtime in college football really has gone overboard with the overtime.
Well, the one play from the 2-yard line is bizarre.
It is bizarre.
But anyway, 2-minute warning. Which, I mean, look,
I'm fine with a 2-minute warning.
Yeah, actually, they add, especially you get an extra timeout now.
Yeah, games are going to go longer though.
Well, that's not awesome, but I don't mind the games going longer because the game is the reason games go longer is because the commercial breaks.
Well, that's the time.
By the way, that was the part of the text thread I had with my son when he said the big noon kickoff is ruining college football. He also said that and the length of the TV timeouts. And that signed everybody everywhere.
Yeah, nobody's happy with that.
I mean, I think it's probably the biggest challenge for stadium operations is keeping people entertained for the 3 minutes and 45 seconds that they're selling Chevys.
Right.
So,
although just a word of advice. Careful what you put up there on the big screen for trivia. Just trying to put that
heads
there.
up.
Maybe review it beforehand. See what kind of content goes up there. Some may be inappropriate.
Not that this is a necessary warning, but just in case.
Some pictures might be persona non grata since 1938. But others, just do your due diligence.
Good Lord. All right, next hour we'll get into potential cuts that could make sense here in Detroit. And at 12:30, we debut something new. We'll see how it goes.
Ooh.
Yep. We'll see how it goes. We have no idea if this will be the one and only time we do this.
Hey, we like to take chances on the Carson Anderson show.
We take chances.
And as I like to say, and I think we can adopt this as a show,
Yep.
they ain't all gems.
No, they're not.
But we don't know until we try.
We're going to try something completely new.
We're going to shoot our shot.
At 12:30. You're on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, looking for a hassle-free car lease? Well, check out Sarah Chevrolet Southfield's transparent pricing. This means no hidden fees because all the taxes and the fees, they're included in every single quote. And let Sarah Chevrolet Southfield provide you with an upfront, honest deal. That's what you want. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They're open every Saturday for sales and for service, and their hours are for working people just like you and me. If you need your car serviced, they offer loaner vehicles to keep you moving. Plus, the service technicians work in a comfortable air-conditioned environment, helping them stay focused on your vehicle. I've seen it firsthand, and it makes a big difference. With over 80 new demos available, you can drive away in a brand new vehicle for thousands less than employee pricing. At Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, all new 2024 vehicles are sold at employee pricing for everyone. Choose from the best selection of used cars in the state while getting top dollar for your trade-in. You can visit the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at Telegraph and 696. They've helped me with my car, and I know they're going to take great care of you too. Visit Sarah Chevrolet Southfield today and experience unbeatable service combined with an exceptional selection.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. We'll get back to the Lions at noon. But Chris Canty on ESPN Radio, and they played this morning on Get Up. He doesn't think Aaron Rodgers is the guy in New York anymore. And he cited Russell Wilson, said, look how quickly he's regressed. And now Chris Canty thinks Rodgers, says he thinks Rodgers will get the shot and he'll be the quarterback. But the realization's going to set in his opinion, halfway through the year, that coming off Achilles at his age, that Aaron Rodgers is probably done. And Bart Scott immediately charged to Aaron Rodgers' defense.
Oh.
Yep. But you had in your show sheet earlier this week that he was really struggling and it was something we could talk about. And we haven't had a chance to. Aaron Rodgers has been a nemesis of ours here in Detroit forever. And I mean, look, I think he's still kind of he's certainly a polarizing individual.
He's absolutely a polarizing individual.
He, I was never in favor of. I mean, I never thought when the Packers let him go, I thought it was probably over. And the first thing he does is suffer a season-ending injury after 3 plays in the opener, and now he comes back in year 2, and maybe it is over. I mean, that's one of those injuries that the data says it's very difficult to come back from. You can, but just about everybody loses a half a step.
Yeah, and I also wonder because he pushed it so hard to get back, like he was trying to prove something to everybody. Like my crazy voodoo medicine is going to be better than yours and whatever. And he tried to come back and looked like that was quite a possibility. And then you saw other video of him and like, no, dude, you're not ready to come back. You still have a giant limp. Mm-hmm. Like if he had taken it slower, would he be in a better place now than instead of rushing it? I don't know. But the reports were practice last week that he was terrible. And there were major blow-ups out there on the field and nobody was playing well, but he really wasn't playing well. So I agree with you. I think it's tough to come back from that injury specifically. It's tough when you're 25, let alone when you're, 39, 40 years old, whatever he is. And, you hate to see it, Aaron Rodgers, right? But we say he's polarizing because every time you think that this guy's the biggest jerk and you can't stand him, he does something that's funny and cool. Yeah. And like, damn it, this guy.
I don't know that there is a player in sports that I have lost it for. When he was young and wasn't playing, and the Packers took a picture of their captains before every game getting ready to go out for the coin toss, and he photobombed everyone.
Yeah.
When he did was it him that did the impression of Kyle Vandenbosch imitating Ndamukong Suh? That was him, right? I mean, that was funny. He was, yeah. And now I'm just like, I don't want to hear him say anything. I don't want to hear him say anything. And part of me goes back to this paranoia I have about Jordan Love. Like it's quite possible the Packers handled this thing absolutely brilliantly. This is funny. We asked a question on Twitter today, just to kind of see what people said about which team do you feel most threatened by in the NFC. Okay, so you got the Lions, and there's the obvious rest of the contenders. There are 4 choices. We could have had other and maybe not included one of these teams. But which team was the biggest threat in the NFC? Your choices to the Lions. Your choices are San Francisco, Dallas, Green Bay, or Philadelphia. Okay? Mm-hmm. The number 1 response with 57.2% of the vote, San Francisco.
Sure.
The number 2 response with 31.2% of the vote. Care to venture a guess?
Green Bay.
Correct. The number 3 response with 11% of the vote.
Philly.
Now, if anybody's doing the math, they might know how much is left. The number 4 response with 0.6% of the vote is Dallas.
Dallas.
Now, perhaps that means we should have included other or this is funny as hell.
It's interesting. I'm surprised because you created this poll, right?
Yeah, it's like, all right, let's do something.
Division winners. That's I assume. Well, you had Philadelphia and Dallas.
Yep.
What if you took away Dallas and put the Rams?
So this Rams thing is a recent phenomenon, and wasn't it a product of the Brinson method? Wasn't it Will Brinson model? The Brinson model. Sorry.
Yes.
Trademarked.
Yes.
CBS sports writer who had the Rams as the number 1 seed coming out of the
Who might be
NFC.
soon be writing for Sports Illustrated if he keeps up with this model. Wow. What? Shots fired?
I mean, kind of 2 of them. One at Brinson and his model, and the other at Sports Illustrated.
I kid.
The Dallas 0.6% is hysterical to me. But I got to tell you, I look down there, and you know what I see in Dallas? An organization that is wrought with dysfunction. And up here, we are wrought with function.
We have function.
We are functioning. They look completely dysfunctional. And, they've got talent, but they've managed to off-season themselves into getting 0.6% of the response. Here's some of what people said. Pat said, by default, it's San Fran, but there may be some turmoil on that roster. The Super Bowl loss hangover might hurt them, I hope. The Red Ranger on Twitter says the 49ers. Travis says Green Bay because they potentially have more impact on our divisional success and thus playoff conference seeding. Josh tweets us, the Niners as one of the top 2 teams in the NFC with the Lions, but the Packers as well as a division, as in division they play twice and they should compete for a playoff spot. From RoboDoc, it has to be the team they play twice during the regular season, the Packers. Hold the most external influence on seeding and potential playoff game sites. Matthew says it has to be Green Bay. They play them twice. And they are the greatest threat to challenge for the division. Win the division, you get home games in the playoffs. Last year proved how good Detroit's home field advantage would seem to be crucial to the ultimate goal. From D Price 77, I think San Francisco will regress. D Price 77, give us more. Why? Why do you think they'll regress?
It's interesting. You look at, here's why you could. If you really believe that Brock Purdy was he was successful because of the system, he's only a system quarterback, which I'm not sure I believe, but if you believe that.
I don't believe it.
Then, okay, Brock Purdy is just average, and everybody around him makes him better. If Brandon Ayuk is not going to be playing there, that's a big weapon that you no longer have. Hang another year on Christian McCaffrey. He just got the big contract, right?
Yep.
I mean, sometimes players don't perform well after they get big contracts. If you don't believe in their defense, there's factors in there. I think they're spread a little thin because of all the money they've got allocated to players, and they've got to figure out a way to pay Brock Purdy real soon. So I could see it. I don't believe it, but I could see it.
From Tractive Golfer, Green Bay got to play them twice by default. That means they mess with our home field. Chad says the only threat Dallas brings is the refs screwing up the game in their favor. And that's a legitimate threat.
That is.
It's a legitimate threat.
We've seen it before.
Yep. Sun God says Falcons. Raymond says poor Dallas can't even get 1% of the vote of the 4 choices. From Nick, I'm not going to read your entire name, but let's just say I liked your work in Bachelor Party.
I was going to say something like that.
Nick says Green Bay, LOL.
And then some.
Why do they call you Nick? Well, anyway, Willer says it's absolutely Green Bay. Dallas won't make the playoffs, and San Francisco will take a step back. And Philly has a crazy head coach.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. Michael says all of the above. I think all 4 are better. Better than last year or better than Detroit?
Philly, to me, is the wild card in the NFC. Not the team that's going to represent it as a wild card team. But, they're wild in that I'm not sure what to expect out of them. They have all this talent. Philadelphia's got a great roster. As good as any roster in the NFC, which includes the Lions and San Francisco. I think all 3 of these teams have great rosters. But it's the coach that you're not sure about. Is he flaky? It looked like last year they were totally disjointed, discombobulated. They weren't cohesive at all. Was that worked out in the offseason? Did he have to mend some fences? Did he have to, set up some ground rules and parameters to keep this team focused and in shape and disciplined? Because if you do things like that and everybody buys into it, Philadelphia can be an extraordinarily dangerous team. But if you leave some of that unhinged, then who knows what you're getting.
248-539-9797. All right, these guys could be released. Does any of it make sense in Detroit, including Gators boy? We'll get to that at 12:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
What'd you throw out? Was that Chunder? Did you have Chunder?
Yeah. Yep.
Chunder down under?
It was taco, basically, meat and fixings.
When did you come up with the name Chunder for that?
Iron J came up with it when we were roommates. It was when we took I don't know where we got this recipe, but we took biscuits and put them in a pie pan, flattened them out, and then cooked the biscuits into like a pie crust, and then poured in taco fixing. So seasoned meat and onions and tomatoes, and get some cheese on top, cook it, and it was.
That sounds
really
delicious.
Good. It was really good. So
yeah.
Anyway. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. Let's get to your phone calls on this Friday. Matt, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Matt.
How you doing?
Good.
I was calling in regards to who's going to be the toughest for the Lions for their scheduling coming up for the playoffs.
Yeah.
And, I know it's not like a popular pick, but if you look at the Cowboys' schedule, if they come into week 3, 4, 5, and then they hit the Lions and they win those games, they're rolling with only 2 games really left on their schedule that are going to be out of reach. That would be on paper out of reach. Like the Bengals and then the Ravens. I believe it's the Bengals and someone else. But I think they're the biggest problem for the Lions. If they roll, which Dallas has the potential, they do have superstars. That's going to be the big problem for them. And it comes down to weeks 3, 4, 5, and then they play the Lions.
Well, they got to get one of their superstars in camp.
Here's the thing. I mean, after Detroit, they play more than 2 games. They got San Francisco, they got Philly twice, they got Cincinnati, and then there's some easier ones mixed in. But Detroit is in the middle of an awfully difficult start to this season at Cleveland, New Orleans and Baltimore, at the Giants, at Pittsburgh, Detroit, at San Francisco. So you're right, though. If they get off to a hot start, if they get through the San Francisco game and are in good shape, after week 8, they could be in good shape for the run, but they feel dysfunctional.
They do, but it speaks exactly to what you guys were talking about, and I agree with Philadelphia. Like Jalen Hurts and the coach not getting along, or there seems to be friction there. I mean, they're another one that, you don't know what's going to happen, and obviously, we're waiting for the season and everybody's excited. But I just look at the Cowboys, and every year, they haven't had that, 6-11 season yet that you're all hoping for. I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
Nobody likes the Cowboys, but that's
fact.
They always seem to pull enough off just to beat us or beat a team to get into the playoffs and run hot, and they're always the media's favorite. It seems like, at least the national media's favorite.
Yeah, but they also always fail. They also always fail in the playoffs. I mean, this isn't the '90s anymore. They've failed consistently since then, which is always fun. Like particularly last year when Green Bay went down there and beat them, that was hysterical.
Yeah, I do love it. So excellent. I like the topic, and I'm just hoping that we can get out and beat Green Bay and get into the playoffs.
Dude, the Green Bay thing. I've got such Green Bay paranoia. It's gotten to the point where it doesn't keep me awake at night. But I was kind of a piffy observation. Hey, what if they got it right? And then after Thanksgiving, it rattled me, man. It rattled me.
First play of the game, 43 yards downfield to Christian Watson.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, come on. No. It's like right away, just, get a wide stance and just take a kick to the schnutz.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, given the season that he ended up having, Jordan Love we're talking about here, and people don't know I had this deep-seated paranoia that Jordan Love was going to be the next in line, and that the Packers had handled it perfectly again. And wouldn't this suck? And now a year later, I'm like, oh my God, it might actually suck.
He's really good.
Yep.
He had a really good year. Yep. And I suspect he's going to be a problem for years to come because I think he's a really good quarterback. But it's a team game, Doug.
Yep.
And I like the Lions' chances. I like the Lions as a team.
I do too. All right, with that said, Gator, story today, national writer. These are cut candidates from other teams, according to USA Today. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Strong cut candidates from other teams. This guy was thought to be the backup, but then they drafted somebody who was named the starter already. And it appears that the guy that was around as the backup has won the backup job, and that is in Denver. Bo Nix has been named the starter, and it looks like Jared Stidham's the number 2. Does that mean Denver will say bye-bye to quarterback Zach Wilson? And would he interest Detroit at all? I ask this specifically of you because you are on the Zach Wilson train. And look, we each have one. For me, it's Malik Willis.
Yep.
For Kang, it is Trey Lance.
Mm-hmm.
And for you, it's Zach Wilson. Young quarterback prospects that aren't exactly panning out. But this might be your opportunity, Scott. If you are Brad Holmes, would you rather have Zach Wilson as your backup or Nate Sudfeld as your backup?
Well, when you put it that way, it's not even a question. I'll take Zach Wilson over Nate Sudfeld. And if that's possible, great. But I would imagine that from what I've heard, because Zach Wilson has played well with Denver, if Denver's going to keep 3 quarterbacks, and I mean, I think most teams will keep 3 quarterbacks. If you have a quarterback like Zach Wilson, if you were to waive him, somebody else would pick him up to be a candidate for their backup, to be their 3rd string quarterback. If Denver's going to waive him, they're going to hope that they can get him back and put him on practice squad. I don't think that happens if it's Zach Wilson. You know, if he does and the Lions put Nate Sudfeld on waivers and hey, we can always put him on the practice squad. I mean, I would in a second.
Would you?
Bring him on board. Bring Zach Wilson to the Lions. But I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think he's going to get cut.
Zach Wilson had some maturity issues, but I have a lot of grace for a young kid. Like the NFL and can be very humbling. And I think I've gotten a lot more grace with this stuff since I watched my children go through being 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. And I still hear stuff that the 22-year-old says where I'm like, oh my God. But, you know, we were all that age, and think about how different you are now or how different you were in your mid to late 20s. So I will cut some, anybody that's young and says or does things, you go, okay, they're young, they could mature.
Well, and look at the team he was on.
Yeah.
The Jets they're horrific in terms of protecting a quarterback, giving him a chance. There was no chance there. You know, and then they get a receiver for him to work with Garrett Wilson, but it's a short-lived experiment. They just, what would have benefited him, honestly, is if Aaron Rodgers was to stay healthy all season last year and he could learn from him all season and how to prepare and all that stuff and pick his brain while he's there. But he gets hurt 3 games into the season and then is gone. Yep. Okay, he'll go home and do his weekly thing with Pat McAfee or whatever, but not there with the Jets. So he didn't get any help. And were there some maturity things there? Yep. He could have handled things better, could have said things better. And I'm sure that has been a learning experience for him. And I think that he's got a great opportunity to stay in Denver and work with Sean Payton and that crew there. I think it would benefit him greatly. But hey, if he's waived, yeah, absolutely.
Same thing with another young quarterback, a guy who got some starts, but his team drafted a young player, and it looks like they've got their bridge guy. He could be the odd man out if they only keep 2 quarterbacks. New England's Bailey Zappi could be released. 8 games last year, started 8 games, completed 60% of his passes for 1,272 yards, which isn't a ton. Did throw 9 interceptions to 6 touchdowns. But again, you go, would it be an upgrade at QB2 to have Bailey Zappi?
And really, it's QB3 because whoever they get off the waiver wire is not going to overtake. Hendon Hooker gets elevated to 2.
Probably not right away. I would think that they'd be looking because if you're going to be QB3, I don't know if there's a point. I think you only get a veteran if you think he's better than Sudfeld and is more likely to win you a game.
Well, I look at it this way: everything becomes this person or Sudfeld. And you'd be hard pressed to take a name where I'd say Sudfeld. So Zappi over Sudfeld, yep.
Remember what Zappi did in that game against the Lions a couple years ago?
Vaguely.
He looked great. He went 17 of 21.
Well, that's a guy who in Western Kentucky was throwing the ball all over the place. That was their offense, high tempo, and just throw the ball 50 times a game. So he knows how to throw.
Some wide receivers could get released.
This is where I'm more interested.
We will get to that today at 12:18. And we're going to try something new here on Carson Anderson just after 12:30. Here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, you've heard me talk about FanDuel before. It is America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we got a little something different to offer you now. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Here's how it works. You get the YouTube TV base plan, and you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel at any time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook. And you will have the NFL Sunday Ticket for 3 weeks free. But you got to cancel at the end of the 3 weeks, or they'll charge you for the whole season. 21 or over and present in Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will automatically be charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes do apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Little update here. If you missed the first half of the show, I just made the comment. Oh, I asked the question: are bed and breakfasts charming or creepy? I had to admit I was a little. I mean, I felt a little foolish bringing it up because I found them creepy, and I don't think it's particularly. I think it's nonsensical. but I'm going to guess here, and I don't have the data to support this, but I'm going to guess about 90% of bed and breakfasts are haunted. I'm still searching
Just a guesstimate.
I'm looking for empirical data that support that.
Ballpark figure.
But there's also a lot of weird stuff about the bed and breakfast, as was pointed out when I discovered that when the text started flying in, we got a lot of, yes, they're creepy. But there's also people that find them very charming. And your point that, they seem like an East Coast thing. Where were you? Mount Pelier?
Mount Pelier, yeah.
And I was in the Hamptons. Like, these are places on the Cape.
Yeah.
I was summering in Maine.
Yes.
And I stayed in a bed and breakfast. So I decided, and I brought it up because last week I was gone. My wife and I, my whole family went up north, but there was a few days where my wife and I were in Traverse City area, and we had some decisions to make about where we were going to stay. And I was looking at bed and breakfast options, and I could never pull the trigger because I couldn't get past the creepy thing. So I did ask my wife during a commercial break, a topic on the show right now, do you find bed and breakfast to be charming or creepy? And I thought this is good for me to know moving forward.
Absolutely it is. Maybe she wants a romantic getaway at a bed and breakfast somewhere. In Ludington.
She texts, sounds like a bed and breakfast kind of town, doesn't it? She texts back, haven't been to one, but kind of creepy, like scary movie creepy.
Now you know.
Yep.
You don't have to do this in your life.
All good.
Yep. We're out.
All good.
We're out. Baby wants to be pampered.
It's funny because it's one thing to, it's kind of a rare occasion when we do non-sports stuff and I get listener support.
Right.
Let's face it, that's kind of a rarity.
It typically is.
But that doesn't really impact my life in any way. I don't go home at night going, people don't like that I like kale. Like people make fun of me because I wear my bike helmet when I'm mountain biking, when everybody wears bike helmets. But anyway, the point, none of this stuff particularly, concerns me personally. What concerns me personally is when we have bad shows. We're like, that was kind of boring. But I feel a sense of validation and vindication, if you will, that I don't have to go here and my instincts were correct when my wife backs me up.
As an aside.
Yes.
As I've been known to do. Last night, one of the things I was watching on TV was the Michigan Golf Weekly Show or Michigan Golf Live, whatever
Michigan
it is.
Golf Live,
with was it Bill Hobson?
Yeah.
Bill Hobson's great.
Yeah, I missed that when Bally's was off the air.
Yes, so it's back. And they were doing on the Ann Arbor area.
Mm-hmm.
So the numbered courses in the Ann Arbor area. And while he's doing his preamble before they go to the courses, he's out and about and giving, some information about Ann Arbor. And there's 35 miles worth of trails that get you from Ann Arbor to Dexter to Chelsea and Ypsilanti. And it's beautiful. And they're all handicap accessible and all this. And he's on a bridge. And he's just standing there while a biker goes past him. At some other point, he's on a bike and he's got the bike helmet on. And I'm like, that's Doug.
I saw that. Well, first of all, I saw that episode, and everywhere he was, I was like, been there. Yep, rode my bike there. Yep.
And then also, if we ever were to have Bill Hobson on the air, I would like to ask him this question. Maybe you can answer because you're a fan of the show as well.
Yeah.
What's the greatest shot he has hit on camera? Because he hit a shot on camera yesterday where he chipped in from off the green from like 25 yards away, and it went in the hole, and he does a little leg kick and a sidearm. I'm like, yeah, man, way to go.
Bill's great, and I like that show, and I always like to see local golf courses.
I love to see the courses in the state, throughout the state. It's great.
I only saw the second half of that show, and I'm not sure any one of those golf courses were actually in Ann Arbor. They were all around Ann Arbor.
Correct. Actually, I don't know if I saw the whole.
It's basically Bill hung out in Ann Arbor and then featured golf courses around Ann Arbor. But yeah, where is he? He's riding his bike. I just found the episode on YouTube. I am going to guess this trail is on the north side of town. Good job, Bill. He's got the helmet on.
I'm telling you, he's wearing a helmet, man.
Yeah, way to go. Way to go. Anyway, no, that's the DTE trail. Sorry, that's out in Chelsea. I just saw a second shot from that, and I've ridden that trail. Okay, let's get to the wide receiver thing.
Let's bring it back.
All right, these are wide receivers that could get cut. Would they interest you, Lions fans? And I got to tell you, many of these guys we have talked about in the past. We'll start with D. Eskridge, Western Michigan product. in Seattle, 17 catches, I believe, the last 3 seasons is it. Hasn't done a lot. We talked about him a lot coming out of college, but he's 5'9" tall, doesn't really seem to fit the model of what the Lions might be looking, the box they're trying to check with a larger outside receiver.
Yeah, it's a hard pass for me, dog. I like Dwayne Eskridge coming out of college. Obviously, Western Michigan guy. We root for him, but 5'9", 190 is not exactly 6'2" and 215. So, and that's what I think they're really looking for with the last receiver in this roster is somebody that has a little bit of size, because I think Isaiah Williams has done enough to make this roster to be the 4th guy. So they need a bigger receiver, and Eskridge does not qualify.
Okay, Eskridge last year had the unusual stat line as a wide receiver, and he dealt with a suspension. And that's, I don't know the details of suspension, but anytime I see suspension, I wonder if Brad Holmes and them would take a chance on a guy like that. But if it could be something very minor and insignificant. Last year, D. Eskridge, 4 games, no receptions, but he did have 2 carries for 5 yards.
Okay, then.
Yeah. All right, another cut candidate in the NFL come cut day. 2 from the Chiefs, Kadarius Toney and Sky Moore. Now, I think Toney actually had a decent game last night for the Chiefs. But they pointed out in USA Today that Xavier Worthy's in the fold, and Marquise Hollywood Brown seems to have avoided injury, and that there's no Rashee Rice suspension just yet. So, could they move on from Kadarius Toney? Could they move on from Sky Moore?
I would move on from Kadarius Toney. We talked a little bit about him yesterday. It was part of the NFL questions, and I just too much of a case of the dropsies, not paying enough attention, not being focused enough, and he's got a little more size, but he's only 6 feet. I let that go. I don't want to go anywhere near that. Sky Moore, again, another Western Michigan wide receiver, another undersized wide receiver. So for the same reasons I'm noted D. Eskridge, I'm noted Sky Moore, even though I like Sky Moore better than D. Eskridge because he's been more productive with 43 catches in his short 2-year career. But again, not quite the body type that I'm looking for the Lions' last wide receiver.
Okay. One more wide receiver that's a cut candidate. Would this make sense? Terrence Marshall Jr. from the Carolina Panthers on the list. He averaged 17.5 yards a catch 2 years ago. And then last year, he struggled. Didn't do much at all last year with Carolina. Now, they did have a rookie quarterback. They were breaking in a rookie quarterback. It's not like the quarterback play was great 2 years ago. I believe Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield split the reps at quarterback for Carolina. But he was a big play guy, and he's 6'2". Would this be a guy that maybe you'd be interested in if he gets released?
You know what he screams to me, Doug, as a comparable?
What's that?
Marvin Hall. The Hall pass.
Yeah.
Marvin Hall was, hey, take the Hall pass, throw it downfield once a game, and there he is, right? Mm-hmm. Because he had the big average. Same thing, 17 yards of reception type thing for a year, but very limited sample size. You're not catching 60 passes at 17. Then I'd be like, yes, of course.
Yep.
But it's not. It's 20. Nope. Not what I'm looking for. I mean, because you have Donovan Peoples-Jones, who's effectively the same thing and actually had a way more productive season under his belt a few years ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the decision you're making is probably if you're looking for a bigger receiver, is he better than Donovan Peoples-Jones? Would you rather just keep the guy that's been here, knows the offense? As long as Donovan Peoples-Jones is a full buy-in, and we have no reason to believe he's not, there would have to be somebody better than all of that. But if out of these guys, I think Terrence Marshall would be the one that makes the most sense, potentially. But I'm not sure I would expect him to be any better than Donovan Peoples-Jones. Probably wouldn't. 248-539-9797. Okay. Gator, we're going to try something new here on the Carson Anderson program. We'll get to that today at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, feedback coming to the Carson Anderson inbox regarding our Twitter poll that who are the teams that worry you most in the NFC, the biggest threats, the teams that could be the impediment between Detroit and getting to the Super Bowl. The results were intriguing, but also in one case hysterical, and that is as follows. San Francisco has 57.3% of the vote, Green Bay 31.2%, Philadelphia 11%, and Dallas 0.5%. 0.5. I don't want to ever, I hope we're not referencing that. Do you remember when people said Dallas was only 0.5? But we have gotten some feedback on this topic. If Saquon Barkley can stay healthy, Philly can be a big problem. That's from an unnamed texter. Next text. Do you think Packer fans are worried about the Lions? Great question.
Yes.
I mean,
if Packer fans don't look at the Lions and see them as an impediment for them reclaiming the North, then I don't know what.
So
what
here's
they're
the problem. I guess the reason why I think it's a great question is I'm going to guess after years and years and years of success that the Packer fan might think of it as beneath them to be worried about the Lions, no matter how good the Lions have looked. Like, I think they would chuckle up last year to go, we weren't ready yet. We're ready now. We'll take care of the Lions. That's what I'm wondering how a Packer fan would think. And I'm guessing that a Packer fan would think of last year was just a growing year for us. We just did it. We're just getting started. Now we're ready to win. Joe in St. Clair Shores, could this be the year we actually get trade offers for guys we plan to cut? Interesting. Would somebody call up and offer something for Isaiah Williams?
No.
Not even like a pick swap will give you our sixth for your seventh?
I don't think so.
No? Okay. Joe, I like the question. Is there anybody else? Gator clearly thinks it's an easy no.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the last guys on a roster. You don't trade for the last guys on a roster.
Well, you can if
you
want to,
but
I mean, what lose them.
Well, I would assume that they would be also the last guy that gets a roster spot on another team. It's just better than the guys that they're dropping. You know what I mean?
Well, one of your spare parts can always be useful elsewhere. And
sure.
So if they don't want to let them get to waivers and you don't have a high waiver claim, you might be willing to trade for a player. But could it be the year this could happen? Yeah, I think it could. It'd have to be obviously the absolute right fit. Okay. You know the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down round league blitz thingy that we do every Thursday?
Yeah,
we
every
did
Thursday.
it yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? We're doing it on Friday. This is a non-sports edition, a non-football edition of the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy.
All right. Something new.
Yes. Kang's out today, so I'm going to be the one asking the questions.
Fair enough.
I will start with this, Gator. I lost the list of questions. Hold on for a second. I'm not ready for the new one. Where'd the questions go? Okay, ready? I'm ready now.
Great
Sorry.
start.
Take two and 3, 2,
Yeah.
1. All right, have you seen the new show Chimp Crazy on Max?
I have. I saw the first episode, and the next episode comes out. I think it's gonna be a Sunday thing. So I watched the first episode. It is nuts. It is absolutely nuts. Okay, remember Tiger King when that came out?
Yep.
And everybody, pandemic, everybody watched it, and you couldn't stop. You binge watched it on Netflix. Like, this is unbelievable, and the twists and turns and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. It's starting off the exact same way. You can't binge watch it. That's the problem. So you have to wait for episode. But the first episode is everybody as crazy as you want it to be. The people that think that having chimpanzees as pets is a good idea, I don't know where they got that idea. It's just dumb. It's stupid. And then it follows this chimp sanctuary, if you will, which really isn't much of a sanctuary. It's like horrible conditions. They're locked up in these cages that are, the woman has no idea how to care for them. She just loves chimps. So she thinks if she hoses down and feeds them McDonald's Happy Meals.
Really?
I'm not kidding. Oh, they love Happy Meals. And then at the end of the first episode, spoiler alert, but because there's a bunch to come. I'm not going to go to spoiler. I'll just say this. Something happens at the end of the first episode, and there's it's like news footage, and it's fantastic when you hear the line that they say that sets up the next episode. You're like, oh, I'm totally in.
Okay, I was about to say, do you recommend the show?
Yes.
Okay. Next up.
If you like Tiger King, you're going to like Chimp crazy.
Next up on the non-sports blitz thingy, I want your thoughts on the end of Benifer. Ben Affleck and J-Lo officially filing for divorce.
Who saw this coming? Who saw it coming? I mean, look, relationships breaking up, it sucks. All right. It does suck. And when you're a celebrity, it gets out in the public eye and it sucks. But this is so cliche, right? I mean, come on.
They did last 2 full years.
The second time around, right? Because this wasn't the first go round. And, the one thing that I heard about this, which was interesting, is that they did not hire attorneys to divide their assets. They just said, we'll figure it out. It's an amicable split, which is great to hear. And they each have their own, arsenal of cash. Right. So they're both wealthy enough. It doesn't matter. You're not suing for spousal support or anything crazy like that. So it gets done quickly and easily. And it's just too bad that it didn't work for those kids, but no one's surprised. Are you surprised?
No, not in the slightest. I'm surprised when celebrity couples don't get divorced.
Well, right. Exactly.
Next up on the non-sports blitz thingy, accident earlier this week on 94, a semi-truck crashed and spilled gallons of suspected salad dressing on I-94 near 9 Mile. What type of salad dressing would be the most tragic to be wasted in a semi-accident?
Oh, this is a good question. Ranch is so hit and miss. Like, you have to know how to make good ranch, so I'm not sure I would say ranch because it might just be bad ranch anyway. Mm-hmm. My favorite salad dressing, and yes, this goes in the category of me being a child sometimes.
Yeah.
I freaking love Thousand Island dressing.
Really?
Yeah. So to me, if I found out that there was a semi-truck full of Marzetti's Thousand Island dressing that just spilled on the side of the road, I would be going, no! It's awful, and it would be a tragic happening.
For me, it would be my favorite kind of underrated dressing, and I don't do salad dressing a lot, but I like Catalina.
Okay.
Yeah, I really like Catalina dressing.
Goes great with chunder.
I know, it goes great with almost everything.
It's a little spicy zing. It's got a zing to it. It's not spicy. Yeah. It's just got a little tang to it.
All right, next up on the non-sports blitz thing, a study conducted by Talkers Research reveals that the average American knows if they're in for a bad day by 8:36 a.m. Do you believe this to be true?
No. No, I don't. I think you could. Well, do I think that people think that? Yes. Do I think in actuality that's how it works out? No. I think there are things can happen in the morning that get you off on the wrong foot and it sucks, but eventually your day changes because anything can happen.
I think the idea that the average American knows by 8:36, this is an interesting line of delineation that I'm going to start to think about. Like, how do I feel about how my day is going at 8:36, and is it indicative of the way the day turns out? I can't believe it's that early. And you know what that must have a lot to do with? The morning commute.
Morning commute. Or just getting ready for the morning commute, right?
Yeah.
You forgot something at home, or the dog made a mess on the rug, or the kid is not behaving the way you need the kid to behave, so you can get things going. Let's get out the door.
All right.
Things like that. You forgot your lunch.
People need to bounce back more because this tells me,
suck it up.
Yeah, right. Just because you had a bad start to the day, bounce back.
Yeah,
rally.
We're resilient.
Yeah, it's first quarter.
Come on.
It's first quarter.
First inning.
Earlier this week was National Bacon Lovers Day. Yesterday we told you about B-Dubs coming out with a bacon sauce.
Yeah, it was a buffalo bacon sauce.
Yeah, but do you think the bacon craze is ending?
I don't think it's ending, but I think, maybe the craze in terms of trying to come up with new inventive ways to incorporate bacon, maybe that part is, but people love bacon. So, and I feel like the majority of people that eat bacon, and I suppose it could be turkey bacon too, but the majority of those people that eat bacon, I think that they're on, like, they get a smile on their face when they hear it. I eat bacon, but I'm part of that other group that I'm like, Yeah. I mean, I like bacon, but I don't need it on everything. And I recognize that I'm probably in that minority. But other people, it's like, would you like bacon? Yes. Oh, bacon. Gotta have it.
My response to this is, there's a bacon craze? Finally, Gator, last Friday, a man in West Virginia broke into a convenience store and stole lottery tickets. If you were to break into a convenience store, what would you steal?
Whew. I mean, lottery tickets is smart, so I'm going to take that one off the shelf there. I'm going to assume it's a convenience. Well, convenience store is going to sell liquor. Probably doesn't have the higher end liquor that I'm looking for. So I'm just looking for. I'm going to get a big quick grab and get out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Smash and grab, if you will, right?
Yeah.
I'm probably going with pizza pretzel combos. Maybe some Hostess cupcakes, and gotta have something to wash it down. A Coke Zero.
Okay, it's funny because I'm thinking about the most expensive snack food. Right, the most expensive snack food that I like. So if I'm breaking into a convenience store in a smash and grab and I'm stealing one thing, almonds. I'm getting all the almonds because they're expensive. I like them. They're good.
Now, does this convenience store have the roll bar, as I like to say, which is the roller that has all the different kind of taquitos out there?
You take all those?
Those are delicious.
Wouldn't you have to
They're
eat
so
all
underrated.
Of them? Yeah, but you'd have to eat them all quickly before they went bad.
Well, you only eat what you need to eat. I mean, whatever. You got them for free.
All right, well, there you go. And that concludes the first Y9 Omaha 4 Down Around League non-sports blitz thingy. I don't know if we'll do it again, but it was
we'll do it again.
worth a try.
I think. I don't know. Sound off. What do you think?
All right. We'll get back to some Lions stuff, including a player that was cut that actually has been cut and might make sense here in Detroit. That at 12:50. Hey, it's Doug here. And as a Michigander, you and I all know how tough our roads can be. Now, if you've been in an accident, you need someone who's got your back. And that's where my friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. If someone in my family needs help, I'm connecting them with the team at Michigan Auto Law. They specialize in auto and truck accidents. And that is what you want from your attorney, right? Specialization. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicines. You want the specialist. So why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization matters. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Just looked over at Twitch. Vano Fun says if he breaks into a convenience store for one item, steal one item, and get out, smash and grab, he would go for the Jack Links.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like beef jerky or jerky of some kinds, I guess. I don't know if I've had fish jerky, but it's nothing I buy. I know some people just love to buy jerky and go to town.
Yep.
But I like it. I don't buy it. Are you a jerky guy?
No.
It's like a terrible
Not even the
question to
turkey jerky. I've never liked any of that. I mean, a little bit. There's these the ones you can get at Target, the turkey choppers or chompers, I think they're called. Not bad. A piece of cheese around them. Little fake roll-up thing.
Back in the day, were you a beef jerky guy or no?
Not really.
No?
No.
Okay. I wonder if you would have a different opinion of it because it's
I probably would.
dried. Maybe it doesn't give you the stomach issues.
Regarding, what's the show on Max that you watch? What's it called?
Chimp Crazy.
Yeah. Maybe she feeds them Happy Meals for the toy gator. You don't know.
Well, I know that she's feeding them the French fries for sure.
Video evidence.
And what's the drink? It's not Powerade. Like what?
For
She's
the
handing
chimps?
these chimps Powerade. They take the top off and they start drinking a Powerade.
Really?
Yeah. Like this is not proper care for a chimpanzee.
Oh, you feed them like kale salad, almonds.
Well, I mean, they're
Milk?
exactly. Yes, Doug eats like a chimpanzee. Should anyway. There are scenes where they eat fresh produce or better produce. You know, they used to get like old produce from stores that they were done with. It was bad, but then this new woman comes in and she gets some fresher produce, which is nice. But when you supplement that with a large fry,
right,
and a cheeseburger, I don't know. And then when she's serving it, they have this bowl, and the bowl has all types of fruits and vegetables in it, and then a chopped up hot dog.
Really?
Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Probably wouldn't come with a zookeeper's recommendation.
Probably not. I mean, I understand that there's an application for that, but just seems strange. Anyway, I can't wait to see episode 2.
Brian writes in, stayed in 2 bed and breakfasts. One in Grand Haven, which was awesome. The other was in downtown Montreal, which was creepy. Wild Bill greeted us, standing at the front door. Long hair, painted nails, smoking a cigarette. Our room was in the attic. I put my socks in a hole in the wall and shoved a chair under the doorknob to lock the door, unsure how we didn't die that night.
Wild Bill. Mm-hmm. Nice. Montreal, I mean, that's a historic city, so I can imagine that would be creepy.
It's why I mean, that story right there solidifies which was already pretty solid.
Yeah.
Once my wife said no interest, I'm like, yep. No need to do the bed and breakfast thing. If you remember, writes an unnamed texter, if you remember, the Packers had the 49ers beat in the playoffs last year. The Packers are going to be a problem, and a mobile Caleb Williams will be too much for Aaron Glenn's defense. Okay, who was the coach or the quarterback of the Bears last year?
It was Justin Fields.
Was he mobile?
Yes, he was very mobile.
He's been there a couple years, and the Lions, I think, have beat him 3 of the last 4 games. I mean, do you expect Caleb Williams from moment 1 to be better than Justin Fields was last year?
No, I don't. But you also know that I think that Justin Fields is actually a pretty good quarterback. If they had given Justin Fields all these weapons that they're giving Caleb Williams, I think they would have been in better shape. That being said, the Lions don't play the Bears until Thanksgiving. So when the Lions play Caleb Williams and the Bears, it might be a better version of the Bears than what you're going to see for the first 6 weeks.
Could be.
So it's possible. I still look at what C.J. Stroud did last year and say that is the exception.
Without question.
1 out of 50 quarterbacks, it feels like, does what he did.
Now, the Bears put up 34 points last night on Kansas City, but Caleb Williams didn't play. So not really part of the equation in that game.
It was a heavy Brett Rippon game, huh?
Yeah. Did you see?
Only 1 touchdown pass and they had 34 points.
Did you see that they gave wide receiver Velus Jones 11 carries last night? The Bears did.
They gave him 13 carries last night for 111 yards.
13?
And
Sorry.
they have been using him out of the backfield. Yeah, he's becoming a little bit
I got to admit, I'm often impressed with the repurposing of players.
Oh, that guy's fast as hell. Remember the combine? He ran a ridiculous 40 time. And you got to find ways to get guys, playmakers the ball, and that's working for him.
Okay. Is this perhaps getting the attention of the people out there in Allen Park? Riley Patterson was cut by Washington. The kicker. Kicked a bunch for Detroit last year. Scott, is he somebody who should be brought in to test Jake Bates? To apply more pressure on Jake Bates? Because you need a guy that can accept. Like, if you literally are bringing him in and the only purpose is to see how Jake Bates responds, is it worth doing that?
I don't. I'm just showing all the confidence in the world in Jake Bates. I think that's the path you should go through. I think that he's only scratching the surface. I think he's only going to get better and get more consistent as he gets more reps and gets used to what it's like to be an NFL player. NFL training camp is different than UFL training camp for sure. We're going to learn a lot about him in the first few weeks of the season when he's playing in jam-packed stadiums and it's loud as hell. He's got the big leg. They don't need to bring in anybody else at this point.
I guess the one thing about Patterson is accuracy inside of 50. So, it's the old question. What would you rather have? The cannon is a little bit wild, or the guy that isn't quite as long but can be more accurate?
Well, in this case, I want the cannon because I think the cannon can be streamlined and become more accurate. I don't think he's just going to be this wild kicker with this crazy long leg for the next 5 years in the NFL. I think he's got potential to settle down and really hone in his skill and his talent, because that leg is just a monster. So I'm totally fine with Jake Bates. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, but I'm not bringing anybody in. I think the best, we talked yesterday about different coaching methods and, the different approaches. I think an approach in this case where you're showing him nothing but confidence bodes better for him than if you were to
push him.
Yeah. Oh, well, we're bringing somebody else in because we're not sure about you.
I mean, it's interesting that you bring that up, because a lot of this depends on knowing the individual, right? How well do you know Jake Bates? Is Jake Bates need the vote of confidence, or is Jake Bates, do you want to put some pressure on him? Because I feel like putting pressure, if you put pressure on him and he starts to miss field goals in practice, is this a way of testing him before everything goes live? But then again, I'm not sure I want Riley Patterson to be the kicker. I really want Jake Bates to be the kicker because as a guy who's scraping the surface, it would be wild though, because prior to last year, the Lions traded for Riley Patterson. They gave up a 7th-round pick for Riley Patterson. And so I don't know if they go back to that well. But 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Open lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
So sports update, huh? Okay. All right. Here we go. Hey, welcome back to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Doug with you. Doug will be back in the studio shortly. We hope, as we take your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Big game for the Lions for some players in this roster that want to make this roster, and I suspect for some other players that may not make the roster but should make other rosters. This is what happens when you put together the team that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell put together over the last few years, is that each year the cuts get tougher and tougher because you're having to say goodbye to some really talented players that you know are NFL players that you just don't have the room for. So you look at different position battles, whether it's wide receiver or on the defensive line. I think even, Doug, when we think about it, I think even offensive line presents some challenges for what the Lions want to do and how many they keep. Do you keep 9 offensive linemen? Do you keep 10 offensive linemen? The versatility is going to matter a lot when it comes to which extra lineman. And when you use a draft pick, and was it a 3rd-round pick they used on Giovanni Manu?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the guy like that has to be on the roster, and yet what he really should probably be is on the practice squad.
You can't. I'm not saying you're wasting a roster spot, but you kind of are with a guy that you don't expect to play.
But it was nice to see that Dan Campbell had some praise for him earlier this week, that he had shown pretty dramatic improvement from one week to the next, at least in his eyes. Game 2, Pro Football Focus gave him a really high grade for pass blocking. Take it for what it's worth. It's Pro Football Focus, but it looked like he improved in that area of the game. And according to Pro Football Focus, he also declined a little bit in run blocking, but he's a massive individual and looks like he's got the will to learn, and he's got a lot of raw talent that just need to kind of turn the raw into realized talent.
There was a story on The Athletic about players that could be acquired that you might be able to trade for. Here's an interesting name. Treylon Burks, wide receiver, Tennessee. 6'2", 225. Remember him out of Arkansas?
Oh,
yeah. In 2 seasons, he's got 49 catches and 84 targets, 665 yards. Hasn't always had a great quarterback situation down there. But that could be an interesting potential trade piece. Now, you would have to think this would be a player that you loved out of college and you just don't think has been used properly. Or you think you put him in the situation here where he's clearly wide receiver 3 or wide receiver 4. He could fit the bill exactly what you need.
Yeah, he's interesting because he hasn't been used properly there. Only played in 22 games, 11 in each of the last 2 seasons he's played in the league. It's been 11 games. So you have to look closer at that, see if there's an injury issue there or not. But Treylon Burks was a first-round pick. He was a first-round pick for a reason. He was a game-changing player at Arkansas. You throw the ball up in the air, and he just made plays. He was able to get the 50-50 balls. He did an amazing job with that and was such a solid player that when he was drafted, I'm like, well, that's gonna benefit Tennessee, and yet it hasn't. And maybe the reason it hasn't worked out so well in Tennessee is just because it's not a good fit for any wide receiver in Tennessee, because Tennessee's a mess when it comes to their quarterback, and they're trying to see if Will Levis is the guy or not. And Tannehill had regressed, and was the offensive line any good? It's a team that clearly runs the ball first and throws second. Did he just get lost in the shuffle there? But 33 catches and 444 yards his rookie season. That's a really good start. But again, only played 11 games. So would I consider a trade for him? Absolutely. But I don't know what it would take. I mean, you're talking about a former first-round pick who's still 24 years old. Actually, he and I share a birthday together.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, then certainly trade for him.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah. Other names that have been mentioned? One is Tyler Boyd, excuse me. Jason Brownlee from the Jets, Isaiah Hodgins from the Giants, Allen Robinson from the Giants. Hold on for a sec. Bobby, you're talking to me. Talk to him. It's all right. You got the wrong button now. Anyway, long story short, there's a lot of tradable options out there for the Detroit Lions if they decide to go that direction. With the wide receiver spot, I suspect they're going to make none of those moves. But the question is, are they war chesting all that cap space for a trade deadline deal when they could really address exactly what they need? And I think at this point, and they have like $38 million in cap space, which feels like you could make a couple of big moves. Kind of like this approach. Let's go into the season. We think we can get by at certain positions, but if we can't, let's address them with some high-priced, high-end players at the trade deadline and go win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's at some point, Brad Holmes, will he say, F them picks and just go ahead and get that guy? It's quite possible, and this is a very talented team, a team that has a chance. And we saw last year there were some really good players that became available at the trade deadline, and the Lions chose not to. I think there were a couple players they thought would be available that ended up not being available. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of teams wanted to go after Brian Burns, but it seems like Carolina didn't want to pull the trigger, and probably regret that because the price went down significantly when they finally did move.
Well, look, it probably became the hottest topic we had the entirety of last season was why didn't they make a move at the trade deadline? And it just so happened that the team that beat them in the NFC title game beat them with a player that the Lions didn't trade for. Now, I don't know that Chase Young, they let him walk at the end of the year. They do have cap space issues, so that could very well be the biggest reason as to why. But Detroit didn't make a move with a general manager that gets high marks all across the board. It's one of those things that people question as much, if not more, than everything else he's done, is why didn't you? And I was told in one case it was about a fit. In the other case, it was a fit in more ways than just football. In the other case, it was probably about the amount of money in the contract, and they just didn't want to commit long-term to a player. But you can't always achieve perfection with every move. You have to take a chance every once in a while. I think a great example of a team that took chances was in New England's heyday. They would go get a LeGarrette Blount, a player that people question. They would go get a Randy Moss, a player that people didn't know if they were going to be distractions. And it felt like when you came into that locker room, you started to conform to what the culture was there. You weren't going to be the guy that upended the apple cart. And are we getting to that point where Detroit can be that team?
Yeah, I think that they can be. I think there's enough leadership on this team. And look, these guys have all been here for their entirety of their careers. It feels like, because everybody feels like they're a draft pick of this team, or if not, that they came from somewhere where they had some attachment to one of the assistant coaches or Dan Campbell to begin with. So I really like what they've built here culture wise, and I think players that may have been perceived to be something other than perfect fits and angelic qualities that they could assimilate just fine.
Okay, each rookie evaluated so far. The Lions rookies. We'll get to that today at 1:16, and a little bit later on, what NIL deal would be for you? We'll explain at 1:24. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
So 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley, that's the best place for awesome food, a great atmosphere, and great specials, and they have the best wings in town. It's my favorite place to go, hands down. You want to watch a game? There is no better place to watch a game than at 24 Seconds. They have flat screen, high-definition TVs all throughout the place. They have a huge screen TV. They pipe in the sound for the big games. They have a rooftop deck upstairs, which is amazing. You want to just hang out on a beautiful night. Why wouldn't you? It's right there in the heart of downtown Berkeley and on 12 Mile. I love the place. I love the rooftop deck in particular. And how about this? If you're sick and tired of the hassle with parking and driving to Detroit football games, 24 Seconds has a Lions shuttle, and it's on sale right now. Only $40 gets you round-trip transportation to and from those games. And they also have great specials for games. Like Detroit baseball, you get $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light. And there's only $4 for drafts of Miller Lite for Detroit football games. And college football, starts tomorrow. We got that. And of course, we got the big schools locally, and there'll be specials for them as well. Trivia is on Thursday nights. They're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. You're going to want to check them out on the web at 24secondsbar.com, where the service is great, the food's even better, and check out the specials and happenings at that webpage and grab a taste of the action for yourself. Again, it's my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
So yesterday I get home from work and we have a garage fridge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do too.
Does
I have
everybody?
two of 'em, actually.
There's basically two reasons to have a garage fridge: to store frozen items
Yeah,
and beer.
bingo.
Yeah.
Or other beverages. Yeah.
Yeah. So our garage fridge is placed at the front bumper of a car, kind of part like you're driving towards said
Gotcha.
fridge.
Yep.
And I get home from work yesterday, and I immediately noticed that the garage fridge has a huge dent in it.
Oh,
Yep. And so I'm like, huh. And the only person that's home is a 17-year-old. So I immediately turn and look at the other vehicle and quickly deduce that there's no damage to said vehicle. So I walk up and I'm like, all right, this door has a big dent bashed in it. I open up the door and there doesn't appear to be any damage. Like the garage or the fridge door was still sufficiently sealed.
Yeah, it's just cosmetic on the outside.
I'm thinking about how am I going to handle this one. And I walk into the house and I immediately see my 17-year-old sitting on the couch looking at me. And I've made the decision that I'm not going to come in hot.
Solid decision.
Yep. Sometimes, if it's an accumulation of things, like I told you to do the dishes, I told you to bring in the trash cans, and I get home, the trash cans are still out there. I see the dishes in the sink, and there's a dent in the garage. Like that might come in hot.
I mean, you may have known this by 8:37. The day was not going to be a good day.
Reference to last hour. Most Americans know it's going to be a bad day by 8:36. Anyway, but I decide not to come in hot, and I walk into the living room, and I say, so what happened? And as the words are coming out of my mouth, what happened to the fridge in the garage? I turn and look, and his best friend is sitting on the other couch. And his friend immediately says, Mr. Karsh, I'm sorry, I did it. So I'm like,
stand-up kid.
Okay, there's a couple things here. One is, did he or is he going to take the bullet for my son? Is this, because, at 17, it'd be a pretty savvy move, although it'd be pretty risky too.
I took a bullet for a friend of mine and something that happened like that.
Did you?
Yeah.
What'd you do?
Well,
Can you tell the story on
I think the statute of limitations is long past.
How old were you at the time?
I was 17. He was 18.
Okay, so it's just barely
just
passed,
before.
but it's passed.
Actually, I was probably 16. He was 17. We were both March birthdays. We were both about to turn 17 and 18 respectively. Side of the road, saw a mailbox. My friend gets out of the car that I was driving and knocks over the mailbox because we used to do stupid things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Continue to drive on. It was the end of the night. We're going home, whatever. And I'm at school the following Monday, and I got a message from somebody at the office, from somebody at the radio station, actually, in the high school radio station, and says, hey, you need to call your dad. I'm like, oh, okay. So I called my dad. I had no idea what it was about, so I had no time to prep or anything like that.
Right.
And so he says, your car was seen at so-and-so intersection knocking over a mailbox last Saturday night. Like, He goes, did you do it? I said, yeah. He goes, all right, we'll talk later. I said, all right. So I took the heat for my friend because the previous summer, my friend had gotten busted for mailboxing before.
Okay.
Now, he and I we had done enough damage to mailboxes over our life that I felt like, look, I may as well take the heat because I could have been busted at any time, and I didn't want my friend to get double jeopardy here. So I had to meet with a police officer in Bloomfield Hills about this.
It wasn't you.
And it wasn't me. And this is like January, February. So he tells me, he's like, yeah, well, he goes, glad you're coming forth with this, but we need to know if you did it, then okay, then you might have to go out there and put in a new mailbox for the man. I said, okay, just let me know. He goes, all right. And then I got back to school and I talked to my friend. I'm like, dude, I am not putting in a new mailbox in January, February here when it's the frozen tundra of Bloomfield Hills. This is not, I'll take the heat for you, but I'm not going to put this in. He's like, okay, no problem. Cops never gotten back in contact with me. So it was the end of story. Yeah. Although then my mother called when I was at the radio station and we were kind of joking about things. And then I got this call and I talked to my mom. She goes, so what did you do? What did you just get out and did you hit it? I said, yeah, we just nailed it. Because I was being very nonchalant about it at that point. And like, I didn't do it, but I didn't tell her I didn't do it. So yes, I had taken the heat. The question I have about your son's friend.
Yes.
How did he damage the refrigerator?
They pulled into the garage in his car.
In your friend's car.
In my son's friend's car. And he thought it was in park and it wasn't. And I think he got out of the car and it rolled forward and hit the fridge.
Okay.
So, look.
Sketch McKetch.
Well, first of all, kid's great.
Yeah.
And later my son told me, yeah, he stuck around to confess. Like he wasn't.
That's good.
And they also immediately before I could really, they were like, okay, we called the company. We figured out how much the part would be to replace the door. But they also said you can find them used. So we went on eBay and we found one used.
Wow.
And this is how much it's going to cost. They had us check the seal. They showed us how to check the seal. They told us over the phone how to check the seal to make sure the fridge was still functioning so it wasn't like leaking.
Yeah.
And we think the seal is fine, but you can check it if you want. And here's how much it's going to cost and we can order it. And I'm like, okay, first of all, bravo.
That's a lot of legwork.
Already going through the possible solutions. And secondly, I was so relieved I didn't come in yelling and screaming. Which I only do, like the yelling happens after being ignored. And then you're like, okay, you're asking me to yell. And I end up yelling. So let's just say that I don't think I'm going to make him even replace it. Because it's a garage fridge, man.
It's a garage fridge.
Yeah.
And now it's got a story.
It does have a story. It has personality.
It's a strange story, though. Why would you be pulling into the garage in the first place? It's not his garage.
Because they were getting the car out of the way to play basketball in the driveway.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so anyway, I think we'll probably just leave it. I got to get, but the thing is, I was going to say my wife has to approve, but she has almost nothing in that fridge.
She's got nothing invested there.
Yeah, it's just filled with Miller's Lights. All right.
No coolers?
There's no wine coolers, no. I promised before the break, this from ESPN. They did every draft pick evaluated on how their preseason camp is gone. It was put together by Eric Woodyard. I will read in part some of these. Which player do you want me to start with from the draft class?
I'm sorry, say this again.
From the Lions draft class, preseason evaluation, which player do you want me to start with?
Giovanni Manu.
Here's what he writes. Manu provides depth at left tackle on a talented Lions offensive line behind veteran Taylor Decker and Dan Skipper. At 6'7", 354, Manu is raw, but the team is invested in developing his skill set.
That they are.
Yep.
How about Ennis Rakestraw?
Although Rakestraw isn't as vocal as his fellow rookie cornerback Arnold on the field, Lions DC Aaron Glenn says he sees the dog in him. He's being viewed as another instant impact player. Rakestraw has been solid throughout training camp in the preseason, even grabbing the defense's first interception during the team period in training camp. He will provide depth at cornerback, probably behind veteran Carlton Davis III to start the season. I like it. Immediate impact player and see some dog in him.
And we've seen him play, so I like that. Christian Mahogany.
Christian Mahogany, after missing training camp with an illness, Mahogany could start the season on the non-football injured list. It's been a long illness.
Well, it has, and I think he's slow to come back from that. But he's starting the season on the PUP list, right? Is that what they just said?
He said it wouldn't be surprised. He could start the season on the non-football injury list.
Makai Wingo.
Wingo can provide depth at defensive tackle and has been a pleasant surprise to Glenn with his ability to take on double teams at his size. Although he's a rookie, his leadership skills are already being respected, and he looks to fight for snaps on the revamped Lions defense.
Sione Vaki.
Vaki turned heads the second preseason game versus KC, 60 yards and 4 catches, 60 yards, 6 carries, 22 yards. He'll probably will see the field only on special teams due to a stacked Lions backfield. Vaki was one of the most interesting prospects in the draft with his DB experience in college, but his ability to make plays has stood out to Coach Dan Campbell throughout training camp and the preseason.
And what a beautiful singing voice.
He does have that, yes.
And lastly, Doug, the first pick, 24th overall, number 1 in your hearts, Terrian Arnold.
Arnold is expected to contribute immediately in the Lions' revamped secondary. The former Alabama star has taken first-team reps at outside corner, but did suffer an upper body injury during training camp that could see him not start or play in week 1. According to Aaron Glenn, however, the team views him as an instant impact talent with his fearless approach to coverage. That's why we drafted him, Glenn said. We know he can go out there and play man coverage. I mean, you go out there and play in any Saban defense, you got to be able to do that. So it kind of compares to what we do. So, yeah, we've seen enough, but he's not where he needs to be yet. He has a lot of improving to do. There it is. All the rookies. I think I like the Rakestraw thing the most. Dog in him and expected to be an immediate impact player.
I like that too.
But maybe we should have expected that because Brad Holmes' draft picks hit.
This is truth. This is fact.
I wondered, I don't know if we've talked about this at all. I'm sure we have. We talked about everything. Had they not been able to move up and get Arnold, and he went, would the Lions have just taken Rakestraw with their first-round pick? Were they 26, 27? Whatever they were?
28th or something like that. Yeah. They may have.
And in this case, they got what I would imagine is in their view, the two best corners.
I'm sure that they do view that as the two best corners.
Probably not the dude from Toledo. Although, who knows?
Well, Terry and Arnold was not Terry Arnold. Quinion Mitchell was the guy.
Mm-hmm.
But that being said, Rakestraw, how far away was he from that? I mean, how many cornerbacks went between Terry and Arnold?
I have to look that up.
And 28, I guess.
Give me one moment, please. Wasn't a ton after they got.
Sorry. I have it in front of me, too. I'm just struggling to. Come on.
I'm scrolling. None in the first round. And in the second round.
Nate Wiggins went 30th overall. So would the Lions have taken Nate Wiggins?
Or Ennis Rakestraw. Cooper DeJean and Kool-Aid, McKinstry and Kamari Lassiter and Max Melton. 4 straight corners at the beginning of the second round. Then Sainristil went to the Commanders. And then the Lions got Rakestraw. I mean, it'd be pretty funny if they get the two best corners in the draft and there were that many other corners selected. All right, Gator. It was announced that Beats by Dre signed 11 college football players to NIL deals. I would imagine as a college player, getting a deal with Beats by Dre would be pretty awesome.
Be pretty cool.
I am no longer of college age.
No, you're not.
I was trying to think what would be the perfect NIL deal for me. And I want you
back when you were in school?
No, right now.
Right now.
Right now, if I were to sign an NIL deal, what would make me most happy to be endorsing and basically get free stuff along with getting paid?
You're real sure.
Yeah. So I want you to think what would be the perfect NIL deal for you, Scott Anderson, in this day and age, not in college. I'll give you mine. And I know all the bike helmet and kale jokes are coming in, but that's not the point. What I want to know what the perfect NIL deal would be for you wherever you are in your life right now. Where you're like, oh my God, I get that free? I get to endorse it and I get paid? I think I got the perfect answer for myself.
All right.
248-539-9797. Phone calls and texts. Get them in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, you ready? These are perfect NIL deals. I'm going to give you mine. I think you're going to like it. You might not. You'll like part of it. Hi, this is Doug Karsh for Boyne.
That's not fair.
Why?
Go ahead.
I'm endorsing skiing in the winter. I'm endorsing golf in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
There's like 11 golf courses up there. There is 2 different ski hills, Boyne Highlands and Boyne Mountain. For me, that would be my perfect, at my age, NIL deal.
Yep.
Did I steal something from you?
Well, I was going to say Northern Michigan golf. It was going to be the same type of thing. So I would probably endorse that. I would go more local and say, endorsing. Hi, this is Gator. Nothing better than be able to golf the best course in the country at Oakland Hills Country Club.
You're
Looking for
endorsing
members? Yeah.
Your NIL deal?
I
with
absolutely,
Oakland Hills?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give it a membership and a fee? Yes, please.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
I'll take that. Love that. I would love that.
We'll get to some of your NIL deals.
We're both. Well, you're the skiing too, so yeah.
Yeah. So I mean that one and 11 golf. I got 11 golf courses to choose from.
Now hang on a second.
What?
Would they be upset with you? Well, these would be typical NIL, I guess, because what if you back out and just move out of state to Montana?
Well, it's not it's a 1-year deal.
Well,
Not moving to Montana anytime soon.
I'm just saying, you're
Hi, this is Doug Karsh for Big Sky.
you and Quinn Ewers working some kind of deal together.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, we just gave it $1 million. Yeah, sorry, going to Texas.
Well, I mean, you could be, this is Scott Gator Anderson for Treetops. I mean, you could be Blaha. Blaha did Treetops endorsements
Treetops
forever.
is great, yeah. But Boyne, you get Bay Harbor, Crooked Tree, all the Boyne courses. I mean, yeah, you're right. There's like 11 of them or something. It's fantastic. And that's why I said Northern Michigan, because I could expand it and include
I mean, that's an interesting.
Chestnut
I'm not
Valley
sure.
and and Hidden River and
You just made up your own company,
right?
Northern Michigan Golf
That's
Company.
right.
You get all of the.
Oh, we're going to Chamber of Commerce. Try to cozy up to the folks at True North. What do you think?
True North. We're never getting back on there.
What a great course.
It is great. All right, so this is and it's gone private. We didn't get banned or anything. We never got kicked off.
They should have kicked you out for having a chilada crap, but yes.
Well, they wouldn't have kicked me out for having chalot. Well, they might have. No outside alcohol. They would have kicked us out for you spitting it up all over the cart path.
It was disgusting.
Regarding the garage fridge that now has a dent in it, thanks to my son and his friend, there's some great stuff coming in here. Just put a Lions magnet over the dent. I like this. Instead of saying to the two of them, yes, get a replacement for, I think they found one used for $181. Just go buy a magnet, a big
Fathead
logo magnet, and put it, you choose, tell the boys they can choose. But I want it to be an appropriate one. Like, I didn't want it to be a
Pam Anderson cutout?
or Taylor Swift or anything like that. I don't know why, but
Taylor Swift.
I know.
Now she's inappropriate?
Well, I don't want to pull into the garage and be looking at Taylor Swift. A Lions logo would certainly be far more appropriate. Yes to dented garage fridge. It's almost like a rite of passage. Last year, brand new fridge. 1 month later, on the first day, for a 16-year-old driving, it was dented. Don't replace it. It adds character. That's from Joe and Troy.
Sometimes with the garage fridge, though, because you'll just throw like excess beer in there too, right?
Yep.
And then you realize you haven't had that. Like, what is that in a corner? How long has that been? Has that been?
Dude, that happens.
2 years.
The garage fridge. I think I have stuff in there from the pandemic.
You bring it out for a party and you put it on a separate part of the backyard. You say, okay, look, if you don't, it's been here for a while. I don't know how long it's been here. Some of it's been here longer than other stuff. If you pour it out, I don't have an issue with it.
I know you like all day IPA. That's pandemic era all day IPA.
Vintage.
Regarding NIL deals, perfect NIL deals for where you are in your life from an unnamed texter. My NIL deal would be with Porsche. That would be cool. From Bill and
I thought for you would have gone with some sort of electric car.
Yeah, I could get
Tesla
on board.
Or something
Yeah,
like
I would be. I'm a Polestar guy, but yeah, I could get on board. For Doug, of course, it would be a sports helmet company. That's from Bill in Whitmore Lake. I knew these would be coming.
Gotta be safe.
Bill, I want it for you. What would your perfect NIL deal be? Bob in Rochester. My NIL deal would be with Milwaukee Tools.
Okay, there you go.
Yep.
Can you put yourself in the shoes of 19-year-old Doug Karsh, what you would have like back then? Because everything would have been simpler before knowing how crazy prices got. Like, what would you have been happy to endorse at Michigan State University back when you were 19?
My value system back then, it would have been so dumb. It would have been like, honestly, it would have been like Tops.
I was going to say, we're a record store. I could see you doing like a record store.
Yeah, maybe.
I would have been Jersey Giant all day long.
Walkman. Doug would be Skechers. Hey. Next one. I'm 62 years old. My NIL deal would be with extra wide and white Reebok sneakers with knee socks. That's from an unnamed texter.
Wide width are great.
Oh, here's a great one. My NIL deal would be with Delta. Go see the world on someone else's dime. That's from Eddie at home, planning a holiday vacation.
That's solid.
Doug's NIL deal would be with Blue Diamond almonds. That way he doesn't have to steal them in a smash and grab at a convenience store. That's from Matt in Livonia.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Thief.
Hunter in Tecumseh says milk bone dog treats would be perfect for Gator to receive in NIL deal form.
Problem is, Lois, with her pancreatitis, she's not allowed to have a varied diet. It's very, very specific.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
I feel so bad for the dog. She has this bland food, and she has treats, but the treats are kind of bland. She can't eat the other stuff because she might have an episode, and I can't have that.
My perfect NIL deal. Well, this one, I bet there's so many people that when I read this one are going to yell out, yes.
Oh, Marv Albert in the house.
No.
Yes.
Chris.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Note to self. Don't ever accidentally sound like Marv Albert ever again. Chris in a Penske truck writes in, perfect NIL deal for me would be Cabela's for all the hunting and fishing stuff I would want.
Okay.
Now, not for me.
No, but I could totally see it.
I could see a lot of our audience getting on board with an NIL deal with Cabela's. Jason writes in, Hey Dude shoe brand would be a perfect NIL deal for me. I love those shoes. Have you ever worn Hey Dudes?
Nope.
They are the lightest shoe ever. It feels like flip-flop, but it's not uncomfortable. I wouldn't describe them as comfortable either.
Well, that's not a ringing endorsement. Oh, they're light, but they're uncomfortable.
I didn't say they're uncomfortable. I just said they're not exactly comfortable. They are.
By definition, wouldn't that make them uncomfortable?
They're right in the middle, is what I'm saying.
The thumb?
Yes.
They're the thumb of light shoes?
I don't put them on and go, oh, my feet hurt. But I also don't put them on and go, these really support my arches. But the Hey Dude shoes are the most cash shoe ever. I think you can wear them like going out with your wife, or you can wear them going to the beach. But Ken from Grosse Pointe says, I would be sponsored by Stearns and Foster for their mattresses. I could always use a good night's sleep. What's the perfect NIL deal for you? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Oh, there's football this weekend.
What?
Bobby, do we know if we have the rant? The Gator rant? We do? Oh, yeah.
It's too early for the rant. There's no NFL game.
The Lions play tomorrow.
It's preseason. We're not doing this yet.
Okay.
We're not doing the rant yet. We
Should we
don't
ask
have a
the
real
people if they want
schedule
the
of
rant?
we don't have a real schedule of college football.
Dude, New Mexico State is playing Montana, I think.
Montana State. And yeah, and it's, again, no. I don't think so.
All right.
My vote's against it.
Okay, then. It's New Mexico versus Montana State, not New Mexico State. SMU at Nevada doesn't do it for you?
It's FCS versus FBS.
Delaware State is at Hawaii.
Oh, well, wait a minute.
97 won the ticket. Hey, the summer's winding down, might be in its final days, but the savings are still hot at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Right now, you can get into a new 2024 Chevy Equinox for just $216 a month with $19.99 down. Just a reminder that they have tons of vehicles to choose from. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. That means they have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinoxes, Blazers, and Trax, and EVs, hundreds of them on the ground to choose from. Remember, at Sarah Chevrolet, it's the lowest price or it's free. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. See dealer for details. Get there fast. All offers end September 3rd. Together, let's drive. Earlier in the show, we were talking about what's on the line for some Lions tomorrow. It's a huge day for the wide receivers, Isaiah Williams, Donovan Peoples-Jones, Caden Davis, Darius Fountain, all candidates to make the final roster spot or two at that position. Feels like it's a huge day for defensive back Brandon Joseph, who kind of worked his way potentially onto this roster with a good preseason, at least from what we've seen in games. And you know what? I was kind of trying to pay attention to him when we were out there at practice Tuesday and Wednesday, and I didn't dislike what I saw. I didn't think he was getting burned. In fact, I saw him get a pass breakup and make a tackle. Probably a huge day for James Mitchell and Shane Zylstra.
It's a battle.
Yep. It might come down to what they decide they want, but can one of them grab that third tight end spot? Huge day for Mitchell Agude or Matthew Betts or Awuku. I'm trying. Still working on Theron
Lorenzo.
Yeah.
It's all right.
It's all right. I'm going to get there.
He's out for a little bit.
I mean, none of these guys have made any rosters at the big league level yet. So I'm
right.
Yeah,
you don't have to know yet.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I think huge day for all those guys. Probably a big day for Nate Sudfeld and Hendon Hooker. And I think Craig Reynolds is going to make the roster. I think James Houston's going to make the roster. I think Josh Pascal's going to make the roster. But when there are surprise cuts, it's names like that. And I'm not suspecting that any of them will be cut, but
yeah, there's definitely position battles. And you look at Brandon Joseph and C.J. Moore, the safeties.
yeah, huge day.
Do you value more on the special teams, or do you value more for a guy who can actually? Well, I shouldn't say can actually, because I think C.J. Moore can play defense too. But Brandon Joseph has played very well as a safety in the preseason and in training camp.
You found some evaluations or predictions for the rookie class?
Yeah, so Chad Reuter with NFL.com has 15 defensive rookies that he has done projections for. Best case scenario, worst case scenario, and then projecting the stats. So of the 15 defensive players, only one Lion is he discussing. It's not Ennis Rakestraw, it's Terrion Arnold, as you would imagine, the 24th pick in the draft. So he says the best case scenario, Emmanuel Mosley's pectoral injury has already opened the door for Arnold to lock up the starting role across from Carlton Davis. Arnold's exceptional short area quickness, physicality, and ability to find a ball in the air give him a chance to be a true playmaker, not just a starter. The worst case scenario, he says about him, quarterbacks and receivers test Arnold's average deep speed, making big gains downfield. Talented second-round pick Ennis Rakestraw Jr. begins to eat into Arnold's reps.
Okay, so it's interesting, the last part of that, about them, Rakestraw eating into his reps.
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple of laws of averages we're working with here. The law of averages is when you take a guy in the first and second round, probably a realistic hope is that you get one really good starter out of those two, realistically speaking. Then there's a law of averages in the Brad Holmes rule.
Right.
Because a year ago, we didn't know that the top four picks would all be, the worst of the four picks was really good, and the best of the four picks, which was probably Laporta,
I would say
was
so.
great.
Yeah.
So we didn't know it at the time. But, I mean, I just can't imagine him doing it again. But right now, do you feel good about Arnold?
I feel great about Arnold. I really have no issues at all. I felt great on draft night when they moved up to get him. I feel great today. And that has projected stats. So the projected stats were 50 tackles, 1 interception, and 11 pass breakups. Now, by way of comparison, okay, Quinyon Mitchell was the first corner taken in the draft. He was taken 2 picks earlier by Philadelphia. And the projected stats, I don't need to go through the best case scenario, worst case scenario with Quinyon Mitchell, but the projected stats, 30 tackles, 1 pick, and 9 pass breakups. So he has projected 67% more tackles for Terrion Arnold than Quinyon Mitchell. Same interceptions, and then there are more pass breakups, 2 more pass breakups for Terrion Arnold. And yes, I worked out the math in my head. 67% more.
So the word out of Philly is that Quinyon Mitchell's had a good preseason, and they're pretty excited about him. They think he's going to be a good player. So working through the Brad Holmes scenario, if he does it again, and a year from now, we're talking about 2 years in a row, Terrion Arnold, you feel pretty good about him, right?
Yeah, I feel great about him.
Do you feel almost as good about Rakestraw?
I feel really good about Rakestraw. I love his competitive spirit. The only question I have with anybody in the secondary is, can he stay healthy?
How do you feel about Sione Vaki?
I think he's going to be a great role player on this team. You're going to really show up on special teams. I think he can be used a little bit as a weapon, catching the ball out of the backfield, like the wheel. He screams wheel route, and that can always be something nice to see. And what's great about him is that he can give Jahmyr Gibbs a little bit of a rest if necessary.
Now, this one probably you can't endorse with the same enthusiasm, but the other of the first 4 picks is Giovanni Manu.
I love his potential, but I don't think you see him unless it's a break glass situation.
No. Project.
Yeah, project.
And it might even be a guy that they skip over him for a veteran. Like they keep him on the roster so that they keep him. Don't expose him to waivers for the practice squad. They don't want to do that. And he can, but I mean, at some point they might be skipping over him just to get somebody in there that's.
Well, yeah, I mean, just well, I don't know, to get somebody else in there. I think the guys on the roster are the guys on the roster, but the extra guys on the roster, they might all be ahead of him.
Yep.
Like even somebody who you may just project to be a guard, be like, well, wait on, he's going to play some tackle.
Yeah. Yeah, he might be the guy on the roster each and every week that's least likely to play. He's got healthy game day scratch written all over.
He's a guy I'm really curious to see how they work reps in with him at practice. I mean, maybe it's just as simple as, okay, second unit, you're in there, and he's a second unit left tackle. But it does seem like, to your point, that they have other guys that rather, is Sorsdal going to play tackle? Skipper going to play tackle? And if those guys play tackle, do they just get more reps because they're higher up on the totem pole than this?
Yeah. Well, just a reminder, we'll be part of the alternate broadcast tomorrow on DetroitLions.com, where we'll be streaming live, watching the game. All the hosts here on 97.1 The Ticket, most of the hosts here on 97.1 The Ticket will be part of it. There'll also be special guests included. To watch, go to DetroitLions.com. You can click on the links, follow the links there. And we will be there. We'll be there watching this final preseason game. And then after that, they go live. What's cool is, and I mean, a little bit of lift the curtain here a little bit. We were supposed to be out at training camp next week. Well, it's not training camp, but like they'll be getting ready for the first game. And the Lions are like, yeah, we're not going to have a radio show watching our practices live. And I'm like, ooh, they're getting serious. Like they get into game prep and all that.
Yeah, I would imagine that was one of the reasons, probably the chief reason, like, you're not, no, we're done with training camp. You guys aren't out here, because I don't even know if the media is allowed to come out and watch the entire practice. Yeah. I don't think they are.
Would have been fun.
They don't release the hounds until a certain point, or they kick them out after a certain point.
Would have been fun.
Yeah, well, sure.
But they told us, we're going to do a little schedule change. Not mad at them.
No.
I get it.
Not at all. Not at all. Get it. So, but I am looking forward to tomorrow.
Tomorrow being our broadcast.
Yep.
Last preseason game and a little college football. You will watch the Florida State Georgia Tech game, won't you?
Well, some of them. I mean, the Lions are at 1, and that's a noon start, I think. So I'll watch some of that game, but going to pay more attention to Lions than I will the college game.
Sure. I don't love that they're on at the same time.
No, I may make a wager on the college game.
Oh, is that right?
Well,
I haven't even looked at the spread yet.
I think it's like 10.5 points, Florida State at this point.
Interesting.
But it has gone down.
Yeah.
So I don't know. People are feeling better and better about Georgia Tech at this point.
Week 0.
DJ Uiagalelei leading Florida State, not ready to go.
Week 0 whets the appetite. I really start to feel it that first Thursday because there's more games and there's usually a Big Ten team or two playing. So I do like that. Mike and Rico are coming up next. Gator, what do you think they'll be talking about today?
Their favorite tangy State Fair fare.
That is next. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you down the line on the Lions broadcast. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
The Tigers could potentially hand the White Sox their 100th loss this series by winning 3 out of 4 games. It starts tonight. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator Montero makes the start for the Tigers. He went 5 innings in his last start, surrendering just 2 hits and no runs while striking out 5. Lions beat writer Dave Burkett released his latest roster prediction. Quote, if I was setting the roster, I would keep 2 quarterbacks and use the extra spot for depth elsewhere. Sudfeld is more capable than Hooker of keeping the Lions afloat if Goff suffers a short-term injury, but Sudfeld strikes me as a backup without a robust market, and if Teddy's released, the Lions could pay him on the practice squad to trump an offer from another team, end quote. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we have a great plan today, and that doesn't feature Caesar dressing discussion. We have a great plan. All football. And we got a lot of positives about football. Now, I am going to personally bring you a positive college football topic. It's a blitz. In our never-ending series of building Rico back up after we burned him to the ashes all spring and summer, I have for you my favorite off-brand college football players of all time. Okay. We're going to see how many of these guys you know. We're going to send Kenny on the Google machine. We are going to talk about the debut.
Oh, this is where you give me the clues.
Yes. You have a bracket. Kenny has a bracket. David has a bracket. I will be revealing these all show. The first ever 12-team playoff bracket. They're going to go up on the whiteboard. Whoever is the most accurate one gets an all-expenses-paid dinner by the rest. And a real dinner, not one of Kenny's with plastic forks and Dixie cups. A real dinner with silverware, Kenny. We also have a hilarious Conor Stallions story, and I think it proves Rico and I's point this entire way. The man is a psycho, and yet you still found him incredibly valuable to you. You don't get to say he was a psycho, and then your head coach is slipping the headset off on 4th and inches to hear what Psycho has to say. This dude tried to get a job at a different high school, and an adult stepped in, except he was Michael Douglas from Falling Down. Apple in the briefcase. I'm still showing up. Milton, you got laid off a year ago. We have got so much to do.
Yeah, I said he pulled the George Costanza.
Yes.
What do you mean? I work here.
Yes.
No, you don't.
Kramer, the Peterman accounts. I knew you'd appreciate that, Kenny. So we got a lot of good stuff today, but can I just for a moment, did you hear what Otto just said?
Yeah.
All right. Here's my question. I want to do this a different way because I refuse to do backup quarterback discussion. But
Bailey Zappi.
No. Why is it that Dan Campbell is able to be criticized? And he has been. But Brad Holmes isn't. And why am I asking that question is simple. It seems like every year you take a 3rd-round pick and you throw it in the garbage. I view your Detroit Lions as a Super Bowl team. Now you're getting reports that your 3rd-round pick quarterback can't beat out Nate Sudfeld. Dave Burkett saying it, not me. You got another 3rd-round pick in Broderick Martin who's shown next to nothing. And you have this year's 3rd-round pick who openly and brazenly didn't even have a profile picture. Giovanni Manu. Who? Mm-hmm. My question is, those 3 3rd-round picks with Brad Holmes' ability, and he's a stud evaluator. Why is it the 1st and 2nd round we're hitting grand slams, and the 3rd round he hits the claw at the bowling alley and tries to bring up a stuffed animal?
My own personal belief, they're still celebrating the 1st and 2nd round, slapping each other on the back, high-fiving. Hey, Lions picking the 3rds coming up. You pick it. And they go back and finish celebrating.
What if there was just like a Price is Right wheel back there? and it had players' faces on there, except for Manu, where it was a silhouette. And they just spin the wheel. Like, the big thing I get to, though, is for people, and this is going to be a tough one, a real tough one. For people like Cookies, who wanted to bow at the altar of Hendon Hooker, to die on this hill, to actually say they didn't want Jared Goff for Hendon Hooker, here's where you've arrived at. A point where Dave Burkett, who's one of the most respected beat writers in the league, is telling you Nate Sudfeld would go in the game first. I mean,
so if the unforeseeable happens, Goff goes down, it's Sudfeld, not Hendon Hooker.
You heard the report from
No. I'm just reiterating that point to the people in the back. But this is a guy who should be ready to take the reins and go with it, and maybe, heaven forbid, he pulls what Brady did to Drew Bledsoe. You're never getting your job back.
Sure.
Not saying that Hendon Hooker's Tom Brady, but this is a chance that I wanted, and I'm never going to let it go.
Personally, Kenny, you heard it that way too, right? Got it. Look, the 2 points I want to make is this. I want to ask you, the people, if you are willing to do the following. A, can we take Brad Holmes down from the altar? Can we pull him from the clouds and have him rejoin us on planet Earth? That Dan Campbell is one of the better coaches in the NFL. He's the best coach in Lions history. Yet, rightfully, we have conversations about Dan Campbell. Most of it positive, some of it questionable and downright critique. Brad Holmes has achieved a very weird space in that he gets treated like he's Theo Epstein, or he gets treated like he's Vince Lombardi.
Oh, my God.
And it's like, wait a minute. I can say Brad Holmes is awesome. However, this Hendon Hooker pick is looking increasingly bad.
Mm-hmm.
The Manu pick I didn't like from Jump Street because I don't need a project tackle. I need to win a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. I view it like, I mean, you know, Rico, your team does a great job with it too. A third-round pick in Brad Holmes' hands, that's a starter.
A third-round pick is either a starter or heavily in the rotation.
Yes.
Where you're playing. A third-round pick, think about it, is maybe that defensive lineman or another corner that you desperately needed in the NFC Championship
So here's what
game.
The last three have been. A guy who can't beat out Nate Sudfeld, a guy who's not in your top 3 D-tackle rotation, and a guy who is so far away from playing NFL football, it's not even funny. A guy who legitimately should be on the practice squad. So my question is this. Can we at least arrive at a point where we can talk about some of these misses? Or, for the Hookerites out there, are you willing to finally let go of this stupidity and just join us in the real world? That you paid Jared Goff, that he is your quarterback, that we can stop with the Hooker stuff, please? Because from the sounds of it, this dude's nowhere close. And what I'm not going to do is backup QB talk. I'm not. I'm not going to sit here and do a show moaning about we need Ryan Tannehill. I don't care. Yeah. If Jared Goff gets hurt, our season's over.
I think Brad Holmes gets the love from the city of Detroit, Mike, because he's like the stepfather who becomes the father you always wanted. Because the Lions drafts have just been horrible. Normally they get the first round selection right, and then the other guys are greeting you at Walmart because they're out of the league in 2 or 3 years. Where Holmes all of a sudden is getting guys in the 5th round and 6th, and they're playing. And it's like, oh my God, this is great. He's the stepdad that actually teaches you how to ride a bike, who actually delivers on his promises to take you to McDonald's. And you've never experienced this before. So he can do no wrong. That's what Brad Holmes is to this city, because he's able to get picks in the later rounds that actually stick with the team.
But here's my argument. The last 3 third-round picks are the separator between you being an overwhelming favorite in the NFC and not. True. That the fact is, with Brad Holmes' ability, he's phenomenal. These third-round picks, this has become a trend here. You've wasted it on a backup QB who's not a backup QB, a D-tackle who's not a primary backup, and a guy who didn't have a picture on scouting services. Now, the potential could be there down the line.
I don't think you have a third one next year because you moved up to
traded
Givaki.
Yeah, but I'm not knocking him. You got Carlton Davis.
Right.
The point I'm making is potential years down the line, I don't care. You have a very finite window to win a Super Bowl in this league. I don't need Manu to be good in 2027 or 6. I need him to be good now.
Right.
I don't need Hendon Hooker to be good, in the last year of his rookie deal? It won't matter. You paid your quarterback.
Right.
You can't play Hendon Hooker and Jared Goff at the same time. Versus, what if they had taken a corner, an edge rusher, a running back, whatever it may be.
Hendon Hooker doesn't even have value that you could put him out there for the suckers out there who need a backup QB or need a starting QB.
No, and you're seeing it with Cleveland because even with DTR, they're trying to trade him now. There's no value. They're struggling to find a market for him. Go ahead, Kenny. I'm sorry, buddy.
No, you're good. What frustrates me is the Super Bowl window is right now, is it not? So I'm with you, Mike. Drafting for potential down the line 2-3 years from now, that does nothing for me because we don't know where this franchise is going to be 2-3 years from now. Hopefully still in that window, but we know we're in that window right now, right here, right now.
But there's no scenario, Kenny, where if Goff got hurt, you're putting Sudfeld in the game over Hooker.
No, that's a disaster.
Because if that's the case, you need to release Hooker.
100%.
Like, that's crazy to me.
Sudfeld has looked bad against backups. There's no shot I put him in over Hooker.
I don't know, Kenny. It just struck me when Otto did it in his update, and I'm like, we're sitting here trying to win a Super Bowl, and I got 3 guys on my 53-man roster that I don't really need. I don't have a role for. And one of the guys we had hosts at this station advocating to not pay our Pro Bowl quarterback in favor of this guy, and this guy can't win the backup job. That just seems like outer space to me.
Yeah, but remember at that time, all you had was remember how great he played at Tennessee, and he was on the cusp. He was in Heisman talk, and maybe we're getting a steal. He's mobile. He could do all of the things that Jared Goff can't do, except you later found out maybe Jared Goff got a bad rap. Maybe Jared Goff was actually pretty good.
Let me tell you, and I know it's not your argument. I know you're saying this is what people think, so I'm okay to say the following. Let me tell you why that is so dumb. Okay, Colt Brennan almost won the Heisman Trophy. Was Colt Brennan an NFL quarterback?
All right. Mac Jones.
Tim Couch. Like, players go to New York that don't belong there. Like, I don't care. It's not Rico's thing. I'm not attacking Rico. I'm saying it's a dumb thought process by people to hold on to the first half of Tennessee's season 2 years ago. It's crazy to me.
But you're thinking maybe we're going to find our Mahomes. We're going to find our Jalen Hurts. We're going to find that QB because we're smart and we got him. We're going to take him in the 3rd round. And it was almost like, okay, you're competing against yourself because I don't think anybody else was ready to take Hendon Hooker in the 3rd round. You could have gotten him a lot later in the draft and taken somebody who could have actually helped you in last year's NFC Championship game when all your corners start going down. Right. You could have took an extra corner.
Look, it's the last 3 third-round picks, realistically. And I have no qualms about trading a 3rd to get Carlton Davis. I'm more in line to let's do more of that versus whatever these last 3 picks are. Because if I look at 3 more contributors to this roster, doesn't that put me on terms with San Francisco or maybe ahead? Yeah. Versus now, look, you're tying up roster spots. I mean, the Lions have already seemingly they don't want to carry 3 quarterbacks. Okay. Broderick Martin, like, what role does he play? Realistically. He's not going to play ahead of Onwuzurike. He's not going to play ahead of DJ Reader, and he's not going to play ahead of Numbnuts, Ali McNeil. And Manu, you cannot put him on the field. No. He's not even remotely ready. So I just wondered if it changed your perspective is all, because, look, the station is so obsessive about backup QB stuff. I'm not. But if this guy, like, what you should be hearing about Hendon Hooker is he is lighting camp up. That's what you should be hearing if this was a remotely decent pick. And you're certainly not hearing that. So I don't know. We were going to go a different direction to start the show, but Jeremy Otto really upended things to start the day. That's his mulligan. 248-539-9797. We will get your phone calls. Tons of college football today. Most of it positive. And Rico's bracket. The reverse receipts segment. We'll do it all as the day goes along. 97.1.
Xfinity gives me a chance to be on the go all summer long and still watch all my great shows and sports. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price so I can keep up with all the action. You can also get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruptions. That's important. You don't get the spinning wheel of death. I get all the out-of-market scores and stats with Xfinity, latest injury updates so you can keep up with the baseball season. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just simply drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
All right, being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, determination, and the number one mattress. Purchased by millions every year, it's Serta. They got the experience with 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they're made right here in Michigan. Right now, the Labor Day sales event rolls on, up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. All right. Also of note, I'm not huge on jinxes, But yeah, I don't need SI, which is not really a media outlet anymore. I don't need the Lions getting the SI jinx. Did you see that photo? The Lions are going to win the Super Bowl. They got them all posing in front of a car. I'm like, oh, Jesus. That's like the Madden curse. I don't want any of this. Mm-hmm. David, what's coming on with the ticket text here? What do people have to say?
Jordan Love. He wasn't ready until he was ready, which took a while. Hooker may be the same deal.
So just so we're clear, I want to make sure I'm clear. I don't want to be a bad guy. You're comping it out to what Green Bay did while you just paid your quarterback a mega deal and you're in your Super Bowl window. By the way, Green Bay got skewered. And part of what sent Aaron Rodgers' relationship with the team spiraling was that pick. Mm-hmm. Just want to make sure we're on the same page. Because you're probably the same guy, Texter, who ripped the pack for what they did. Only now, while firmly clutching your balls, do you hit us with this because you think it serves you. Guys, we can do this dance all day. You Hendon Hooker people have a mental disorder. There's something not right with you. Like Jim Costa, mental disorder. Something's wrong. Jim needs to speak to someone. Let go. You have a great quarterback here. So what? You had a bad opinion. Who cares?
Oh, he's pro golf now.
That doesn't matter. He slandered the guy for 3 years.
He did. But but that's the fact that you paid Goff. The second you did, I think we all saw this coming. You rendered the pick moot because he's never going to play. Because
but
he has no
Jordan
value.
Love.
Yeah, but at least Green Bay was smart enough to say, we're just going to let Aaron Rodgers' contract play out.
Well, and by the way, how old was Rodgers when they took Love?
Oh, he was old.
Yeah, was he 37?
I was about to say he was late 30s.
Yeah. Okay, Jared Goff's barely 30. Again, these arguments are dumb, and I can put them on a rotisserie all day.
There was so much high praise from Manu in April that we would trust Brad Holmes at the time. But I'm sick of these garbage third-round picks. He's great, but these other dudes suck. That is from Dan.
And again, here's my point. I view it as I would have 3 free squares, that I trust Brad Holmes enough. I would have free squares of guys. Like, for instance, would we be crying about who's the third receiver right now had you taken one of those picks and drafted a receiver?
No.
That's the ultimate compliment to Brad Holmes. Mm-hmm. I just think it's interesting as we're hurtling towards the most important season in Detroit Lions history, that these little issues are there, and it's like if you bring them up, you're terrible.
Mike, you think about this. You could have taken a defensive lineman. You wouldn't have had to take your first 2 picks and go get corners. You could have taken one in the 3rd round, put him in the rotation, and maybe he blossoms like a Kirby, where he becomes that guy.
Well, this text is for you then, Rico. Tom in Flat Rock. The pain point is that the next player drafted after Hooker was Tank Dell.
Don't say that.
Very true. I looked it up to make sure it was correct.
Don't say that.
It was.
Don't say that. I don't want to live in that world.
Hi.
Don't. No.
The world has a fruit basket for you, Mike. Welcome.
No. You don't mean that. Come on, you're messing with me.
No. This is the other Tank Dell that plays for the Cardinals.
This is the bad one. No, this is the lousy one who played for State.
Right.
Oh, wait, that was Mark.
Hey. Farmington Hills.
Listen, he was a decent receiver, but he ain't Tank Dell. Oh, my God. Are you serious?
Tank Dell's okay.
Tank Dell could be on this team right now. Cutscene, Duggan Scott doing 4 hours of who's the third receiver, or John needing a diaper because he wants Julio Jones's corpse. Tank Dell.
Mistakes were made.
Man, heaven.
Mistakes were made.
Big time.
This is really... David, you really rocked my world with that one right there. That was like, wait, what?
I read it as well. I was like, let me make sure. This may be wrong. No?
As much as ticket texters bother me sometimes, that man's an evil genius. I don't know who sent that. What's their name? Charlie, Robert, Franklin?
Let me go back here. It is Tom.
Tom, you're a genius. An evil one, but you're a genius.
He missed. Wow, Kenny.
Go ahead.
That's the first time that's ever been said on these airwaves.
What? Tom's a genius.
Oh, breeze right through the airport.
I was trying to just go through and read it. He said that I couldn't get over it. Wow. Okay.
Move along.
Brad wants to build a team that can be a sustainable winner. Sign Scott Harris and Steve Yzerman.
You know what? I almost want to make T-shirts that say sustainable winner on them. Like, it is such a corporate, buzzword. It's not even feasible in sports. The NFL is designed for you not to be a continual winner. Mm-hmm. There is a cap. It's punitive. It's really hard to do. A consistent winner is just go win the effing thing and we worry about the rest later. I mean, ask Rico, do you enjoy being a consistent winner? Oh, wait, let's check your trophy case. No. Sorry, that wasn't slander. I apologize. Hey, things are looking up for you. Ayuk contract could happen. Trent Williams they're talking to.
Well, Trent Williams.
Wait, what? Okay, I didn't listen this morning, so I don't know what the context of that is, but I'll leave it alone.
Kevin Johnson's Soul Food Restaurant. Wow. Yeah, Trent Williams just didn't want to work out.
Got it. Let's go to the people. Go to Harrison, 97.1. Harrison, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. All right, I want to live in a different world. Let's move on from Hendon Hooker for a second.
Okay.
Would you rather have the promise of Giovanni Manu, or would you rather have Chase Young in a push for a Super Bowl? Because that's what pick got sent over for that trade.
Yeah,
would you rather have?
I would rather
Ennis Rakestraw or Montez Sweat away from the Bears.
No, I would take the two players over the two unknowns, and I like Rakestraw. There's no slander. I like the pick. Not mad about it. I wanted Montez Sweat. I know the chair drop has painted it that somehow Chase Young. No, Montez Sweat was my number one. Chase going to Rico's team is what set me off. But yeah, I absolutely would have, Harrison. If that makes me wrong, that's okay. I'm not mad about it.
My opinion is Brad Holmes feels like at that point in the draft, he wants to reach for the guy that potentially has the highest ceiling. So he grabs the toolsiest guy he can find instead of grabbing a need, because he's not a need-based drafter. We figured that out about him. I don't really agree with it at that point in the draft. I'd rather have the players. I'd rather have a little more pass rush.
I think if you do it in the 5th or 6th round, nobody can complain. I'm with you. In the 3rd round, I'm drafting a starter.
Yeah, and the other thing is sustainable winner is great. How about one Super Bowl in Detroit? Please, one.
Yeah,
I'm not
and again,
they can still to go 4 times.
They could still get it done, right? I think they have this is the best shot they've had arguably in the history of the franchise. But it's fun when you listen to Jeremy Otto, upend our show with his updates. It's like some of these picks do look worse and worse, and they feel forcibly different than the other picks. When you take Brian Branch, it's not a need. He's just a damn good football player. You take Sam Laporta. He's just a damn good football player. You took a running back in a place most people would never take him. Admittedly, I wouldn't. But Jahmyr Gibbs, damn good player.
Worked.
These 3rd-round picks are outer space because you're taking guys that are nowhere. A guy with one leg who will never start for you, a dude who had a grade 2 rounds after, and then this year you took a guy that they didn't have a picture for in 2024. That's come on.
Well, technically, he was a 4th round selection before you get those people saying he wasn't in the 3rd round, Mr. Funny Man.
Okay, I don't care. It is amazing how people will bend over backwards. They will miss the 95% of what we're talking about, which was triggered by Jeremy Otto. I want to say blame him. In this blind defense of their team. When we're nothing but complimentary to Brad Holmes, I will just tell you, if this team falls short, one of the things I'll look at are some of these real out-of-the-box early to mid-round selections. And the fact that David hit me with Tank Dell instead of Hendon Hooker.
The very next pick.
You're a problem. You're a real problem. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to people. Next, 97.1. All right, summer is in full swing. Labor Day coming up as well. And whether you've got a party planned and you don't feel like making the food, or you're stuck at a baseball tournament all weekend and you just got to get dinner on the table in 20 minutes, Hungry Howies has you covered. And they've got their most competitive offer of the summer. Any large pizza on the menu, your choice of flavored crust, $14.99 each, limited time only. And that includes the Kenny Cott Pickle Bacon Ranch. No, Kenny, the Backyard Burger. These are your pizzas. I can't wait till we return to like actual Italian things, or as Kenny likes to say, Italian. The point is, Hungry Howie's, $14.99, whether you want to order pizza for your Nona or you want to go with Kenny and do some of this exotic things. Hungry Howie's has got you covered. HungryHowies.com, or download that app today. Limited time only at Hungry Howie's. All right, I have a college football blitz for you guys. I think you're going to enjoy it. Just wrapping a little Lions to start the day. Jeremy Otto upended the show. Backup quarterback talk. But it was the idea of, man, if Hooker's not lighting it up, if he's not a for sure guy to go in the game over Nate Sudfeld, God, that pick looks worse and worse. Then David and ticket texter Tom hit us with the next pick was Tank Dell. Can you imagine this team with Tank Dell? Bottom line, No. Different time. The other thing, and it is a wild story. Maybe we get to it later. But this athletic story about Conor Stallions, dude, this dude is George Costanza. He's Cosmo Kramer. This guy trying to get a job at Berkeley High School, and the admins step in and they're like, yeah, first of all, you don't have a right to a job that we never gave you. Please stop showing up. Second of all, he's writing manifestos. He's basically saying that I control the media. They won't write any stories if I tell them not to. Look, I'm saving you time because here's the thing. It is absolute proof positive this dude's a psycho. But that is an inconvenience for you Wolverines because you think painting him out as a lone wolf and a nutcase is a victory for you. It's actually not. It actually makes the videos of your 7-figure high-level coordinators and your demigod head coach sliding their headset off to talk to said psycho in the seminal moments of your games and seasons, that makes it look that much worse. Yeah. Because if someone is a nutbag, here's what I don't do. I don't listen to them. I don't have them on my sideline. I don't have them as a part of my company.
If this athletic story is true, they
have documents.
This is a 6-part series. Okay, this is the next clip. Seriously, just that article of, well, what do you mean I don't work here? Sir, we are respectfully saying, no, you don't meet our qualifications. When you have the head coach telling parents, hey, trust me on this, just don't Google him, okay? Let me explain to you, don't Google him. So what's the first thing the parents do? You Google. Oh, it's that guy. But the fact that he went back and forth with the athletic director and the administration saying, I don't understand. What do you mean? I got the job. Sir, you never had the job. I talked to the principal. Cutscene to the principal. I don't know who he is. I've never talked to this man. If you have nothing else, this story is wild. Entertaining.
Let me just, I also want to add one thing, and this is just my opinion. Can't prove this, and I'm not saying it to be hurtful. I'm just more convinced of something right now than I've ever been convinced. Okay? My opinion, not reporting the news. Someone has to be bankrolling this guy for his silence. Like, let's just call this what it is. This guy, I don't want to hear how he's from the Vanderbilts or the Rockefellers. His parents are school teachers. Second of all, you haven't been gainfully employed in a while. And a lot of people would say being an analyst for a football program and making nothing, that's not being gainfully employed either. Selling broken vacuums, not gainful employment. The idea that this guy is floating through space and trying to take a volunteer coaching job, there's no money coming in. So you just, guys, I view a lot of college football programs this way. It's not a Michigan thing. It's called a life thing. If this was Missouri, I'd say the same damn thing. I just, in my heart, I'm like, all right, someone is being his sugar daddy for his silence and for him to go about his business. That's an opinion. That's just, I can't prove it, and I'm not going to try to. I just, in the world of common sense, dude, who takes jobs you don't get paid for? Like, no, don't tell me he's Scrooge McDuck.
Right.
All right, this isn't Jeff Bezos.
Right. Like if Nick Saban all of a sudden decided to go and coach a local high school team in Alabama, we kind of understand. He just loves the game. He's got the money. He's got the free time. This is a young man, and he is basically shilling for a job.
It's hilarious, dude. Like, it's crazy. That
but the fact that
nuts.
He kept showing up and I've been meeting with the players. Please stop. Please get off the property. You don't work here, sir.
Yeah, it's wild. But if you're bored, you want to read it, like, we're not going to make it a big thing on the show because we got so much other stuff to do. But it's a crazy article.
It's entertaining. It really is. Mike, I had to go back and get the glasses. Like, okay, this is good.
I mean, it's a bit much, and I'm ready for football. Like, I'm largely just until the NCAA does their thing.
But the 4-day exchange between him and the athletic director
in insane land,
where he finally finished it off with, "Let me write you a 1,500-word email of why you need to hire me." Maybe he needs to be a writer. Maybe he's missing his calling. This man loves to write.
It's fine. Like I said, it was just a PSA. If people want to read something, I'll call it interesting. It is interesting. It's crazy.
It is.
But whatever. All right. David, I got time for one, right? Very special. A man who I thought disappeared. I thought he moved. We just haven't heard from him all summer. We welcome in a 20-year veteran of the program.
I'm going to leave and just let you two have it.
No. You please join. Join the fun.
I love when you and this caller.
It's always a blessing. We bring in Bishop.
Gentlemen, the Christmas is in the air and it's football season. I'm waiting to see Aiden Childs and the mighty Michigan State Spartans.
I'm glad you are. I'm glad you are.
Mike, listen. I've been around for a long time, man. Michael, that's the worst 120 seconds of radio I've ever heard you do. Don't ever do that to yourself again. Nobody cares about Conor Stallions. We have the natty. It's in the trophy case. We listen. We don't care.
I don't care that you don't care. That's what you're missing. I don't care. The rest of the rest of the college football world cares. You're not supposed to. You can stop using my full name and your faux passive-aggressive nonsense. We can just be men about this.
Okay, if you let me, here's what I will say. I think it was relevant during that time, and we took an opportunity to walk very circumspectly around him, and he probably added some value to the program, which is why headsets came off and they listened to him in some way, shape, or form. I will say this. Everyone likes to hate on Michigan for doing what it needed to do in order to win the Natty. And we'll take whatever comes with that. I don't care if we ever win another one in the next 25 years. I am who you said we are.
And that's exactly how you should approach it. But the one thing you don't have a right to do is to tell anybody else what to do. Nobody cares what you think, Bishop. Nobody cares what your repugnant fan base thinks.
Well, Mike, I'll keep it above board. I'll do the Michelle Obama. If someone goes low, I'll try to go high.
I didn't go low. I just said no one cares. You don't get to ask for respect that isn't earned. You cheated. You won your natty. One of my best friends went to the damn game. You think I'm mad at him? Absolutely not. But he doesn't get to dictate terms, just like you don't. It's insane behavior.
Last thing, Michael, and listen, I love you, and I'll continue to call in as long as
please do.
You'll have me.
Please do.
As long as you'll have me. Last piece. Mr. John L. Smith, or John C., how long do we give him? 2 seasons? 3 seasons? We haven't seen anything. I'm really worried about the program.
No, you're not.
I want to see.
No, you're not. Have a nice day. All right.
Condescending, disingenuous. Well, but it's so funny because then he's saying, respect and all of this. I'm being respectful.
No, you're not.
I'm going Michelle Obama. Like, really?
I'm bored of it. The point I'm making is
this has been the sidewalk.
First of all, Jonathan Smith, I don't know. I mean, if he's bad, I'd give him the same I'd give any coach in college football, 2 years.
Yeah, unfortunately, it used to be 3,
but
maybe
2.
4. But yeah.
But the ground rules of this show have been the same. Now, Bishop, if you want to call a safe space, we put on the play-by-play team 8 hours a day. Call them. The ground rules have been simple. Go win your natty. Enjoy it. Take the pictures. Go on the trips. Do whatever you got to do. But you do not get to demand validation. So that's it. You can call. You can do the same passive-aggressive stuff you've done for 20 years. I don't care. But the bottom line is you don't get a say. And when an article is written and we take 7 or 8 minutes out of a 4-hour show.
They've moved on, Mike.
And they should. Right. But you don't get to tell the rest of us to.
You've moved on, but when you see a key piece is just constantly in the news and you realize this guy may not have 52 cards in the deck, and then you're wondering, well, he was an integral part of your championship. You can't deny that, Bishop. You can't deny that he wasn't on the sideline calling plays, because the one thing I know, and yes, you can sign. I know a lot of coaches, and the GAs have nothing to say on the sideline during a game. They're not even on the sideline. They're in the booth somewhere. They're taking recruits around the stadium. That's their job.
Stop with facts.
Okay.
How dare you?
I'm sorry.
But go read the article. Or don't. I don't care. I have a fun blitz for you.
Okay.
We're going to do this next. The good things about college football. Our series rolls on. I'll get to it next. Distracted driving has become an epidemic. Look around. We've all seen it. I mean, people are acting a fool in their cars. No one likes to talk life insurance because it's a conversation about you being dead. That sucks. Whatever, you got to have it. Otherwise, you screw your family over when you're lying in a box. Call Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. Starters, Mike's going to shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He guarantees you the best possible rate. And with over 30 years in the business, National Benefit Plans brings you the experience necessary. They're going to deliver for you. Call Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200. Or you can go on the web, nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right. This is exciting. On the eve of college football with Florida State and Georgia Tech, we have done a series of positive reinforcements that I know I'm rough on the state of the sport. I do blame Rico Beard for most of it. But this week we have tried positive things. So today I want to do a blitz. And it is all about the beauty of college football that Rico is killing. But it was the off-brand superstars that got you to fall in love with the sport. I'm going to be giving you the players that both were at the start of my love affair with college football, but also kept me loving the sport. Off-brand stars.
So, an example, like what was it, Byron Leftwich, when they had to wheel him down the field on the final drive.
Probably a little more off-brand than that, but you're on the right track. Okay. It's guys that generally don't play at blue blood programs and didn't really go on to have these huge NFL careers. Now, there are a couple exceptions in here, but just really good college football players that you had to find.
Gotcha.
David, music. It's exciting. Now remember, I'm a child of the 90s, so some of these Kenny will have no shot. Some of these, more recent. But Rico, if I said to you one of the first quarterbacks that really was interesting in college football, SEC on ESPN, and the only quarterback I've ever seen rock a mullet.
Ooh.
And his last name he shares it with a current NFL free agent quarterback.
I was going to go Pat White until you said SEC.
And mullet?
But no. I was like the quarterback. I mean, everybody loved Pat White. He was at West Virginia for 8 years. Wait, what was the last clue?
Shares a last name with a current NFL free agent quarterback.
I don't remember the first name.
Okay.
Tannehill.
Nailed it.
Was it Brian?
All aboard the cockaboose. It's time. He's a Gamecock with a mullet. Steve Tannehill.
Steve. Okay.
Kenny, don't say it like that.
Cockaboose. The Cockaboose Railroad. Kenny, Google Steve Tannehill. The glory that you're about to see of mid-90s football. Dude rocked a mullet like it was out of a movie. It's amazing. All right. QB2 on this team. Air raid offense. Led a Cinderella to the BCS, only to get decapitated by Kenny's team. He has sadly passed away. But he was an awesome college football player. Think the far reaches of college football.
Passed away. Wait, didn't a Hawaii quarterback? Wait,
you're right on it. You're right on it, and it's not Timmy Chang.
Oh, that's what I was about to say.
Colt Brennan. Had a cup of coffee in the league, but Colt Brennan was awesome. A tatted up QB rifling 70 balls a game, and unfortunately they ran into Georgia.
Wow, this mullet is epic, by the way.
It's glorious.
It is. Glad
it's
is the word.
amazing. Like, there's no way that guy didn't have a pack of Marlboro Reds under his shoulder pad. All right. RB1 on my team.
How do you remember this stuff?
RB1 on my team. Now, remember, This is a pet team for me. Old Southwest Conference into the first year of the Big 12. At that time, the Big 8. Out in the West Texas Plains. And here's a hint. He was the centerpiece of a scandal because his last 2 years at school, he didn't even own books. His coach's son coached against Michigan in the playoff. The fan base throws tortillas on the field.
Oh, okay. We're at Texas Tech.
Correct. I give you.
Wait.
He had a 2,000-yard season when they entered the Big 8.
Was it
I'll be so proud of you if you get this.
Rashard Woods?
No. Byron Hanspard.
Oh.
Coached by Spike Dykes. That's Sonny's dad. RB2, it's a duo. Same school. Different time periods, but both off-brand legends. Here's a hint. Kenny's ancestry.
Oh.
He drafted one of these as his traditions he loves about college football. Think Rich Rod, but two different eras. RB2. One, turn of the century. One, about 15 years ago. Both under 5'10".
I think I got one.
Let me hear it.
Was Slayton under Rich
Slayton,
Rod?
right?
No.
Oh.
No.
Whoa.
These are deeper selections.
Whoa. Okay, then.
Huh.
You want one?
Yeah.
Avon Coburn.
Okay.
You don't remember him and his 6,000 rushing yards? The other, I believe, is cousins with Deion Sanders. Noel Devine?
Yes! I do
Yeah, he
remember
is.
that.
I think he is.
Because that was his only claim to fame.
I'm
related to Deion.
And he had unbelievable high school tape, 5-star recruit. And he went to West Virginia. All right. Wayback Machine. Here we go now.
Michael Crabtree.
No, I mean Wayback Machine. The man who launched, this is Wideout 1 on my team. The man who launched Joe Tiller's career. Wide receiver.
It wasn't.
And it wasn't at Purdue. I'm talking about launching Joe Tiller's career. Had 109 catches for 1,650 yards
Can you help
and
me out?
13 touchdowns.
Can you help me out?
Who are these people?
Kenny, when I say this name, you got to Google. Wait till you see the uniforms they were rocking. Quintessential 90s, all belly tops. Beautiful.
Where was Joe Tiller before?
School I love. Love.
Boys, no.
They share school colors with an in-state school that we mock all the time. David's wife went there.
Oh, Western.
I do know the school.
Wyoming?
Yes. The player, Marcus Harris. When Tiller launched basketball on grass, this was the grainy late-night highlights. All right, wideout 2. I want you to think same part of the country. And this was a guy who put up a season that didn't even seem like it could be real in 1996. Are you ready for this? 130 catches for 1,854 yards and 16 touchdowns. He went to the same school as a very controversial former Niners quarterback, NFL quarterback.
Nevada?
Yep. Got drafted by the Jets in the second round. You want it?
Yeah. David,
Alex Van Dyke. Amazing.
I need that stat line again.
130 receptions. This is 1 year, David. 130 receptions, 1,854 yards, and 16 touchdowns.
So no one else got the ball.
And you would only get to see him play when, like, Nevada would go to play Tom Osborne's Huskers.
How are you watching Nevada football, Mike?
Remember when they used to have, like, actual college football coverage? You would get the highlights or they would give you the stat line of the week. And you just found these players, and you're like, who are these people? These teams aren't even real. All right.
I think the only Nevada games I saw were Kaepernick games.
Let me give you wide out 3 on this team. I want you to think Big 12. I want you to think a coach who was in the media this week for his anti-NIL stance. Last 2 years at Okie State, 184 catches, 3,000 yards, and 32 touchdowns. Unfortunately, it didn't translate to a good NFL career.
Yeah, so I'm still stuck on Michael Crabtree for some reason, but I know
how about this?
Yeah.
Couple years before Crabtree, early 2000s.
See, I was going to guess Des Bryant, but he had an NFL career.
Before Des Bryant.
He did.
Rashawn Woods. You remember him?
Good call.
Rashawn Woods was nasty. And you're talking 19 years ago. 184 catches in 2 years? At the Big 12 level?
But the Big 12 wasn't playing defense even
All
then,
right.
though.
I'll give you the last one for the offense. We'll do defense later. Plays for a school I love. Back east. Sopranos featured.
Oh, must be Rutgers.
This is tight end 1, and he's out of central casting. Like if I had AI generate a tight end who's Italian who played for Rutgers, it would be this guy. Mark Bavaro lookalike.
Yeah.
Played in the NFL in the AFC North.
Was this under the Greg Schiano early days?
No, before that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You got me on this one.
Marco Battaglia. I mean, just You know who his quarterback was? New York Jet, Bill Parcells.
You got this. Because he does TV now.
There you go, Ray Lucas.
Yes.
And on national
How do you know this stuff, man?
Because I love college football despite what you've done to it. Part 2 later with the defense. 97-1.
Jeez.
All right, we talk a lot about college football. FanDuel ready to fire away. The futures market this weekend, you do have some games. I use that term lightly outside of Florida State, Georgia Tech. But FanDuel now through September 22nd, all customers bet $5, get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and current form of payment. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 and up, present Michigan. Full price NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms and restrictions do apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source. According to Yahoo Sports, the spring football transfer window might be shutting after a proposal by the Football Oversight Committee. Quote, if the council adopts the legislation, it would take effect this cycle, eliminating the 15-day portal window in April. The D1 Council meets via video conference next month and in person in October. It is unusual but not unprecedented for the council to reject a recommendation from the Oversight Committee, end quote.
Come on, man. When you going to talk that hooker mess?
I got some fantasy football news for you. The article also states that the 4 power conferences are on board with this move as well. Dan Campbell said earlier this week that if Khalif Raymond is the Lions, or that he is the Lions' third wide receiver right now, but will it stay that way, Justin Rodgers? The Pro Football Hall of Fame is adjusting their threshold for ex-coaches to be enshrined. Currently, coaches have to wait 5 years for eligibility, but they've decided to move forward with just a 1-year period going forward. Former Lions tight end Logan Thomas is back in San Francisco. This comes just 2 weeks since he was last released by them. The Tigers face the White Sox tonight. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:45 right here on 7:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Great to have you with us on a gorgeous Friday, and we can finally say the following: a football Friday. Every weekend from now through Valentine's Day, you will have football. Now, I can't promise you it's good football, but you will have football. Before we move to our unveiling of the playoff brackets. There will be many, David. I'm glad you said that. Just ticket text from that. Rico is reeling. Rico's head was spinning from that segment. And we are just getting started. We haven't even hit the Big Ten phase of this team.
Seriously, man. It's like the library in your head. You just overworked that poor
College football was a love affair for me. College represented something that did not feel real. No one in my family had ever gone to school anywhere. So I fell in love with this sport because it was different. And it was not like the NFL. And you had back then, Rico, like you said it, not everyone was on TV. And if they were, it was like this special thing to see. Hey, this is Travis Prentice, Miami, Ohio. Like, this is the guy. And they play Northwestern and they're on the deuce. And you're like, this is amazing. I loved the game until you ruined it. All right, David, ticket text, and then we're going to get to the brackets. Very excited about this.
Since Rico doesn't know any of these players, they have to be before black and white TV for him to remember.
That's not
Stop
right,
man.
Right now. He was busy getting 6 different degrees.
That is not right.
Do you
Dutch
want
Clark?
Do you want to do an off-brand MSU one? I can. Shout out Napoleon Outlaw. Wow. All right, let's go. I got plenty.
Someone says, so Divine and Dion weren't related, but Dion tried to be his legal guardian.
Okay. I knew it. His claim to fame was I know Dion. Okay.
It was a big deal that he went to West Virginia. He was supposed to go to Alabama.
Can't believe Northern Illinois legend Jordan Lynch didn't make the list. That's Bryce Intemperance.
How about Michael the Burner Turner?
Oh, where was he? Was
NIU.
Yes.
OMG, Mike is the Rain Man of college football.
Yes.
That man deserves his Heisman vote, Sam in a car.
He does. He is the Rain Man. It's like, seriously, like if Kenny, if in that time period they didn't play for Miami, Notre Dame, or Florida State.
Right. Yes.
You know those teams because those were the three most dominant teams.
Yes.
But it got to a point with a couple of those players, like back when Marcus Harris and Alex Van Dyke were playing, halftime of those games, you'd get their highlight. They would show you this. It was like Zapruder film, standard def. It was just blurry. And here's, his 14th catch of the day. Dude, for a kid watching that, and you're going, these numbers are like video game. What is this? No 130 catches?
That was the genesis of the spread offense that only
Joe
a few
Tiller,
people were running.
Basketball on grass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, someone is asking, how do you get 130 catches in a season?
It's nuts.
You line up 5 wide receivers, and the other team panics because they're like, how do we cover 5 wide receivers? And nobody goes in motion. Like, I don't get this, Coach.
I think that's also something, too, with football, David. You feel like we've run out of ideas. It's like the movie industry. We've made every movie. That's why everything's a sequel now. With football, it was crazy to live through an era where, like, wait, you can have 4 wide receivers on the field?
Yeah.
Wait, there's no one in the backfield.
Well, I think the latest one was the spread offense. That was the 10 years, 10, 15
like
years ago.
the first time you watched Joe Tiller and the basketball on grass thing, I probably sounded like Brandy. Oh, look at Larry Stevens. There's no running back anywhere. What is this?
Right. And then it was Rich Rod's offense at West Virginia.
Wait a minute. What is all this motion? This is crazy.
For these little guys out there playing.
Steve Slayton and Pat White was theater. Absolute theater. All right, here are the rules for the bracket. You're big on receipts. So we're going to have some fun here. Now, I am going to be the master of ceremonies. I am going to present these. I have been handed your bracket, Kenny's and David's, of the new 12-team playoff. Don't get used to it, by the way. There's only 2 years of it because it's going to look different in 2 years. Nice sport.
32 teams. Just giving you – we talked about it on the phone last night.
So what we're going to do is this. I am going to present a bracket. The person whose bracket I present will have to explain their rationale for this. We're going to take you through it and see if we can crown a national champion. And then really it comes down to ticket texters and callers about who did it right, who did it wrong, what the agreement, disagreement is, all of it. I will admit, as much as I don't like the new world of college football, this does add a layer. It adds a talking point. It adds something to kind of sink your teeth into. Now, the one thing it's not going to do is there will never be an argument on this show about the number 13 team in America getting left out. You've taken that away. There's nothing to debate.
It'll always be a debate.
You have 3 losses.
Well, really, technically,
leave.
it'll be the 12th team because you got to do the poverty team of the group of 5.
Correct. As long as it's not Costa's team,
So a 10-2 SEC team getting left out, we're talking about it.
You can have it. I don't care. You know what? I think even Kenny would agree. If you're 10-2 and your schedule is weak enough that a 10-2 SEC team is number 12 or 13 in America, you didn't play a schedule. That's how I view it. It just means more. So here's what we'll do. Guys, there's only one way. We have to start with Rico's bracket. He is the architect of the new college football. He has taken away so much from so many. We are going to start with Rico's bracket. Kenny and David, you are the peanut gallery. We will also have the ticket text. We will also have the calls. I'm excited. Now, I haven't studied this. Let me just take a peek here. Oh. Couple exotic selections, Kenny. This is going to be fun.
Georgia gets upset in the first round.
No, there's no spite. Because remember, a real dinner, not a Kenny Cott dinner with paper plates and plastic forks. Real dinner, real silverware is on the line here.
Well, see, I think that in the event that I lost, I've already paid it forward to you guys. So you enjoyed those sandwiches earlier this week.
No.
As you did too.
Nope, wrong button.
You enjoyed that pizza earlier, didn't you?
The slice, yeah.
Gentlemen, please. Next, the godfather of college football, Rico Beard, and his receipt-worthy bracket, 97-1.
Specs at LTU getting ready to start classes next week. As a matter of fact, I was on campus yesterday, and guys,
good for you.
Oh, it's a beautiful campus, Mike. Walking right here in Southfield, the campus of Lawrence Tech. Look, if you want a career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your dream, and it can be the first step in you getting there. But first, I need you to do something. You got to be curious. You got to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU, as I stated, right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business like yours truly and with the hands-on approach and expert faculty. You're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, Abraham and Rose, you know the drill. If the IRS has knocked on your door, you got yourself a problem. And whether it's a collection or audit, you need a law firm. And you need one that specializes in tax resolutions. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. And whether it's personal income tax or business payroll, Abraham and Rose will fight for you. They'll craft a plan, and they will act as the buffer between you and the IRS. Save your dollars. Spare yourself the headaches. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or simply call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. Okay, we have arrived. It is the eve of college football. Don't worry, we still have 2 more weeks of inane Lions conversations before they take the field. We have Florida State, Georgia Tech. We have SMU at Nevada. Come on, who's excited? But here's the deal. This is the first year of the 12-team playoff. No man has stumped for this more than Rico Beard. So we're going to lead with his bracket. David, you said you have some production. Jim Mora. All right. Let's start, as Rico puts it, with the poverty school, the 12 seed. Rico with a very sexy selection here. Out of the AAC, the Memphis Tigers.
Yeah, Mike, when you look at Memphis' schedule, I think they're going to play
Florida State.
That's it. The reason why I chose Memphis over Boise State, because I think Memphis can at least keep the game closer.
And you can't have Pool Boy University in the playoff.
Which will help them because Boise State has to play Oregon, who I think will just take it to Boise State. So that score is going to be a lot worse. So when you look at, okay, you play one real team and you were in the ballpark, that's going to give them the nod.
Yeah, you can't let Liberty in for a multitude of reasons.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. You didn't even consider Liberty because you said Memphis over Boise State.
Correct.
Okay.
Because Liberty's not playing anybody, David. To me, you're rewarding just somebody showing up to class and not turning in any work.
Or sitting in the corner of the bedroom. All right. The 5 seed. Memphis taking on Oregon.
The Oregon Ducks. I have Oregon because...
Yeah, at 5. This is very surprising.
Whoa.
Well, because the conference champions get 1 through 4. So, therefore, I think Oregon will be the best of the teams that was not the conference champion.
They don't win the Big Ten in your mind.
They do not win the Big Ten, but they are the best team, not a conference champion.
Let's go to the 8-9 matchup. The 9 seed. This is very surprising to me. Florida State.
Florida State, Mike. I think that Florida State has enough going for them. DJU at the quarterback. First of all, I think the NCAA and the College Football Committee kind of wants to say, we're sorry for leaving you out. So if they're close, they're going to be in. I think that they will end up finishing second in the ACC.
Playing the 8 seed, the Penn State Nittany Lions.
Penn State has really 2 tough games.
And they'll lose them both and still make the playoff.
And one I don't even think is a tough game. I think they'll lose Ohio State at home. And they go on the road to USC. Let's just say they do lose them both. They're 10-2. That will be enough to get them.
All right. The 11 seed, the LSU Tigers.
Oh, wow.
I like the LSU Tigers. You got Ole Miss at home. You get Bama at home. You get Oklahoma at home. You're on the road at A&M, and you're on the road at Florida. But Florida is late in the season, and by that time, they could have fired their coach.
And it produces a matchup where Kenny will be able to sit at home with his pants around his ankles and root for the Meteor to take both teams out. The 6 seed, the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Kalen DeBoer, I think that he will get this Bama team where they need to be. They won't win the SEC, but I think that's still Alabama. They're still loaded with players.
The 10-7 matchup is a nerd fest. This is my favorite game of the first round by Rico Beard. The 10 seed, your Big 12 champion, Kansas State Wildcats.
No,
Big 12 runner-ups.
Oh. Whoa. Time out.
Kansas State still makes it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. This is good by Rico, and I want to apologize. K-State, why?
K-State, Mike, scheduling all of their tough opponents. Oklahoma State, Arizona, and Kansas, all ranked teams, all going to be played in Manhattan.
All right. And up next, caller Rob from Brighton will be making a baby in the front seat of his car. Notre Dame's in at 7.
Notre Dame, their schedule, very favorable. Yes, they lost their left tackle, but after they play their first game against A&M, their next toughest game will be Florida State at home.
All right. So let's carry Notre Dame through. We'll stay at the bottom of the bracket. You have the number 2 overall seed. I love this. Love. And if you listen to Cash the Ticket, you know I love this team. The number 2 seed, Utah Utes.
Number 2. Wow.
Number 2, because David, I think that Utah could run through the Big 12 and go undefeated.
You put some respect on Cam Rising's name.
If Rising is what we think that he's going to be, they're going to play a good enough defense. They could win the Big 12. They're going to be the Big 12 champions. And I can explain it later because I think the other teams in a certain conference will cannibalize each other.
Notre Dame, Utah, who wins?
I got Utah.
Talk about a slugfest, by the way. That Notre Dame defense is going to be good.
It is.
But
first team to 20 points.
The 3 seed, the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Ohio State is in the Big Ten, and I think they will have losses where I think Utah may go through 12-0 or 13-0, including their championship game. Ohio State's going to lose a game, at least I think 1. So that's why I have the Buckeyes at 3.
They take on Alabama. You have OSU winning?
I do.
Why?
I think at this point, Ryan Day will be feeling the fire. He will know, okay, I need to do so. I got the team. I got the skill position players. Alabama, Kalen DeBoer, I think it'll be a good game, but I think that Ryan Day and Ohio State will have the edge in that game, especially because it's going to be played in Columbus.
The next one...
No, that'll be a bowl game. I'm sorry, that'll be a regular bowl game. I'm sorry.
The next one represents James Franklin's funeral. Penn State taking on the number 1 overall seed, Georgia Bulldogs.
Think MSU, Alabama.
I prefer not to.
Playoff game. Kenny?
Or Georgia, Michigan.
How do you say it, Kenny? Orbital...
Ramming speed.
Yeah.
Orbital ramming speed.
Think drowning in your own toilet.
Over by halftime.
The number 4 seed, and I've never been prouder of the man to my left. He finally has agreed with me on something. The number 4 seed, the U.
They have just
a spoil of riches.
If they can't win the ACC,
they'll never win it.
The coach needs to be fired on the spot. Finishing second is unacceptable.
I was going to ask you, Rico. The coach is my big bugaboo with the U. Mario Cristobal, I think, likes to choke on his own tongue in a lot of games.
You can't. Like, this schedule is idiot-proof. Like, there are training wheels and bumper rails.
He's ACC James Franklin.
Oh.
Am I wrong?
Kenny, I think this is crystal ball proof. Their schedule.
Nothing, my friend, is crystal ball proof. Last year proved it.
But Miami takes on Oregon. And you have who winning?
I have Oregon winning.
Now, this sets up a Final Four. So think about this world. I will give Rico credit in this regard, even though he's wrecked a lot of the sport. Look at the games we've gotten to see here. This is good stuff. You end up primarily in the same place, which is a little problematic for me, but that's fine. You end up with
one upset.
Oregon, Georgia, OSU, Utah. Oregon versus Georgia. Georgia wins.
Georgia wins. Yeah. Georgia just has too much talent. I think you'll probably see a game very similar to the Oregon-Washington Huskies games, where it'll go back and forth for a while, and then Georgia will just pull away.
OSU, Utah.
That one I went waffling back and forth on.
You really like Will Howard, don't you?
I do. Well, I think that I like the fact that Chip Kelly's there. And I think Chip Kelly's going to take that offense and take it away from Ryan Day and come up with the key plays at the right time. And I got Ohio State winning that game.
And Georgia versus OSU for all the marbles. The rematch of the famous Marvin Harrison Jr. game.
And I think it goes the same way. Georgia kicks the field goal. They win the game. They're the national champions.
Doesn't it feel – here's my thing. I think this is a rarity in the new era of college football where the top seed will win it. Georgia feels like 2 levels above everyone else, both with frontline talent and depth. I don't think in most years the number 1 overall is going to survive this crazy.
Yeah, it shouldn't be like that most years.
But
yeah.
I think there's a real shot for it to be formful this year. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay, David. 248-539-9797. Rico's bracket is going up on the wall. Memphis, Oregon, Florida State, Penn State, LSU, Bama, KSU, ND, your top 4 seeds, Utah, Ohio State, Georgia, Miami, and UGA winning it all. Any criticisms, compliments, or anything in between, we'll get to the ticket text next. This goes on the wall now. This is in the dinner competition.
All right.
This is your college football. You did it.
I got the backup right here. So
You did it.
We're good to go.
No, we're not taping your iPad to the wall. We'll use the paper.
I said I have the backup
Okay.
just in case.
97.1. All right. Northville Lumber. We talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state, but the largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more Trex than Northville Lumber. Last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason. They move the product because the product's in stock. It's in their warehouse. You buy it, you build it, you save money. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. They got all the Trex decking you could ever need. And now, all you need to do is stop in. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, David, couple of ticket texts and then just a couple of questions, right? Rico giving the bracket. And it just gives us a real look at how this will be structured and what the end of the regular season looks like. I mean, admittedly, I don't love this, but I'm not going to tell you that the games aren't interesting. Like Rico's projections, and whether I agree or slightly disagree, he's off the hook because he's all aboard the Miami train this year. So, I mean, he's in my good graces. But it is theater.
This up.
It is a made-for-TV product. The problem is, at least on paper, and we'll only know once they start doing this, we ended up right in the same spot. It's as if you didn't have a playoff.
But we kind of end up that way anyway.
I know. I'm just saying, we've just basically padded your friends at the network's pockets. But let's see what the people have to say. I don't have any real issue with your bracket. The only quibble, and I wasn't going to stop it because you were a freight train coming down the tracks, is the Oregon OSU thing. Like they play each other.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, if OSU is the higher seed, you're saying OSU's going outside and winning. I don't know about that.
No. I'm saying OSU's beating them in Indianapolis.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, also.
And that's why
Big Ten championship game feels a lot less special.
And because that's why they're the 3 seed. Because, yeah, you got to be at least, you got to win that game to jump Miami.
Yeah. David, what do the ticket texts have to say?
John in Auburn Hills says, hey, guys, Oregon will be winning the Big Ten. As Mike says, they are built for the SEC, and Ryan's Day mind has been destroyed by Michigan.
You know, hold on. Can I say something real quick?
No.
Okay.
I'm kidding. I don't care.
Well, we only say what you say.
Okay, then. Hey,
I will
Tom.
say this. Here's the thing about Oregon. As much as as good as they were, Washington just went through them multiple times last year.
I'm aware. Okay? I lost betting on them twice. Thank you.
So, and Ohio State, I think, will do kind of the same game plan against them. I think they'll lose. Ohio State will lose the first time around, but they will beat them in Indianapolis.
Rico needs to be drug tested. Will Howard sucks. That is Austin in Flint.
I want to say this. Like, I don't want to make a habit of this, but you guys get so riled up and say some of the meanest things in the world. Like, wait, why does Rico need to be drug tested for an opinion of, wait for it, Ohio State in the playoffs?
No, because I'm giving Ohio State credit, and the majority of people listening are Michigan fans. How dare I think that Ohio State could win the Big Ten?
Dude, they spent $32 million this offseason. Like this.
So that's why.
Okay.
I get it. It's tribalism at its best, as you said yesterday.
Yeah,
so if you're a Michigan fan, everything that I said you hate, because I got Ohio State and I got Notre Dame in there.
Or it's just real.
But here's the thing. Tell that texter, Odyssey Rewind, go back this morning, and you'll be able to have fun listening to what John predicted.
I don't even want to know. Probably best that I don't know.
Correct. I believe Michigan gets in 10-2 win over Texas. Loses to Ohio State and Oregon. Also, don't sleep on NC State. Another one from Steve says, as a Buckeye fan, I hate it and love it, Rico. Love that you have us going to the championship game. Hate that you have us losing it.
Look, this Georgia team is out for blood. And there's no world they weren't one of the 4 best teams last year.
Yeah, they lost at the wrong time.
Kirby coached like a bitch, gave a free square to his old boss as a send-off.
I said it a better way, but yes.
No. I'm saying what Kenny said.
You just hate to see it.
No, it has nothing to do with Michigan. Michigan was in regardless. I'm making a point. There was no way UW should have been in over Georgia. But I understand it has to be played on the field at a certain point, and that's why they got in.
Georgia shouldn't be in the playoff.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Call your buddy in Vegas and get the over-under on how many of Rico's teams make the playoffs. I'll say 6.5.
Let me see this. Oh, since we're in the business of slandering Rico, I think the most difficult one to predict is going to be the 12.
Correct.
Right? So
yes.
your poverty team. I like that he took a swing with Memphis. Hannigan's back for year 50. That offense will average 45. But let's just view the 12 that's got to just be a lotto ticket. Oregon, I say yes. FSU, I say no. Penn State, I say yes. LSU, no. Bama, yes, that's 3. Notre Dame, 4. I could give that. I don't believe in Kansas State. Miami, yes, 5. Georgia, yes, 6. OSU, yes, 7. Utah, 8. Set the over-under at 7.5. Does that seem fair?
No, it does. But the Kansas State, I just think
and it's a difference of opinion.
Oh, no. But the reason why, like going through this, I felt like I was going through one of your cash to ticket deep dives. They get all their tough games
you don't want
at
to do
home.
that.
See, but
you want no part of the vortex that it takes to put that crap together.
I get to start doing some stuff next week, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
See, but here's the thing, Rico, and we talked about this off the air. When you're selecting your playoff, 1 through 6 is probably easy.
It's
everything after that you can go through multiple people in this office and they all have 6 different answers.
No. Here's the thing. 1 is easy. After 1, I doubt that the 3 of us have the same top 4 in order.
You know, one team that's missing from all of these.
Texas, Clemson, Michigan.
Nope. I digress. Michigan made one person's bracket.
I wonder whose that was.
Here's a hint. He's white. 248-539-9797.
That's not a hint.
That's.
Hey!
Go to the ticket text. Jeez, man. Come on.
I am a Penn State fan, and thank you for having us go 10-2. However, as Kenny G. Cott said before, Penn State is Big Ten good, but not national championship good. Don't see us beating Florida State. Need to fix that, Rico.
No, but here's the thing. Overall, doesn't this it actually does add a layer to coaching and coaching security, job security. Think about it. There are plenty of places where now it won't be good enough to make the playoff. That if you make the playoff and are not winning or not making a run, it's another layer. Like, I saw a list yesterday.
It becomes a catch-22 where it used to be the 9-win season.
Well, I think Ryan Day's in that spot.
Where
Let's think about it. Ryan Day's going to win basically 10 or 11 games a year every year, right?
Mm-hmm.
He can't lose to Michigan again. But even then, let's say they beat Michigan and they get upset in the first round of the playoff. It gets to a point now where I start to almost think we have to redefine like job security.
Yes. And to the Penn State person out there listening, the reason why I have Penn State beating Florida State,
because DJU sucks.
The game will be at Happy Valley. So I'm expecting a whiteout in cold weather.
I'm expecting the networks to tell you there aren't enough hotel rooms and the game will be at FSU.
Oh, they have plenty of hotels in Happy Valley.
Two-lane road in. That place, it's a weird spot.
It's
It's
really
a weird
is.
spot.
No, Mike, even the stadium. All 4 sides of the stadium built differently. Don't believe me? Check it out the next time you go. No consistency.
Or you could just enjoy Spartan Stadium, which all 4 sides look like crap. 248-539-9797.
I had the under, and you went over.
We're good
for Spartan slander.
We have football this weekend.
We do.
You also have Travers Day at Saratoga if you're interested. Bottom line, beer. Old Nation Brewing Company. M43 New England IPA, put them on the map. It's brewed right here in Williamston. You know it, I know it. If you don't, you should. But for a limited time, they've got an M43 variant available throughout the state. The raspberry creamsicle, it will sell out. They had the orange creamsicle special release earlier in the summer. This stuff will fly off the shelves. Get it before it's gone. It's absolutely fabulous. And if it matters to you, like David, he's got a big lactose problem. It's lactose free. Listen, bottom line, end of summer, raspberry creamsicle M43. Get it before it's gone. Football's here. It's time for Old Nation. OldNationBrewing.com. Find a retailer near you. Support local. Support independent. 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing Company. All right, let's check in on some NFL football. Lots going on, including the slander of a very promising young player. David, music. Mr. Hatchet, Rico, and Kenny, a quick question from me before we go down the list with David. What do you make of the big kerfuffle with Anthony Richardson and the Bengals, where the Bengals tormented Richardson, mocking him? All he does is run. Hey, you going to throw the ball at some point? A brutal showing for Richardson in the joint practice. Is it something or is it nothing? Where do we stand on Anthony Richardson of the Colts year 2? All right, Rico's got that stupid look on his face. He hates him.
No, it's not that, Mike. I don't know. He's got a lot of Lamar in him where he relies on his legs a lot, and it's the Achilles heel for Lamar. Hey, we're going to make you throw the ball to beat us because we don't think you can, and I think a lot of teams are going to use that same game plan for Anthony Richardson. Until you go out here and torch us with your arm, we don't think you can do it.
David,
now, I wouldn't have said it out loud like they did, but I think a lot of people said it quietly.
Well, I'll go the same direction as Kurt Herbstreit last night on Amazon Prime. Clearly, he says they have to figure out what they're going to do with this guy, move on or not. And I'm like, this is the second year. What do you mean move on or not? Let Joe Flacco start?
Herbstreit should stick to college.
I truly think that it's just smoke, okay? He'll be fine. Second year, let him play. We'll see what he truly is.
Kenny, any thoughts, or because he went to Florida, you're compromised?
No, I lean more towards what David says. I think it's a lot of smoke like he does, and I just want to see how I'll be John here. I want to let it play out before I start cursing the guy, as much as I would like to because of the Florida thing.
You're baiting me into saying something, and I won't. David, go ahead.
Let's talk about this for a quick second because it happened earlier in the week. Then there was a response from his former coach, but it was Tua against Brian Flores this week.
Oh, that was nasty.
Where Tua basically said that he every day was being told that you're trash, you're this, you're that, and the difference between Brian Flores and McDaniel. And Flores came out the next day with 2 players on each side, and he basically said, look, I have to get better at certain things. I'm not going to say that he's completely wrong, but I do have to get better. Your thoughts on that whole thing?
I think Tua, I'm sorry, but Tua's mine, and I'm going to say this. I think Tua looks like a punk. I think it's weak sauce. Oh, yeah, my coach was mean to me. Dude, you're flourishing. You're about to get $50 million a year, whatever it is. You know what? Shame on Tua. You don't need to air the dirty laundry and do it in specifics. And by the way, it's the NFL. Oh, you suck. Well, I guess Tua couldn't be a radio host then, because you'll hear that a lot. I just thought Tua came across as a real, he came across like the pet that Jim has, and I'll leave it there.
David, I would.
That's my guy. I have a right to say that.
I will say this. I think this is one of those where both could be right, both could be wrong. I think for Flores, realizing I think that was his first real head coaching job. So he probably went in there thinking, I got to be tough guy. I got to do this. I got to do
Bill
that.
Belichick coming from Bill, yeah.
And you can't be that way when you don't have the credibility. And then you also have to learn the personnel. And maybe Tua is a guy that he needs positive reinforcement. And even though you want to yell at him, it's going to be counterproductive by you telling him how bad he sucks. Whereas McDaniel comes in and is like, hey, man, you the man. You the guy.
All right,
I can't live
all,
without you.
When did McDaniel go from aspiring young NFL head coach to Miami club promoter?
Oh, he is.
What on earth?
There was
that look the other day. I go, this is amazing.
Side by side on the internet of freshman year versus senior year. He has gone all in.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
But I think it's one of those you have to know your player, and he obviously didn't. He went in with that Belichick mind frame. This worked before, and I think it's a lot of coaches fail because you try to be somebody else instead of being yourself.
Yeah, so I've seen this rumor or speculation regarding Jamar Chase, who is still sitting out because he wants a new contract. But there's speculation out there that he may sit out through week 1. Do you see that happening?
Yes. Bengals are cheap. He's the best receiver arguably in football. He wants his deal. They haven't gotten it done. He's this deep into camp. I'll lean yes.
Yeah. I mean, very similar to what was it Chris Jones did. We're gonna sit out.
You're right. Yes.
You need to see what life is gonna be without me. So he didn't play last year against the Lions. Ironically enough, Chiefs lose. He got his deal done.
The problem with Chase is he doesn't have 1 year left. He's got 2. It's a little more difficult. So, but I'm with Rico. It's a great comp with the Chris Jones thing. Go ahead, Deborah.
Correct, which leads me to this because there is a wide receiver tandem list that I found here. They have an honorable mention. They have the Detroit Lions, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Jameson Williams in that honorable mention. Mike Evans and Godwin for the Bucs in that mention. But let me go through what they have here on the actual list.
Mm-hmm.
The Raiders, Adams and Myers is number 10. Doesn't make sense to me.
Why?
Because I would put St. Brown and Jameson Williams at 10 over them.
I wouldn't.
Mike Evans and Godwin? I would.
No, hold on. Stick with the Raiders thing with me for a minute. The problem I have is we believe what J-Mo is going to do.
Correct.
But it's about what Myers has done. To establish yourself on this list. Look, Devontae Adams, his efficiency is going down. I think next year at this time, Amon-Ra and J-Mo will be on this list. But as we sit here right now, it's not a projection list. It's about right here, right now.
Well, then why not put Evans and Godwin from Tampa Bay? They've both been over 1,000 yards.
Because Godwin doesn't have any cartilage left in his knees. He's blown out his knee like 17 times.
That
Go
is
ahead.
fair.
I'm sorry.
Number 9, the Dallas Cowboys, CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks.
One dude wants a deal and ain't playing. The other guy, if the wind blows too hard, he's out 3 weeks. I don't like this at all.
America's team.
America.
Number 8, the Chicago Bears are DJ Moore and Keenan Allen.
Maybe. Allen looks people are saying
He's
Allen
baked.
looks terrible in camp.
He's baked, I think.
But
yes.
they have Roma Dunze as the
But you know
insurance
what?
policy.
He kind of became their third receiver. You know, what we're looking for here in Detroit.
Number 7, Houston Texans with Diggs and Collins.
Love. And Tank. What about Tank?
It's a duo. It's a duo.
He's their third receiver. That's what we need here in Detroit. Too bad you couldn't get him.
Why are you doing this?
Number 6, Rams.
He wasn't available.
Cup and Nakua.
100% for the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
100%.
Your team at number
Really?
5.
I would have them a little bit higher.
Well, let's see. Number 5, your team, the 49ers, with Samuel and Ayuk.
I would take the Rams.
With number 4 would be the Bengals with Chase and Higgins.
Love. I just wish T. Higgins would demand a trade to the Giants. That's all I need.
Why?
Because I love T. Higgins.
What did he do to you, man?
Dude, I'm desperate. I got nothing. All right,
Who's
leave me
gonna throw
alone.
him the ball? You?
I'll take him in Pittsburgh.
No, you guys are too cheap. Seriously, we got the Pimani Brothers sandwich. You don't want that.
Those sandwiches are so overrated.
They are.
We'll
They
give
are.
you Pittsburgh Pirates season tickets if you come here.
Oh, you give those away. Number 3, Minnesota Vikings with Jefferson and Addison.
Here's the problem. Addison's got a suspension coming up.
Correct.
Yeah, I was about to say Addison is. Yeah, I would bring that one down a little bit.
Number 2, the Eagles with A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith.
Yes, and by the way, how about Howie Roseman basically getting Jahan Dotson for free?
Yes.
How did he pull that off?
He's Howie Roseman. I don't know. There's like a blood oath with Satan
In
or
the
something.
division deal of getting this guy.
I mean, I know you're not into these types of movies, Mike, but he went full Jedi mind trick. You do not want Jahan Dotson. You
No, and
want
look,
to send
Dotson
him here.
hasn't blossomed into that wideout one that they drafted him to be. He hasn't had good quarterback play. They have no offensive line. They have a lot of mouths to feed.
No, but I'm saying
I would have loved Dotson on my team.
Right, he went full Obi-Wan. These are not the droids that
I'm
you're
giving
looking
you
for.
this, and you're going to love it.
Right. I think we'll give you this, and we'll love it.
Number 1 would be the
I'm going to have to
Dolphins.
Google this. I'm really not sure what we're speaking of here.
Yeah.
The Dolphins with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle.
Yeah. And again, the only knock there, Waddle is constantly hurt. He was hurt again in camp. Can't stay healthy.
So why not? Why Debo and Ayuk going down?
No, I like the Rams duo better. That's all.
Okay.
I mean,
No, that's
Debo, look, when it goes for Debo, it's going to go off the cliff. I worry about him. He plays
Full
such
Sean Alexander.
Yeah, he just plays so physical. He's like Isaiah Pacheco for wide receivers.
Yeah.
Every time Debo touches the ball, he wants to paralyze someone. That wears on you, man. Look at the shoulder injury list. He tries to kill people.
No, he does.
And that is in football today.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Rams left tackle Alaric Jackson has been suspended for the first 2 games of the regular season for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy, according to Tom Pelissero. The Renaissance High School product has been dealing with an ankle injury, but it was expected to be their starting tackle. Lions are set to take on the Rams Week 1 at Ford Field. Keter Montero is on the mound again for the Tigers tonight. Vegas says the White Sox are favored to get their 100th loss in the series with the Tigers this weekend. The odds -110. Here, if they take the first step towards that tonight, coverage begins right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:45. Former Michigan football center Patrick Kugler has been charged with human trafficking. He was most recently a co-offensive coordinator at Austin Peay, where he resigned August 18th. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, so we're gonna move Who Said It one segment because I finally was able to pry this out of Rico. I'm just gonna ask a question, and if you guys want to rush to your boy's defense, you can. But I just need to know, who exactly does John Jansen represent? Rico just told me what John did on the show this morning. And he did a playoff bracket, apparently.
Very similar to what we did.
And he had Michigan in the national title game. And his supporting evidence when challenged was quickly eviscerated by Ticket Tech. It wasn't Jim, because Jim's afraid of John. But eviscerated by Ticket Texters. Like, he's knocking other teams for, like, losing a wide receiver. Great, John, you lost 3 of your top 4. Your entire O-line, your quarterback, your running back. Just help me understand this. The last segment we did, Rico got bone crushed because he had Ohio State in the playoff and making a run, which is a wholly normal opinion. I'm not as high on Ohio State as he is, but it's within the guardrails, the bumper bowling. No one shares John's opinion. Then again, John's got a logo on his paycheck. Everyone else doesn't. But explain to me who John represents here. Like, do you actually agree with John? Like, deep within your soul, do you agree with John?
But wait, there's more.
There can't be more.
It's the path they got. Now, John had them as the number 10 seed. He was like, oh, they're going to lose some games. Their first round opponent, they traveled to South Bend. And John said, they're going to beat Notre Dame. Okay, after that, they then play Ohio State in the semis.
I don't care if they play him on the moon.
And they're going to beat them. And then he put them in there against Georgia and said, well, it's going to be like what happened a few years ago when they played and Georgia will win by 4 or 5 touchdowns.
What a concession. I don't know. I understand my team sucks, but the difference is I'm willing to say it. But even when State was good, I mean, if I did things like that, my goodness. Who? Who are the people who were listening this morning and nodding their head like, yeah, John, yeah. And you're like, no, John, no.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's who.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Because they then said, hey.
Wow.
They said, hey, Gov, you can be the arbiter here. I think it's within the realm that it could happen.
What a shock.
No, that's my point, but I never imagined it would be that bad. And then finally, after Rico showed me the Star Wars scene, which, by the way, how does anyone watch that garbage? But
tread lightly, Mike.
I don't have to tread lightly.
They got a fan base bigger than you think.
I don't care.
Okay.
It's not good. I like Spaceballs, a movie that made fun of that film. I like that much better.
It's $1 billion industry.
That's fine. It doesn't make it good.
But yes,
you know, crack is $1 billion industry. You telling me that's good? Although maybe John was sampling.
But I showed you the Jedi mind trick. So.
Yes, and it actually taught me that in fact Ward Manuel is Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yes.
Detroit media, this is not the news story you seek. And then Wojo just waddles away. No, it is not the story I seek.
You will not write about Conor Stallions. You will leave this Kugler
I'm
stuff
not
alone.
looking for your wife's car. That's all it taught me.
This is not the car that crashed at 3 a.m.
Jesus. David, go ahead. I'm sorry. I know we got to do Who Said It, but when Rico told me, I go, how?
He represents me, guys. I agree with him.
No, you don't. Michigan didn't even make it on your bracket, you damn fool. I'm not mad if you
You're not supposed to give people facts.
No, my point is I'm not mad if you have them getting in. No. Is there a pathway where everything clicks and a 9-3 Michigan is the last team in, or 10-2? Sure, not mad.
But see,
when you start I'm not done yet. When you start telling me that this team, they don't even have a guy who can throw a forward effing pass. They put 13 guys in the league. They lost their entire O-line, their all-time great running back, their first-round draft pick quarterback, 3 of their top 4 receivers. If somebody said that about another school, old caveman McDermott over there would get on the air and be like, oh, let it play out. He would never. I mean, where does it stop? I know you're on the broadcast, but for the love of Christ, you can just say we're not as good as last year. They won't revoke your pass, John.
That was his way.
Jesus.
No, that was his way. We're going to be the 10th seed and shock the world.
Oh, please.
But the funny thing was when he knocked why Texas would not make it. Cookies had Texas in. And he's like, well, Texas is not going to make it because they lost their top 2 receivers. Okay. But Michigan lost everything, including seven coaches. Offense, defense, people going to the NFL.
Oh, man. Look, I'm fine. Lord knows I love rooting for my team. I don't ever want someone to root against their own team. But it's okay to just be a straight shooter about stuff and go, look, we might creep in, but I mean, on the big stage against these other teams, tell you what, if Sharon Moore wins a playoff game or 2, or in John's world, like 7, put the statue up. Because I just don't see it on paper right now.
See, that's the thing. While I don't believe Michigan will make the playoffs, putting them as a 10th seed does mean they just snuck in there to get in the playoff. And now you got them upsetting the higher seeds. Can't do it. But, John Jansen Jr. also has them making the playoffs next to me.
You guys aren't supposed to say who you put in yet.
We actually have the same matchup there, except I have Notre Dame winning. So
Look, the point is it's fine if you think they're getting in. I'll say it for the people in the back. It's fine. But of course Sean had him in the final. I mean, shame on Cookies. What's the point of doing the exercise if you don't have to be real about it?
Cookies was focused on trying to win his money back.
Please. He's as cheap as the day is long.
He was going to have to mortgage the catio.
Yeah. David, read some ticket text. I'm sorry, but Rico I just couldn't believe what he told me.
I want Michigan to beat Texas, get everyone's hopes up, and then finish 7-5.
They're not going 7-5.
Oh, man.
Look, they're going to be fine because they just simply have more talent than most teams. But when we're talking about making the national title game, Jesus, come on.
John Jansen is the ultimate and ridiculous homer that annoys even us Michigan fans.
That's why I asked, does he represent you? That's really the question.
But 97, come on, people. I don't agree with John, but it's just an opinion. Don't let it bother you, Mike. It's Friday and it's nice.
No, it is beautiful, Jason, but the job is if you can't support your opinion or if your opinion could be deflated by an animal with a brain the size of a walnut,
you know what?
It's not appropriate.
Michael, we're going to let it play out.
Christ. I mean, hell, if it's week 9 and Michigan looks like the best team in America and you want to roll that opinion out of the rack, I'm fine with it.
We have the best running back in the nation and a good offensive line still. They brought studs in. Donovan is a monster. They will be good.
What did John's balls write that? Donovan Edwards hit 357 yards last year. Best running back in the nation.
He's on the cover of a video game, though.
Yeah. The boss VA Sports went to U of M. Next.
Also, how do you know their O-line's any good? Brand new. What's
Kenny,
that from?
Kenny, you have to. I'll tell you what it's from. Willy Wonka. A world of pure imagination. Honestly, me and Rico are the old people sharing the bed, and then the grandpa gets up and dances when State wins 5 games. They've created an alternative world for themselves. If I go on the air and I say, let me tell you, MSU's O-line's going to be much improved. Oh, please, I'm Kermit the Frog. But if these jackasses do it, oh no, it's factual. It's a world of projection. That's all it is.
Don't forget, Will Howard is going to be horrible at quarterback. So.
I don't even like Will Howard, but these idiots forced me to defend him.
I am a Michigan Slappy, and John is way out of line. This is an 8-4 team this year, but that's okay. It's a brand new team. Tom from Waterford.
Well, and again, no, but here's the thing. I don't mind him putting them in at the 10th seed, but it was why he said Texas wouldn't make it.
You're just making things up at that point.
Because, be consistent. Like, for me, mine was all about scheduling and who plays who. I tried to stay consistent with it. But when he said, well, Texas is missing a couple they don't have any wide receivers. Okay, you lost 13 people to the pros. You lost your head coach. You lost 6 other assistants. You're starting from scratch. But, yeah, Texas lost 2 wide receivers. That makes sense.
That's why it upset me. And I'm like, okay, what are we, like, who does it represent? Who does it serve? I don't know any Michigan fans who believe
it's his opinion.
That doesn't make it a good one. Look at Kenny's opinion about minority employment. It doesn't mean it's a good one.
Wait, Kenny, wasn't that you speaking last night in Chicago?
That's not the one. That one. That's not a good opinion.
He got up right after Oprah.
The perfect segue. Kenny G caught in a Hawaiian shirt right after Oprah.
Hey guys, what's going on? Howdy.
You don't have a job, and you don't have a job, and you don't have a job.
Can you imagine Kenny at either convention? He just rolls up there with that one. How fast do they Pink Panther him off stage?
What do you mean? He would fit right in between Hulk Hogan and Little John? Come on.
That's it. Cue the balloons. Get this hillbilly off stage.
Hulk Hogan and Little John.
I have an announcement to make.
Thank you, everyone.
That's my time.
Wait, start pointing at people in the crowd.
Why do they both sides of the aisle do it? It's like I saw the highlights because
it shows you're cool. Hey,
oh come on.
Hey, Mike, I recognize you. Hey, much love.
But you're pointing at no one.
But
you're pointing at a vending machine. It's ridiculous.
But people think, oh, he was pointing at me. No, he's pointing at me. Yeah, you don't know.
Okay. All right. Michigan's going 15-0. They're winning it all. Every game by 38.5 points. We're good. We will do Who Said It coming up next. 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and right now there's unbeatable deals at Hamilton, including the August Rico deal. It's time to check out the all-new 2025 Chevy Trax. The Chevy Trax has been turning heads with the all-new body design, sleeker, sportier, and more stylish than ever. It's the perfect blend of form and function, ready to take on the city streets or whatever your next adventure is. And get this, you can pull off the lot in the Rico deal for just $259 a month. Yep, I said it right. $259 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you will drive away with 10,000 miles a year. Hamilton Chevrolet is making it even easier for you to upgrade your ride. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton for details. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim. Located at Circa, right in the heart of downtown Vegas. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, we do it every week. Evan, you're making a face. Is there a problem?
Yeah, Heather must be deaf. These things were screaming at me.
Okay, I think that's where Jeremy sits. All right, look, either way, it's time for Who Said It. All right, here, I'll start. Michigan's the greatest. They're going to win every game by 100. Oh, I know, John Jansen.
I was guessing David.
I was going to say Kenny Cott.
Go ahead.
All right, number one. I have to imagine that all of the offense, like everything they want to do, that they probably can do with Sudfeld than they can with Hooker.
Oh, Christ, backup QB talk.
I'm going to guess Doug because that's all I had to listen to for the past couple days.
Real quick again, David.
What did you just call him?
I was about to say Gator because I'm thinking Gator. So,
wow.
I'm thinking Gator, but I meant to say read it again, David.
Oh, okay. I thought you were calling him Richard Nixon.
Go ahead. Didn't hear Gator. I know that. I have to imagine that all of the offense, like everything they want to do, that they probably can do with Sudfeld that they can with Hooker.
Yeah, I'm going to go Gator. Afternoon show, backup QB talk. Midday show, I should say. Backup QB talk. Yeah.
Evan, you look absolutely lost.
I'm going to say Kang. It does sound like it's that show, but it's just a lot of words.
So we're all covered here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't help me.
You get to be the tiebreaker, Mike.
And you don't think we're sleeping on the morning show?
I mean, there's a chance.
Yeah, but this is midday wheelhouse.
But the actual breaking down of like what you would run with Nate Sudfeld.
Unless you think it's Jansen.
I never guess Kang because I forget about him.
How?
Well, okay, here. Ready?
Yeah.
Because I don't listen. So I just I'll go with Evan here.
Who said it?
Let's go. All right, please stop it. I don't want to hear any more.
Well, you already hear the show.
I know. I don't need to hear it twice.
You cheated and lost. Go ahead.
Yeah, aren't you supposed to do something
I thought
there?
he did say Doug, didn't you?
I did. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, aren't you supposed to do something as a rule?
I didn't know which one of them it was. I knew it had to be one of them.
Oh.
We root like hell for them to get out. Start over. We root like hell for them to get hot at the end of the season.
You just have a heart attack live on the air.
He went all Porky Pig, ba-dee. That's all, folks.
We root like hell for them to get hot at the end of the season. We root like hell for them to get at or near above 500. And we root like hell for this team to do something about it in the offseason.
Oh, God.
What?
I'm just going to guess it's Cookies because after they beat the Cubs the other day, he was acting like they won the World Series and the future's bright. And
what is wrong with him lately? These last couple of days, between this and not
lag,
curb checking John during that Michigan stuff.
hey, you win 1-162 in
Jet lag.
late August when you're under 500.
I'll go Cookies then. You seem convinced. And the whole root like hell, he uses that a lot too.
Oh, yeah.
David, who is eligible? Everybody?
I mean, I've said something similar, but I don't think I said it that way.
Yeah, I was thinking it was you.
But I say directly, not in the chicken way. You say, no, it's on Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris to spend some effing money. Period. I could have said this, but I know I say it a different way. I'll go Cookies.
You know what? Cookies?
I'm going to say Rieger because the root like hell thing to me sounds like a
that is a
Riegerism.
Rieger.
We root like hell for this. We root like hell for that.
Damn it.
You guys could be right, though, so don't change, please, on my account.
Damn it. All right, Evan, you're locking in?
I'm locking in.
All right, David, who said it? Yes.
All right. I'm glad you guys didn't change.
Yeah, and I root like hell for you to grow a pair and check your co-host, Jim.
Well, he said he is going to check his cash and ticket co-host.
Yeah, he checks you, no problem.
Yeah, no, exactly. The one who puts money in his pocket. Isn't it nice how that works?
Y'all ready?
We are.
All right.
Please.
Oh, I'm just shooting you straight. Yeah, all right. He'll be Tommy Tough Guy because he doesn't like a bet I want to make on rice or something. It's like, oh, okay.
All right. Baez is done.
It is the truth.
It is. You produce Cash the Ticket. Oh, he'll get up there and he'll just try to go to war with me. And then I'll listen to him be a complete pussycat with his co-host. What? He owns a catio. He likes cats. It's factual.
Loves cats.
Oh, gee, John, tell me another football story.
But he does love Michigan, right? Isn't that what we just said?
Go Costa. It is official.
He's a Central Michigan grad.
Please. That school ought to be razed to the ground.
David, please.
All right. Baez is done, at least for this season. You might see him sparingly. You might see him every Sunday. You might see him pinch hit with guys on base. But you will not see Javi every day at short.
Hold on. Why would anybody pinch hit that guy with runners on base?
The minute you make the call, men on second and third, 2 outs, bottom of the ninth, bring in Baez, here's what happens. A chair comes from the upper deck to take out your spine.
Now batting, Javi Baez.
And dead. He walks to the on-deck circle. Chair from God.
So with having said all that, I'm going Gator. I don't know why you would. We're not going to see Javi.
I also love it. They go, you're not going to see Javi a lot, except here are 17 instances.
And the most crucial part of a game.
Now, in all fairness, this show we talked about we never wanted to see him again.
That's why I don't think it's us.
I don't think you're offering up pinch hit and with runners and scoring.
Because remember, I said give him the extended vacation. Javi, you can go wherever you want now. On us.
You think that's Gator?
Javi's tweeting from Cancun during the third inning of a game.
Could it be Wojo?
Wow.
Maybe. But he barely worked, didn't he?
I was going to say, it would have to be in that's like grading a football player on one series. Like Bob gets one series running with the ones a week.
Didn't he write something about Joe Milton, though, with one series in?
He may.
Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started about that piece.
Did he say that about Shea Patterson?
Da.
Didn't he say that about John O'Corn?
Please stop, I beg of you.
Didn't he say that about Brandon Peters?
Please. Get this guy out of the studio. Brandon Peters.
Didn't he say that about Davis Warren?
Please stop.
Fill in the quarterback.
Will Spake?
Didn't I hear that about Alan Bowman?
Come on, man. Who said it?
Sorry.
Who said it?
Gator? I'm going to go Kang. I'm going to go Kang.
But Kang is too smart for that. Runners in scoring position were pinch hitting Javi? Kang wouldn't say that.
I'm going to go Kang here, actually.
Oh, my God. David, who said it? Jeff.
Maybe he was being facetious.
No, he wasn't.
I want to hear the whole clip now. Now we Nope, stop. He's being serious.
Yeah, he really was.
He's being serious.
I thought David added editorial there for a second.
Oh, my God. That's heinous. All right, David, next.
I mean, a lot of people are pigs. I don't think there's that many pigs in office settings.
I guess he must not work here.
Oh, we have pigs.
The people that talk on their phone while they're on the can, it is the grossest thing in the world.
Did you tell him about the other day? I was in there the other day.
Yeah, I told him.
And I flushed 3 separate times.
Oh, that time?
Because the guy was on his phone.
You were giving him a clue, like, hey.
It was speakerphone.
Oh, yeah.
So I hit all 3 stalls as I walked to the sink, and then he gave me a dirty look. I mean, I did hit 3 stalls to flush, but anyway. I think it's a morning show topic, right?
I think I may have to implement the Evan Jenkins rule.
All right, he's janking himself.
All right.
I'm going to say Heather. because she doesn't really get the full grasp of this office. You know, they leave pretty early on. They don't see people in the morning. They don't get to see the pigsties really happen.
David, could you one more time quickly?
I mean, a lot of people are pigs. I don't think there's that many pigs in office settings.
I don't feel like she'd use those words, though. Like, she's a very nice person.
I'm going to go morning show, Gov.
He should know how messy people are here. He worked with Stoney for, like, ever.
He works with Costa.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. You're going Tom?
I could see him sticking up for, he's management, so.
Yeah.
There aren't pigs around here.
All right. I just hit who said it. We got to move.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, for a guy that sees nobody in an office setting.
Right. And never is in the office.
It's like me talking about, like, figure skate. I don't know what I'm talking about.
All right. Thank you.
That was an outstanding who said it.
It was. All right, we talk about Northville Lumber all the time, oldest company in the state. What is going on over it? Get out of the studio now. It is Northville Lumber. Evan almost tipped over getting out of his chair. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex. Guys, it's all in stock all the time. It's in their warehouse and ready to roll. It's just so simple. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. You could be enjoying your deck on a beautiful day like today. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. need to go 3-9. But you don't say that. You just
He's saying we can win 5 games.
Right. It's not the guaranteed exactly. Right. It's like, oh yeah, bet the over. Checks notes.
Now if he
4.5,
yeah, we're gonna lose to Georgia in the national championship game, that's different.
You're right.
We can win 5. No. We may not make a bowl game, but we can win 5.
Big 5-7 guarantee.
Right.
So no, I was like, oh boy.
I didn't think about that aspect until you brought it up. Like, yeah, he did kind of bring up gambling and say bet the over.
And we're not, babes in the woods. Like players are aware. We the toothpaste left the tube years ago.
Yeah,
but it's just weird to hear it in the discourse from a player.
I'm gonna go with he's 18, and I'm quite sure somebody was like, come here. We're never going to say that again, okay?
Yeah, he's also 18 with a big bank account.
That's true.
You know what he got paid, and
correct.
So do I.
Right, and that's where we're not going to talk about that.
We're not going to do that
because
again.
You throw a couple picks or you do something, and people are going to say, oh, he's, yeah, so that's a no-no. That's your mulligan. Going to act like that didn't happen. We're going to move on.
Let's get a few calls in the mix. Go to DJ 97.1. Deej, what's going on, buddy?
My dog, what's happening with y'all, man? Y'all good?
Yeah, it's beautiful on a Friday. We get a little football tomorrow, so we're feeling decent.
I can't wait. So this is what I was calling to tell
you.
So listen, my man. Brad Holmes is an absolute saint, and I'm sticking with it. I don't care what you say. Sky Daddy has appointed that man as a saint, as an angel for the city of Detroit. Sky Daddy, Sky Girl, whatever entity, whatever you want to call it. The man has got us a Pro Bowler in 3 straight drafts, 3 straight years, 2 All-Pros. I don't care about them third-round picks. I could care less. Hey, Mike Valenti, you know you my dog, right? Me and you cool. You my brother from another mother, right? Check this out. He did what you cannot stand, David. We gonna take what in the first round?
Running backs.
Come on. Hey, he got us a Pro Bowler. So what are we talking about? I don't care about Hendon and whatever else.
The context of the conversation was with the reports not being good about Hendon Hooker. You also have Broderick Martin, who has not really risen to much of anything, and now you've drafted another guy who is – you don't even have a profile picture, DJ. They could use your picture. I'd believe it's Giovanni Manu. The point is just the idea of can we let go of the Hendon Hooker thing and admit bad pick. That's really all it was about. And I said, to be fair, if Dan Campbell is able to be criticized as one of the best head coaches in the league, well, then it's okay to have conversations about, Brad's awesome, but that wasn't.
So here's the thing, Mike, and this is all jokes and sarcasm. This is a serious conversation. Dude, it's hard to do that because I want you two guys, I've said this to you multiple times. Find me another GM in 3 straight drafts that got a Pro Bowl or All-Pro. Like, they all hit and miss. But find me one that's done that. So when you find me one that's done that, then I say, let's have a conversation. But until then, it's going to be hard, Mike. It's almost like we kind of picking. Like, he ain't going to get them all right.
But DJ, the thing is, you can get all the All-Pros and that, but you could also draft for depth and not throw away a pick. Like, if this was a 6th or 7th round pick, okay, probably not going to make the team. 3rd round, you're not only either you're starting or you're playing significant time, and it's depth. It's why you have an extra corner in the NFC Championship game, or you got an extra D tackle or defensive end because you drafted that person instead of stashing and developing somebody with a 3rd round selection.
My dogs, what y'all saying is true, but also we're basically saying he has to be a unicorn. Because he got us an All-Pro and a Monte Brown in the 4th round.
No.
He got
I agree he's a unicorn.
And Lee McNeil is arguably a Pro Bowler.
DJ, you're missing. Yeah, I do, but you're missing what I'm saying is he is a unicorn. He is awesome. He is the best GM in the history of the team. He's not perfect. And this Hendon Hooker pick is a bad pick. And the fact is this radio station outside of this show has done backup QB talk again. All because Hendon Hooker's not any good, apparently, or isn't ready, apparently, or I don't care. And when the next pick after Hendon Hooker was Tank Dell, that's a bit of an issue. Because the other thing you hear a lot on this station is, we need a 3rd wide receiver. Like, it's okay to just say, you know what, that may bite them in the ass a little bit. It's not this binary thing of he's awesome or sucks. No, he's awesome. He's one of the best GMs in the league. But some of these things, these are the things that are biting you in the ass right now when you're trying to win a Super Bowl. And it's not about, took wrong player, radio idiot criticizes. No, you took a quarterback on a blown ACL when you had a Pro Bowl guy in his prime. It's not a good pick. The Manu thing. I mean, it's a great pick if I have 3 years.
Right.
But I don't have 3 years.
Even the Hendon Hooker selection, Mike, if you really thought that, like, I do believe he would have been there in other rounds because I don't think teams are saying, well, we got to get this guy who can't play for us at all next year.
Whatever. He's still great, but we had a normal conversation about it based on the update and Dave Burkett's words. So just staying accurate here. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, Mike, I am so glad you brought up that John Jansen thing because, I was listening to that show earlier this morning, and I hear this, I looked at the segment, I was like, he's going to do the 12-team playoff. Okay, I want to listen to this. And I heard him go down the list, and then he got to, 10, and I'm like, okay, so Penn State's going to be in here somewhere. And then he put Michigan, and I'm like, okay, that's weird, but, he's Michigan, man. So, and he put Penn State at 11. I'm like, wait a second. How is that? And then he had us, so then there was that. I'm like, well, okay, he's Michigan, man. I'll let that go. And then he had us playing Ole Miss, and he's like, well, we'd lose. I'm like, well, maybe Ole Miss is a more complete team, so I get it. But then he was like, his reasoning for it, Mike, this made my blood pressure, skyrocket.
Shocking.
It was like, he said, I don't think, let me do my best John Jansen impersonation, okay, ready? Okay. I don't think they'll win this. I think they'll lose to Ole Miss because James Franklin can't beat a top 10 opponent. John, you know what? You act like Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin is a James Franklin clone. It took him 15 years to win 3 games against top 10 opponents. James Franklin did it in 9. Stop. And I get it. It's really easy to hate Penn State. I get it. Everyone hates us. Not saying this program did, but plenty of people outside this program say, we should have gotten the death penalty for Jerry Sandusky and that whole incident. But it's just can we please just stop? I get it.
Nick,
it's really easy and fun to make fun of, but come on, man.
Nick, I heard the same thing and immediately was like, but you do realize that Lane Kiffin is.
It's the Spider-Man meme.
Right. I'm like, how is this any different?
Nick, okay, I wasn't the only one that thought that when I heard it.
Clearly not. Nick, appreciate it. We're up against it. No, that's it. I just, like I said, you told me, and I'm like, wow. All right, listen, summer road trip season, Moran Buick GMC, pack up the family, the whole crew, and get to Moran and get the vehicle you want for your next road trip. Some of these football games you're going to be traveling to, GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Edition, $247 a month, 24 months. The 24 Buick Encore GX Preferred, $246 a month, 39 months. You can sign and drive, no money due at delivery. New stock arriving daily. Yes, they have Yukon Denali's in stock. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
That from a video on Miami's website. Kalen DeBoer has responded saying, quote, he entered the portal and we reached out to him. That's how that goes, right? So we did everything the way you're supposed to, unquote. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock. Great to have you with us. Beautiful Friday afternoon. We are, well, let's see, a little over, 17 hours from football. Florida State, Georgia Tech, high noon, live from Dublin. I'm going to stay away from the MAC coach fighting Alabama coach for kicker, as fun as that would be. If you want to hear Rico's bracket, a real one, where he doesn't have MSU in the final like other people have on this station, Odyssey.com rewind. I want to bring something up, though, for Lions fans. Look, college football we're on the precipice. But the NFL, you still have a couple long weeks. You really do. You got 2 more whole weeks until we finally get to see the Lions start their most important season, maybe in team history. And a couple of things is, look, stay away from the backup quarterback stuff or the negativity about Hendon Hooker. Let's just move away from it. Peter Schrager, NFL Network, has Brian Branch as one of his big breakout guys. Going to have a Pro Bowl year. I happen to agree with him.
Oh, I love Brian Branch.
Branch is a warhead. Like he's a guy that's like a Troy Polamalu. He's like a Tyrann Mathieu. It's just this deployable, not him again.
Oh, bro, when he went down in the first game last year, I was like, no. He can't be out for the season. But he came back.
But you have that. You have even listening. I was listening to a football podcast. They were talking about Sam Laporta and the all-time historical season he had as a rookie, and how now it is no one makes fun of you if you say Sam Laporta is the best tight end in football. You have a Pro Bowl quarterback. You got a Pro Bowl running back. You got a top 5 wide receiver. You have the best offensive line in football. Just now, Jeremy Otto's update. Your coaching staff is ranked the second best in the National Football League. Second. This is a town where we've endured Bobby Ross, Marty Morningwig, Mariucci. My pick is sharp and my iron is, Marinelli. Jim Caldwell and his 2 watches, neither of which could tell time. Jim Schwartz. Look, I want to know if you're a Lions fan. Do you have to pinch yourself? Or do all of the platitudes and everything going perfect make you feel like something's about to go really wrong? Like, I like it when my team is the underdog. I don't like when everyone is like, oh, well, yours to lose. I'd just rather have it where no one believes in my team and I move on. The Lions, everyone believes. I don't think there's anyone at this station who thinks they're going to win less than 11 games. Now, I'm not going where other people are going with this 15-2 nonsense, but I believe they're going to be really good. Rico, the national media can't stop loving on this team the way Kenny was loving on his girlfriend at that wedding, apparently.
Keep moving.
The point I make is
keep moving. Keep moving. You were doing so well.
Don't even look at the drop board. I saw what you were doing over there.
Okay. Hey, it's Friday at 5. It's Floral Fridays. All right? I just would like to know from Lions fans. You're leaving work. It's all good. I mean, there's really nothing bad. And the national media, everything, SI. Lions are going to win the Super Bowl. I know SI's not what it used to be, but still, something else. Do you have to pinch yourself?
I think so.
Or does this stuff start to worry you where you're like, okay, wait a minute. This is a dream sequence. It can't be this good.
It almost, if I'm a Lions fan, it would feel like a scene. I don't know if you ever watched the Freddy Krueger movies where everything looks great, and then all of a sudden you look around and you're living the perfect day, and then you realize, wow, Freddy's about to take my head off. I thought this was a great thing.
And actually, it parallels Mel Tucker at Michigan State quite nicely. Kenny, go ahead.
I think I fall into the category of the pinch myself Lions fan, primarily because I was hanging out with a buddy that I went to the Lions-Rams playoff game at Ford Field, and we were talking about it. We were reminiscing, and I looked at him, and I was like, can you believe we actually saw that? Can you believe we were there for that? And then they won another playoff game after that? I'm still in that mode of, this is really happening, and it's real. It's not
so there's
fake.
none of choice B, though, where you're like, man, this is going too well?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Because I still
fine.
can't believe it's real and it's happening. Maybe once that stops, I'll be able to, be a little bit more, not realistic, but let the cynical side of me take over.
I do like Pete Schrager's call on Branch, though, a lot. And look, everyone always talks about J-Mo. Reality is, Brian Branch has been a more productive player. Aaron Glenn has got it locked in how to use Branch. Yeah, you would think that year 2, he is. Hey, we joke. We always do the whole "you're a prop." That dude's a prop.
He is.
He can line up all over. He's an unbelievable blitzer. He's a ball hawk. Again, credit Brad Holmes.
Steele in the second round?
If you had taken him 12th and Gibbs in the second, you wouldn't have said a thing.
If you would have taken him before Campbell, you would have been like, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
No problem with it. But I just wonder, are you in like honeymoon phase where you're like, this can't be real? Or have you already reached the part where you're like, no, it's real. It's just going too well, and the NFL gods are going to take it away? Because that's what the NFL does. Anytime you remotely feel decent about your team.
Right. You look at the 3 guys on the cover of Sports Illustrated and says, oh, no.
Not this.
Protect them at all cost.
248-539-9797. David, go ahead.
See, I'll tell you what, when I talk to my Lions fans, when they tell me, they talk about different things and what can happen during this season, and they are still kind of shocked when the word Super Bowl comes out of their mouth because they've never been in this state before where they're like, wow, I can say this without laughing, or I can say this without, being mocked, and they don't really understand that part of it. Oh my gosh, Super Bowl and the Lions can be real. And then they saw yesterday, and they sent me more than enough text that I wanted to see saying, oh my gosh, it's happening. Oh my gosh, it's happening. And they are pinching themselves right now.
You know what we should do? I was thinking about this. Like, Kenny's got a ton of confidence. Maybe Kenny should be the guy. You know how fans sometimes they get the whole like Super Bowl champion tattoo before it happens? That's a great bit. What if we got Kenny inked up with a Lions Super Bowl tattoo, and that way if they fall short, he's public enemy number 1 and not you? It's a way to take pressure off of you.
Why am I public enemy number? Oh, okay.
Absolutely not. There's no way I'm getting a Lions tattoo. You don't get tattoos of your girlfriend's name. You don't build statues of people. These are my rules. I'm standing by them.
You know how fans always do this when they're supremely confident.
You're not confident in your team.
I am confident. All right.
What if we got the Lombardi trophy like a bald eagle across your chest?
Jesus.
Okay, no. Or what if we put the Lombardi trophy, Detroit Lions champions, but we won't put the year?
Just leave it blank?
Yes.
Like Kirk Cousins and his little house there?
Or like Deshaun Watson's back tattoo where it has space for a Lombardi trophy that's never going to appear. Did you see that this offseason?
Yes, I did.
He left space for a Lombardi trophy. His tattoo artist better have an addendum already drawn up because they ain't winning one.
Probably would go with Cousins and just have a separate room that nobody can see with a trophy case rather than the tattoo.
I told you, watching QB1, that show, made me hate Kirk Cousins. That scene where they lost the playoff game to the Giants and he was more interested in reading his son a bedtime story, I hate this guy.
Dude, his family, Mike.
No. F the family. You just lost the playoff game. Go sit outside alone.
He's showing you I have perspective on life.
Well, I don't like his perspective.
It's perspective on life.
Not when you're a franchise QB. I need at least 2 hours for that perspective. He didn't even seem bothered driving home with his wife. He didn't even seem bothered.
Because he's saying, I got the most popular things I need right here in this car.
No,
my
you don't.
Wife and kids.
Nope. Trade him in for a Lombardi.
That's just a game. I got the real things right here.
Yeah.
David,
and guess
back
what?
me up on this.
And guess
I'm
what?
sure Tom Brady loves all his Lombardi trophies and no wife.
Yeah, exactly. He traded in his family for
I
glory.
wasn't saying that as a good thing, Mike.
It's a great thing. Good for him.
I don't think that Brady really cared about his family. He just wanted to. Cousins looks like the ultimate family man.
Yes.
Yeah,
you know what?
And you know what happened?
I may have lost the game, but I will drop you off at school tomorrow.
No,
Thank
you won't, because now school's in Atlanta, Putz. The team watched QB1 and went, what the F are we doing? Get rid of this guy.
Kirk Cousins screams Atlanta. What are you talking about?
Exactly. Right. And we know your thoughts. Okay, guys.
Those are your thoughts.
Cousins technically is costing Michael Penix a job. Technically speaking. David, ticket text coming in. The pinch me phase, or our fans are like, oh, God, the boogeyman's going to get us. Things are going too well.
The Lions remind me of Michigan last year. This is it. This is the chance. Every game will be nerve-wracking.
It feels like it. This does feel like it's real. It's happening. I just don't stress about the amount of wins. Like I don't think that you have to have this all-time great season. Just get in. Now, yes, winning the division, playing indoors, not going to a place like Green Bay, I understood. But yeah, you feel like this is – I've never lived a year where I felt like this about the Lions, ever.
Mark from Ann Arbor says, yes, can't hardly believe it. Hallelujah. I guess he's looking for an amen there or something.
You know what? Here's the thing. If I was a Lions fan, the only thing I would not have liked was the Sports Illustrated cover because I think they're 1-24.
It's a little jinxy.
Yeah. I think they've picked one winner, and that was the Patriots in 2004, and 6 teams that actually made it. I think the most like the Joe Burrow Cincinnati Bengals, they actually made it. But other than that, when you're sharing the covers with like the Cowboys, the Browns.
Yeah, that's tough right there.
The Eagles last year.
Matt from Reference says, pinch me. I've seen the Cubs and Red Sox win a World Series and all kinds of curses be broken in sports. This is really happening, and I believe it's our time.
It feels like it. It does. I mean, when you step back and you think about heavy quotations, issues for this team, backup quarterback, an alleged third wide receiver, like these are not.
Kicker.
They don't care about the kicker.
No, but I'm saying, but these were the major issues in the offseason.
You see your boy Riley Patterson got released?
No.
You want to go sign him? It won't matter. They won't use him.
Only if it comes with a third wide receiver.
Okay. You mean like Tank Dell?
You didn't need him.
David ruined my day at about 2:07 today.
Have Hendon Hooker.
No, when you took Hooker and the next pick is Tank Dell, and I'm listening to Jeremy Otto and Dave Burkett slander Hendon Hooker, it's like I didn't need to hear that Tank Dell was the next pick.
That's going to go down like the Sam Bowie pick.
The very next selection is Michael Jordan.
Some kid from North Carolina.
It's like when you took Ebron and the next 7 picks are all Pro Bowlers.
Aaron Donald.
Zach Martin, C.J. Mosley, Ryan Shazier, pre-broken neck. Like, it was ballers.
Darko.
Okay. You win. That's it. We'll get to the phone calls next. 97.1.
You guys, you've heard me talk about specs at LTU. Well, classes are starting up for the fall next week, so you should try to see if you can get into one of those classes. If not, there'll be more classes coming up in the spring. But if you want that career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal and get you started on your path. It is very simple. You just need to be curious. You visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people who work in the business like yours truly. So what does that mean? It means with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? I need you to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Hello there. Listen, very simple. Summertime in this state, disaster for driving, accidents, motorcycles, construction everywhere, like all at the same time. If you're injured in an accident, you need injury attorney David Femininio. Him and his team ready to help you right now. And David never takes a fee until he wins your case. You can speak to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Now, all I can tell you is Rico and David were saying, no, yours is bigger. And they were talking breaking news. You said first your news isn't as big as David's news.
Well, here we go.
Your news.
From the Denver Post.
Okay.
Colorado Athletics informed the Denver Post that head coach Deion Sanders and anyone else within the Colorado Buffalo program will no longer take questions from columnist Sean Keeler due to what Colorado perceives as, quote, a series of sustained personal attacks, unquote.
Okay. We have reached, okay, see, I love this breaking news, but I could talk for 2 hours about this.
But wait.
No, I know we have more. I'll just say this. We have got to arrive at a point where the media stops caring. And you know what the Denver Post ought to do now? It should be hit them up. Mm-hmm. Because these teams have no right to dictate what is and is not said. And the Denver Post does not work for you. You will answer their questions. And if you don't, that's great. The oldest phrase in the game is you don't get in an argument with someone who never runs out of ink or oxygen. Mm-hmm. So good. Deion is making his own grave. The idea that, now listen, Kirby Smart didn't say that he won't take questions from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. This is Deion, a coach with a 4-8 record last year, and in the pantheon of college football is a nobody.
Yep.
You know what?
Say nice things about me or else
Right.
it's an attack.
Right, and that's not how it works. That's disgusting. But again, Colorado's intent on becoming the most unlikable program in college football. Kudos. Where do I send the edible arrangements? David, your breaking news.
Yeah, my breaking news is a little bit bigger. Chris McCoskey. Javi Baez has no locker in the Tigers clubhouse at Guaranteed Rate Field.
Now yeah, that's right. Now you know what this means.
That's why I said, David, let me go first.
That's right. Now
you
listen.
won't want to hear about Deion after this news.
So he's on the IL. But would it be fair to say you ain't ever going to see him here? Naga.
I think he was spotted at Midway Airport.
Not going to work here anymore.
Headed off to the Caribbean.
Is that the
for
last
vacation.
we've seen? If that is the last of Javi, I can only tell you there is only one song on this planet that would encapsulate the emotions I feel never having to look at Javi Baez, speak about Javi Baez ever again.
Craig Mack, brand new flavor in your ear.
Oh, to the mountaintops. Oh, go to hell. Listen, this is a good day for Tiger fans. I sure hope Javi's okay. What's he on the IL with? A bruised ego? What's his problem?
A broken bat.
He's getting ready to do all that pinch hitting.
That's Rieger. No, listen. And
Runners on base.
For fans, you take whatever small win you can get. You want to watch your ball club? We talked about it the other day. There's no reason if all the kids are up that this guy should ever be here. Now, look,
if you're talking about sitting Scooble and really not using him for the rest of the season for good reasons, then why are you playing Javi? He's not good.
You play Sweeney. You see, you give him 100 ABs. You see what the hell the guy can do. I don't think he's your answer at short, but fine.
Yeah, you got to the end of the season to impress me.
Not having to look at Javi Baez, that's the win, especially after what he did the other day. I mean, I know, okay, we want to give him his farewell at Wrigley, and they played a video. I don't care. 0 for 4 strikeouts, including one of the worst at-bats you'll ever see in the ninth inning. Get him out. David, the ticket text coming in. We got the Lions stuff. And Javi, there is no locker. He's on the IL. It might be the last time you ever see him.
Someone says Deion is done in Colorado, or should be. The booster should be pissed. That is from Jason.
But where does a coach with no track record or credibility at this level of football get off banning writers? Now, show me the evidence. Show me that a writer wrote a horrific piece that was salacious and went after Deion's wife or something. I mean, then okay, you know what?
Yeah,
get the hell out of the facility.
Yeah, if it's personal, absolutely. But if it's just factual, your team is bad, poor leadership, look at all the things going on in your program, man, that's just me holding up a mirror to you. You don't like the image in the mirror? That's on you. Do some more sit-ups.
Regarding the Lions, Aaron and Taylor says, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. I think the NFL is going to realize that they don't want chaos. I can't say it. I still believe this team is cursed. Okay.
What? It's a lot of PTSD for people.
But see, I think this will be the ultimate. This year could end all the curse. Because if they come back and they're very successful again, I think it exercises all the demons. Because a lot of people will hold on and say, see, this means that all our players are going to get injured and this season's going to tank. We've never won double-digit victories in a row. This season could end it all if you do things correctly and you start winning. It doesn't even have to be the Super Bowl. If you win a division and you make it all the way to the NFC Championship game, it says that you could do this in back-to-back seasons, something that's never happened here.
I need Mike to sing You Raise Me Up Again if Javi is gone.
Oh, we'll have a party. Look, if he's gone, like bought out, then I get to say something nice about your owner and GM. That's a win for me. I don't want to be angry about a baseball team anymore. You know what I want? I want a baseball team we could be talking about as relevant.
The Denver Post needs to start a series of daily articles of why Deion should be fired. I doubt he will finish the year. John in Lake Orion.
Oh, he'll finish the year. And listen, they should be a little better, right? Maybe. But I just... I don't know. I don't know the columnist in question. I just find it hard to believe he was rolling in there, shirtless and drunk and being like,
Well, no, remember he had the problem with CBS when he's like, no, it's not you. You do a great job, but I don't like CBS and what they said about me. And I'm not answering your question. It's like, well, soon it's going to get to the point where he's just going to have a press conference. There's going to be nobody there but the Colorado media.
So here's what a sports information staffer has cited as some of the, quote, sustained personal attacks. Planet Prime, the Bruce Lee of BS, and false prophet. I don't really think that's personal, to be quite honest.
You know what? Yeah, especially if that's coming from a columnist, you're allowed to give your opinion. So you're not a beat writer. You're allowed to tell the story how you see it.
Plus, here's the problem. It's not like Deion doesn't make himself out to be a big prophet, not to be, Planet Prime. Like, first of all, I have a hard time if they're going to attack, your ego and the amount of hype and sizzle. Dude, you're the one who allows people to call you Coach Prime. Think about that. That's an absurdity. You're Coach Deion Sanders. I'll call you that. Nick Saban's one of the greatest coaches in any sport of my lifetime. You know what we called him? Nick Saban. Coach Saban. Mm-hmm. I don't have a comparative for it. I don't know.
And he's actually won. Yeah, imagine that. Go ahead, David.
The only year the Super Bowl champion was 100% certain was the 85 Bears, and the Lions almost have that feel, but we'll see how it plays out.
Whoa. The only team you felt certain about. Well, I'd lean on Rico for 85. I was 5 years old.
I was not born until July that year, so
I never go into any year feeling any team's immortal lock. I guess I would just...
not even the Patriots.
Buddy Ryan, the 46 defense could not be figured out. I think they went 15-1 that year. They That they were dominant from start to finish.
They murdered the Giants in the playoffs.
They murdered everybody. I think New England kicked a field goal in the Super Bowl, and then the Bears scored 52 unanswered points.
Oh, and then that was the controversy.
They didn't get Walter Payton.
Yeah, and they gave
the fridge.
Numbnuts from Clemson.
Yep, William Perry.
I almost said Walter Perry. It's Friday. My mind is mush. Sorry, buddy. All right, summer, it's here. So whether you're busy with youth sports tournaments or maybe you're having the parties, football, it's back. Hungry Howie's got you covered. They've got 2 new pizzas on the menu, but they are also included in the summer deal. Any large pizza, $14.99. The Kenny Cott, like tonight. Kenny's girl is out of town. Kenny's going to order his pizza. He'll have no pants on. Pickle bacon ranch or backyard burger. If you're a traditionalist, yes, you can order that stuff too. $14.99, limited time only. Your choice of flavored crust, any large pizza on the menu. It's hungryhowies.com or download that app to start your order now. Limited time only at Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Lions are 16 days away from their first regular season game against the Rams. Looks like Matthew Stafford's protection may be impacted in that game. Alaric Jackson has been suspended the first 2 games of the regular season for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. The Renaissance High School product has been dealing with an ankle injury, but was expected to be their starting tackle. He's not the only old lineman on that offense who's been injured this preseason either, though. Jonah Jackson, the former Lion, has missed time with a shoulder, along with right tackle Rob Havenstein. The Tigers continue their Chicago tour tonight on the south side. They're coming off a series where they lost 2 of 3 to the Cubs. First pitch at 8:10. Here, Cater Montero start right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Javi Baez does not have a locker. Chris McCoskey reporting earlier that Brian Kreidler was with the team in case Baez needed a stint on the IL. Pro Football Focus released their Big Ten quarterback rankings. MSU's Aiden Childs is number 11, while Michigan's Alex Orji is 15 of 18. Dylan Gabriel tops the list for Oregon. Inter Miami star Lionel Messi expected to return for the MLS playoffs. He's been out since mid-July with an ankle. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, FanDuel, you got college football tomorrow, Georgia Tech, Florida State, and every weekend from now, well, what is it, through Valentine's Day, you got football, and that's where FanDuel comes into play. You bet $5, you get 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan, you can watch every regular season out-of-market game, and all you need is a Google account and a current form payment. Cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 and up, present Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms and restrictions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready to hand this thing off to Wojo and Rieger. You know what, Terry, I'm going to give you the final say so. You're on 97.1.
Hi, this is Terry.
Hey,
first
Terry.
time, long time.
Hey, man.
So I just want to touch on the Lions. I'm 35, so I've had my fair share of trauma with them. But I really feel this is the year. I do think it's Super Bowl or bust. I think they have finally a smart coaching staff. They know what they're doing. They got the talent. I mean, I think it's all or nothing at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean, Terry, you got everything has lined up for you. And as I appreciate the call, I just think that if the Lions get this thing done, you will exercise all of the demons. I think half of them were exercised last year. Dude, SOL goes out of the window if you can show you can be a consistent winner. And I don't even think you need to win the Super Bowl. I just think you need to be one of the best teams. You need to live up to the hype of everybody patting you on the back. You need to be like, yep, we heard everything you said. We read everything you said, and it didn't matter. We still went out there and got the job done. We weren't scared.
Look at these two.
What?
You're just loud, disruptive.
That's our job.
Very professional. Very
It's David. It's incredible, isn't it?
Our job is to get Rico to storm out early, always.
You know what? You can just come in at about 5:30 and I'll leave.
Wow.
You don't have to wait until then.
Jeez.
On
we
a
love
Friday,
you too, Rico. We love you too, man.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, on a Friday, please, you don't have to just ask me. I can go.
So you guys were getting Lions fans all nervous?
Nope.
You said, shouldn't you be nervous?
Nope.
This has never happened before.
I didn't say any of that. I asked,
we did yesterday, I think.
Are you in a dream sequence or are you Jamie Lee Curtis in Halloween?
Oh.
Where you feel
what
like...
did you say?
I think you should just embrace it. I'm not big on the jinx stuff. I just know for a fan base that's been given nothing for so long, it's easy to feel like, Michael Myers is going to get me. But no, it's all coming up roses. Just go do the damn thing.
All of a sudden, you find out the official was really Freddy Krueger.
No.
How sweet, fresh meat.
Just like it was always lazy, like when Rieger would just do the SOL, like, why don't you think SOL? Why don't you think they can win SOL? It's going to be lazy all year.
You're talking about somebody being lazy?
Yeah, it's going to be the same way all year with people saying, I just don't want to jinx it. No, it's jinxing.
I'm with you.
You know what I mean? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Well, Joe, it means you haven't had a team that won 10 or more games in back-to-back seasons.
Well, that's in your mind, but it's not
those
in
are
their
facts.
mind.
Those are facts.
That is the
Right, but
history
it
of the
doesn't affect
organization.
them.
No, it does not affect them, but you can't blame fans for feeling a little apprehensive of like, man, things are just going too well. I've seen this before. Having problems with your headphones?
We did this
Yeah,
the
it
other
always
day.
pops out.
Oh, my God.
What?
Radio 101.
Yeah.
We did this the other day. Like the stat that the Lions are only a plus 130 to win the division. That freaks me out a little.
Why?
It really does.
Okay, see,
I know. See, that's
stop.
where he... I yelled at him for that.
Listen, the division is going to be more difficult.
Yes.
But that's part of, you know what? I'm not even doing. What is coming up next?
You know,
It's
I'm
too
not
late
gonna-
in the week to even do this.
I've decided I'm not going to enjoy this season at all.
Why?
The Lions season. Because of all these freaks like Rieger and everybody and like, yes, you.
I think the thing you're going to have to be careful of, and I mean, Lions fans have no experience what it's like having a good team.
Well, of course not.
So the minute something goes wrong, you're going to have to be their therapist.
Well, they're doing that with the Hendon Hooker thing to a certain degree.
What do you mean?
Like, we don't have a backup quarterback. What are we going to do?
Yeah, see, like, we don't do that. I do it differently. I go, hey, still want to die on that hill? What a great draft pick it was. Do you know who was picked next after Hendon Hooker?
I think I heard you say.
Tank Dell.
Yeah.
That would solve your third wide receiver issue, wouldn't it?
I'm not
But
caught
then
up
you
in
wouldn't
that.
have a backup QB.
Yeah.
We don't need one. The whole deal is if your starter dies, your season's over. It's football law.
Well, I don't know. The team the Lions are playing tomorrow, the Stillers have Russell Wilson and Justin Fields.
They don't have a quarterback.
What a
That is
great
correct.
combo. Wow.
Yeah, you
Good
can
year for
see how
Fields.
thrilled Mike Tomlin is.
Yeah.
All right, what's next?
We'll talk some college football, some Big Ten football.
Yes.
Things we know about the Big Ten.
And
Yes.
the Aiden Childs comment.
Oh, yeah,
and
did
how
you hear
it's
about that?
affecting gambling.
Yeah, we talked about it. I thought it was wild.
It's wild what happened.
Oh, but the wrong total went up.
Right.
He's talking win total, and the point total next Friday went
But
up.
both
I thought they both went up.
all the betting immediately went on both of them. Like 97% of the bets.
Which means it's not going to happen, and we're going 3-9. Perfect. All right.
Right.
No, he basically said they're going to win 5 games.
Yeah, it was the opposite of a guaranteed. Oh, man, what a
no
bold
one's-
statement. We're going to not be good again.
Oh, I'm not ripping on him. I'm ripping on fans immediately
I know.
took that as like a clue.
There's a reason the sportsbooks stay in business.
Yeah,
You
that's a good
realize
point
this,
by
right?
you. Yeah.
All right. We'll talk to everybody Monday.
All right, then.
Some things are just better together, like Rieger and Wojo. As a matter of fact, it'd be pretty cool if you can get your favorite streaming apps and
really
internet
nice.
together,
Kiss-ass.
right? Turn their mics off, David. Xfinity thinks so. And with Xfinity Stream Saver, was designed to deliver. And when you add Xfinity Stream Saver to your internet, you get Apple TV Plus, Netflix, and Peacock all for one low price. And now through September 22nd, get 150 megabit internet from Xfinity for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract and Wi-Fi equipment included. Plus, add the Stream Saver for just $15 a month. That's a whole lot of entertainment for your money. All on a network built for streaming. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV and price subject to change.